Too late.
You already did.
Yep. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back to another Saturday night Shadow Chat. As you can see, little guy and I are in a great mood. It's been a really, really long day, but it's been a good day. No stress. Even though we're a mile from the sun, it's starting to cool off a little bit. And tonight, our topic, as you could probably see from the title of the video, is going to be alien worlds. And we're going to talk about our favorite alien worlds, what makes a good alien world, what makes a crappy alien world, and how we can make memorable worlds for our gaming experience. And now, normally Saturday night Shadow Chats are all about sci-fi, but I want you guys to take note that all of these ideas could be used for fantasy games, especially with Spelljammer trying to make a comeback. It was always, for me, ever since I started playing, I used traveling to other worlds in a fantasy gaming situation a thing. If it wasn't the moons, which my gaming world is famous for having 3 worlds, a red world, moons, a red moon, a blue moon, and a green moon. We'll talk about that some other time when we talk about my all-time favorite gaming world. Not just my favorite, but my gaming friends, their favorite world. Even when we went out into space, they wanted to always come back to their home world, which is really flattering that I made a world that people could really fall in love with, because I ran it for decades. But the link is in the chat for anybody who wants to pop in and say hi or hang out the whole night. I don't know how long we're going to go. Last night, I was hanging out with Shauner till I want to say almost 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and I've only had about 3 hours of sleep, and none of it consecutive. I got like 2.5 hours. Had to be up for the little guys JROTC get together where he, I'll let him talk about that. It was his first, real after school get together thing where, he was asked to volunteer to do something, and I'll let him talk about it. I'm hoping to see Shauner, of course, Connell, my buddy, my little brother. I talked to DM James. Maybe he'll pop in later. Grim, I see you are there in the chat. I hope you can, hop in. Nathan Allen's waiting to jump in. Oh, Connell's already there. Of course, Connell's always there. He's like my shadow, right? Right? Give me a thumbs up, buddy. Come on. No? Okay. He's giving me the middle finger. Okay. No, seriously, he was giving me the thumbs up. Come on in, brother of mine. What's happening?
Okay, this does not look like a thumb. This does not look like a thumb to me.
When it's this big, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. When it's this big, it looks like. How the hell are you, man?
I'm good. Tired.
I'm tired. Yeah, I should be dead. On a regular day when I get 5, 6, 7 hours of sleep, I get to school, the little guy ready for school, and I go back to sleep for another 5. But for whatever reason, I was talking with Tenkar on his Health Gamers episode that he does every Saturday night. And if you guys haven't gone there and you guys are gamers and you want another relaxed atmosphere to really get to know some really great people, go over to Tenkar's Tavern on Saturday night and just hang out and listen to him and his wife. They are beautiful individuals. I absolutely love these guys. And they're 2 of the first people that ever really reached out to me as a newbie, doing the live, chatting with people. And, ever since then, it has just been golden. And I can't thank him enough. He's really, really been one of the big inspirations for me to do these kind of things and put myself out there. I'm kind of a recluse and don't really, normally do stuff like that. Sometimes I'll go all day and I don't talk to anybody but my son until 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. But enough of that crap. Let's get Shauner in here. I made it a point to start the show early just so he could hang out with us. I know what it's like when you want to do something and you can't because of work. Oh wait, no, I don't. I'm retired. But
it took me a while to find the link, but I got it.
Okay. And on our game Saturdays, we're not going to be able to be this early because Bruce will keep us, chewing the fat until 3 hours after the game on alternating Saturdays. But I like this time. It works for me. So every other Saturdays, make sure we get Shauna in here. So how's everybody doing? You guys have a good day? No
drama.
Go ahead.
I spent a good chunk of it yelling at a couple distributors I have to go through for work because they didn't bring the product I need in fast enough. So
sorry to hear that.
It's not my money, but still, it's a pain in the ass.
Right, a pain in the ass is a pain in the ass, and it's Saturday, and I know not everybody has the Monday through Friday schedule, but even when I did work Saturdays, I still had that feeling, it's like, this is a freaking weekend, man. What am I doing? I should be relaxed. I should be on a beach, having a couple of drinks, etc. But
those itty bitty umbrellas in it. That's where.
yeah. I admit it. I'm a girl drink drunk when I drink, and it's gonna have pineapple juice in it. Usually my drink was Malibu rum and pineapple juice, Malibu rum on the rocks, or Malibu rum and Diet Coke. But that was like a decade ago. So yeah, I mean I can drink tequila and whiskey with the best of them, but I want to enjoy my drink. Then I'm gonna be a little girly, I guess.
I dated this Puerto Rican girl for a while, and her favorite drink was a Malibu coconut rum.
Yeah. That's they've made other flavors since then, but that stuff is just goes down easy, and doesn't get you feeling like crap the next day.
She mixed it with milk. It was really weird.
Well, she probably actually really liked coconut milk to begin with. Yeah. So that could be part of it. I don't even really like coconut. Actually, I do a little bit more now that I'm older. But as a kid, oh my God, I hated this stuff.
Well, we know Shauna doesn't drink alcohol. I mean, he tries to with his beer, but that's not alcohol. It's alcohol free, actually.
No, I have whiskey.
Yeah, we special occasions. Whiskey.
I don't guzzle it down every day. That's like once a week I'll take a swig, a shot of it. Something good happens, I take a shot.
Cool.
But the non-alcoholic stuff I drink is the best tasting beer ever.
And I don't know.
I like Sam Adams, but Sam Adams is a communist, the guy who runs the company now. So
I can't say anything because speaking of drinking, why not?
But the O'Doul's tastes better. It actually tastes better than Sam Adams, and it's non-alcoholic. Which one's that?
The Oktoberfest.
Oh, I see. Oktoberfest.
This stuff goes down really, really well.
Yeah, and the little guy is giving me a hard time. He's sitting there in the green room, doesn't know what to do. So I'm gonna bring him in just because he said something really nice to me today. So I'm gonna let him hang out with the old farts. What the hell did you do to your room? Oh my God! Looks like a tornado.
I said it was really nice. I don't remember.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna repeat it because I don't want to embarrass you. I mean, I do, but I won't. How's that?
Okay.
I'll give you a hint. It was about tonight's show. You said something cool about tonight's show.
Is that Jackson 1 or Jackson 2?
Yeah, that was meant as an insult.
Oh, yeah, right.
So, does drinking Sammy Adams make me a communist by default?
No, you won't become a communist.
Okay.
You're giving money to...
Just extend your innate communism if there's any in there, right?
You're funding communism, though.
Well, I know there for a while. I don't know if it's true anymore. If you bought Jameson whiskey, you're help funding the IRA.
And you said it like it's a bad thing.
It's not. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I've always liked that
animal. What is wrong with that dumb dog?
Not too sure.
Oh, I remember he's got a brain about this big.
It's a
That's
chihuahua?
part of it, certainly.
No, you've seen my mutt. He's just
chicken hut.
Oh, man. No. Today, like I said before, I cook for a living, and the people I was working for want Monday. They want like lobster bisque, crab cakes, and a few other seafood based things, which is not a problem. I can make all of it, but I need my ingredients fresh, right? And it was just hell. It was just. I mean, I'm not even sure the guy who I was speaking to came from this country. I don't know where he came from, but I am almost 100% sure English was his maybe third language.
Oh,
Anything's possible.
yeah.
They have phones now. They have phones now that do translations.
Oh God, yeah, they're amazing.
You talk into it, and it spits out in English what they just said.
There's a few choice words I said to him that I hope it didn't translate out, at least not correctly.
Yeah, I've been marveling at those translator, not only apps, but full on just a device that is literally, like the Universal Earth Translator.
Yeah,
that's amazing stuff.
I always want one. What was the best thing about Star Trek? Well, about most of those shows was the translator. I always thought that was nifty. Except for not Futurama. What show was that? Farscape one was weird.
Really weirder than putting a babblefish in your ear?
Okay, that takes the cake.
Yeah. I wanted to say something about last night from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, because I did read all the books, and I saw the movie, the like recent one, and I was just like, it was, you guys know I love Red Dwarf, and it's a comedy, but something about the Hitchhiker's Guide was like, they like tried too hard, I think, maybe because it was British, or maybe that's just me, but it seemed like they really tried hard to be, funny, and it didn't always work for me.
Well,
which one? Which version?
The most recent movie.
Oh,
it had Alan Rickman as the robot, the depressed robot.
I like the original.
Yeah,
TV
all of
show.
that. It was. Yeah, I never saw any of the Hitchhiker's Guides TV shows or radio shows or anything like that.
Oh,
but I read all the way up to, I think, So Long and Thanks for All the Fish. Was that the last one?
Yeah.
Well, the TV show and the radio show are exactly like the book. The movie is sort of based loosely on, one of those kind of things. But the books and the radio show are verbatim script from the books. So
yeah, I figured the radio show.
If you remember the dialogue from the book, then you know the dialogue from the TV show or the radio show.
Right.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. I was just, I read through it. I'm like, okay, I'm good. It was. I'm not gonna say it wasn't well written and it was awful or anything like that, but it just sometimes it just seemed like he was just trying a little too hard to be funny. Where for me, I like, moments of not so much funny and then punctuated with fun.
I don't know if was Douglas Adams alive when the movie came out.
No.
Honestly,
don't know.
He totally was in charge of the radio and TV show. I mean, he was there.
Well, I actually spent some time and watched the Neil Gaiman Sandman show a little bit today.
Yeah, I just saw that on Netflix when I was looking for that movie we're supposed to watch, which we haven't watched yet.
by tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be getting up real early and making breakfast and eating breakfast in front of that movie.
Neil Gaiman, the Sandman, which Sandman was always one of my favorite graphic novels because it was a comic, but it always felt more like a graphic novel than did anything else. But anyways, he's has his hand in the Netflix TV series, and I mean, there are some subtle differences, but they're not horrible.
Yeah, I had the original comic, and I think the first dozen or so, and it had some value. But what I would really like to partake in is Neil Gaiman's master class, the teaching, the master class video seminar things that he and other people are doing. Especially the little guy. I think he would absolutely benefit from some of those as well.
Pinner and Tell have a master class. I would love to take
Penn
Yeah. I like hand magic. What about you, Sean? Or what's your guilty pleasure?
My guilty pleasure? I want to say 1960s black and white B-movie sci-fi from either Japan or Italy.
Italy's cool. Japan is gay.
Wow, so much hate.
The girls in the movies all look like the
Yeah.
girls from Austin Powers.
Yep, I could get into that.
Or the Dean Martin spy movies, or the In Like Flint movies.
Oh yeah,
Secret Agent Man type TV show stuff.
Yeah, I'm guessing Sean has a deep appreciation for the whole Go-Go Boots, which I can't blame him one bit for.
I want to say James Bond had that for a while, but James Bond sort of moved with the era, like whatever the year was. That was the style.
Exactly.
So
I think so. Yeah.
Maud Adams was in 3 James Bond movies. She was the Octopussy, and then in 2 other movies she was extras. I thought that was bizarre. I mean, she wasn't married to the producer or nothing, and yet she got to be in 3 Bond films. I
mean, they made one freaking James Bond movie damn near 3 times. Was it Moonraker?
I know. Was it Gold? No, was it Thunderball? Got remade into Never Say Never Again.
Yeah,
but I haven't seen.
Is that what that was?
I mean, I haven't seen them enough times to know if they're similar or not.
I remember seeing Thunderball way back, so I probably wouldn't even notice.
Had the car with the ejector seat that he drove around in, the Aston Martin, whatever it's called, Aston Martin. And then he used.
Who was the actor for that one? Wasn't it somebody different, like a one-timer?
I don't remember the bad guys, to be honest.
No, I mean who played James Bond in that?
Oh, Sean Connery, the best ever.
Oh, it was Connery?
Yeah, Connery really is the best ever. Connery. I mean, my James Bonds are Sean Connery, Pierce Brosnan, and the new guy.
Brosnan and I like the new guy, but I also like Timothy Dalton, and Connery's like my least favorite.
See, the problem with Dalton was it wasn't so much he was a bad Bond. He just happened to be Bond during some bad movies. I think that was his downfall. I mean, it wasn't him as an actor. Those were just some shitty movies.
Yeah, okay, it definitely wasn't his fault.
Here's my guilty pleasure then about James Bond. George Lazenby. He's my favorite James Bond.
Wasn't that the American?
Who?
George Lazenby.
Oh, okay.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service, he gets married to, was there Diana Rigg? Then she gets murdered at the end.
That sounds about right.
And that was his one shot at playing James Bond. I want to say he was from either New Zealand or Australia.
You know, they had the American version of James Bond. They tried, and it failed horrible. I'm not saying James Bond.
The new guy's not American, is he?
No, the new guy's British. James Bond. I mean, I'm not trying to be that guy, but James Bond really does need to be British. It's like, what's that? 20 years from now, when they redo Mission Impossible, and that guy's not American. It would just be weird. It's like pick your favorite American show, then them switch it off with a European actor. It's not right. James Bond,
but they're still going to do it. They're still going to do it.
But James Bond is British. I don't care if James Bond is black, white, or whatever, as long as
which
he's
is
British.
weird because I thought Bond was written by Ian Fleming. Wasn't he an American guy?
No, he was British.
Oh, really? Really?
You wrote Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Has anybody ever actually read a Bond novel?
Nope.
You have?
No.
Well, wasn't he kind of like exactly the opposite of the way they describe all James Bond actors?
Depends on the Bond. It really depends on which Bond. The closest Bond, in my opinion, to the novels was I want to say Pierce Brosnan was the most accurate Bond.
Really, I, from what I remember, he was kind of like an overweight, kind of average guy.
No,
James
no,
Bond?
he was modeled. He was modeled. You have to keep in mind, he was modeled after Fleming's was the story I've always heard, but Fleming's was related to Christopher Lee,
Okay.
who was not Secret Service, but yeah,
I'm gonna find a Bond novel from the '60s.
he was.
We'll see what he looks like.
He was supposed to be a man's man, you know. All the women wanted him, and all the men wanted to be with him.
He's where tall, dark, and handsome comes from.
Okay.
Yeah. Grim. Yeah. Was white. No woke shit. No Bond. Well, Bond.
Yeah.
Bond wasn't even his real name. Bond was just.
Thanks. Thanks, Grim.
What?
I said thanks, Grim.
Well, there's a chance that this black gentleman might be the next Bond, and I really like him as an actor. And if they go with Bond as just a title instead of,
That's the thing. I have heard people say that James Bond isn't one person, but that he's more of a title, a status sort of thing given to a certain thing, so that not every single person who plays James Bond is the same. Like, not every James Bond is the same guy. He just has the same title, same name. I've never seen
Kind of like the
related to
Phantom,
James Bond.
yeah, like the fan. It's more of a title.
or the Dread Pirate Roberts. You know,
Right.
he's somebody. They just hand the title here. You're the new Bond. This is
But
your
at the same time,
cover identity.
which while I think that makes sense, it also would be kind of weird for the government to suddenly change the race to give the job to a guy who is of a different race, because that would seem relatively obvious.
Well, it would seem like a bad move, because if someone introduces themselves as Bond, but someone in the room has actually met the real Bond, but that guy doesn't realize it,
Or a previous
suddenly
Bond.
his cover's blown. Suddenly his cover's blown.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
yeah, I understand what
it
you're
makes sense,
saying.
but it really doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slim chance. He's always jet setting all over the world. One moment while we bring on Sean Cherry. Come on in. You're the next contestant on who's wearing the coolest Hawaiian shirt tonight. You're on mute, buddy.
You guys are brothers.
As long as we're not Eskimo brothers. Okay, if Nathan wants in, that'll be the limit for the moment. Unless, of course, Grim wants to come in. I'm not sure if he's gotten his tech together.
I could always
But,
bow out if you want somebody new in.
No. We could.
Sean,
We're polite. We can
Sean,
take
check
turns.
your mic again.
Yeah, we definitely can't hear diddly or squat.
There we go. I'm stuck with this piece of junk. So there we go.
Oh, we hear you now.
Yay. Piece of junk works.
And my Chinese junk.
What a piece of junk.
A nice Chinese lady talking in my ear.
What?
Wait, what?
When I
telling
turn
you
on
what
the
to say?
microphone, it mutes everything while she says microphone on or microphone off.
That's
Wow.
hot tech.
It mutes everything else out.
I have no Chinese voices in my head.
At least not yet.
Not yet. They can't fit it in the earbud. How can they fit a voice in the earbud? The answer: they can't.
Manchurian Candidate.
That was also
Oh,
a
yeah,
really
yeah,
good
yeah.
book.
Yeah, I like the
Angela
original movie.
Lansbury.
I haven't seen the original one. I saw the most updated one with Lee.
Denzel Washington.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
The
I
original
wanted
was
to
great.
see it. I've always liked him as an actor, and he seems like a decent guy. But I just never got around to watching it. I kid you guys not. I've got a list of about 40 movies that apparently I need to watch to keep up my street cred here. Going back for a while.
Did you watch Forbidden Planet?
Oh God, yeah, I must have seen that like a dozen
Okay.
times as a kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do
I'm
that
not a
one
complete.
first,
I'm not a
do that
complete
first.
retard.
Well,
then go from
thanks
there.
to you guys and streaming last night and laughing so hard, I went ahead and tried to round out the rest of the Venture Brothers. I bought season 1 and season 5.
Yay.
That's
Some
nice.
of them are two-parters. You have to buy like 2 sets to get 1 season.
Well, they're
Yeah,
fairly cheap.
that happened later. Yeah, they're considering
That
what you're
bugs
going
me.
to get and how much you're going to get out of it. $15 for one DVD is not highway robbery. Oh my goodness. The worst part about it is that they canceled it.
That
They
is true.
canceled it, but then they brought
Right.
it back.
Hey!
Hey,
Long
damn it,
time no
guy.
see.
Oh,
No
hello.
shit. Last night was
Late
great.
as always.
I don't even sweat it. It's not like we're on a schedule. Like I said, I can't believe how late I was up last night and how early I got up and
The
how
worst part
how
is I
actual-
had something really important to do. Really important to do. And I decided to stay up way too late. It was fun. Can't believe you weren't there. But
Wow, that's a guilt trip.
No. We tell them what you did. It was kind of cool. I mean, it was only like an hour.
yeah, we went over to an Air Force base and we cleaned one of the planes.
Oh, very cool.
How many
Well,
kids get to say they did that? I mean, as chores go, I mean, cleaning an airplane, top that. You had to mow the
Which
lawn.
base did you go to?
A local one.
It's in Palmdale.
Oh, okay. Never been.
Yeah,
there.
we had to drive
It's,
pretty far.
wasn't it by Skunkworks?
Maybe.
It's right down the street from
Yeah,
Skunkworks.
we had to get up at like 5.
No cruise missiles.
No.
Do they have
And if
cruise
there
missiles
were,
in
I'm not allowed
California?
to do so.
When
The
I
one I
was
went
about
to
Jack's
was-
age, now that I think about it,
so
when I was
how,
about-
did you have like a ladder? Were you on a fire truck? Did you have to
We
climb
just
on
used pressure washers.
Oh, okay.
no
Yeah.
blood. You had to wash out blood,
Yeah,
gore.
washing off alien guts.
As far as I could tell, no.
Not this time around.
No, not this time.
No, they
Next time
probably-
is in October.
They gave you a plane that wasn't through space combat or something. It's on its way. It's probably in space now, shooting aliens. I
Probably.
bet. On a Saturday.
That's what they do on Saturdays. Get in the old X-20s, go up and shoot aliens.
Yeah.
All the cool stuff happens
Almost.
on the weekend. Yeah, I never got to watch anything when I was on a base. But I figured the sandstorms would just sandblast everything out there. It's nothing's shiny.
Yeah, where we live, it's hot, dry, and 1,000,000 degrees, so everything looks like the paint jobs. I've seen better days, to say the least. Well, there's
Like that TV show Life After People. That's where you live.
pretty much, yeah. The paint isn't falling off, but when like white paint and other paint starts getting that dusty look, and if you touched it, it would just come off on your hand. It's like
Yeah,
that.
It would just chip off and blow away. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how Pueblo, Colorado is. It's just hot desert or ice cold during the winter.
Man, I spent like 2 months in Oklahoma hanging out with my great aunt, like a couple summers in a row. And man, I don't know what California. I've been to California, but Oklahoma, man, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. I was Altus, Oklahoma, right above Texas, and the coolest thing to do was to go look at somebody else's horses. I wanted to shoot myself. It's not that I don't like horses. I just have a huge respect not to fuck with them.
I love
Connell,
horses.
it's not where you were at in Oklahoma. Work sends me to Oklahoma City to go do training. I go to school for like 2 or 3 weeks at a pop. There is nothing in that whole damn state.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it wasn't
I
just
thought
me.
Oklahoma was where Jack's friends were moving, but it wasn't. So I don't feel so bad for him, even though it's like it was 103 today. It's going to get up to 105 during the middle of the next week. I'm not going outside until the sun goes down. I'm just going to hibernate.
Got up to 114 here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
That was
Wow.
ridiculous.
To
Yeah, it
answer,
was pretty hot.
oh no, I think I broke my computer or laptop. To answer Grimm's comment, we went there really early because the base is over in Palmdale, which is it's not that far away from where we live, but it's relatively far away from where we live. Like a bit farther than Los Angeles, and
Oh, it's not that far. It's not that
Okay.
far. It's like
well, we had to get up at like 5 just to get there on time because it was at 7 because they didn't want us working in the 120-degree heat that's over there. No, it's a
There's
pretty hot
105.
Yeah.
city.
By 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone's going inside. They're done.
They have to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I now understand
makes you go
the
inside.
siesta. I now understand the siesta perfectly well.
Yep.
It's a life-saving technique.
Yeah.
When I was in, once it got up to, once it got up over 100, if the dew point was high enough, it was humid enough, you'd had to go inside, 20 minutes outside, and then 40 minutes in air conditioning. And that was in the Army back in the 80s. So
Oh no, we don't have water here. We're in a self-imposed drought. They're starting to issue still suits. We're waiting for ours. It's bone dry. Just about every yard for as far as you can see is just brown or yellow. Just
Mars.
we have water, but it's been hovering around 100 for the past three or 4 weeks, and then it shoots up above that for a couple days. So we get that 114er.
yeah. I've been in 114 once, and believe it or not, it was many years ago, like 25 years ago, and right now I'm at like 175, but back then I was 225, and it was the first time I'd ever experienced 114-degree weather. I went with my buddy to Vegas, and I didn't die. I was amazed. It was the first time I'd ever experienced like super hot but super dry heat moving from Virginia.
You won't die. You die when you're in Death Valley and it's 130.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't even live in the desert, and it gets to 110 every year. For
Needles. If you go to
about
Needles,
a week at a pop.
This is why I like living in the Midwest. I don't deal with that bullshit.
Well, it's a dry heat, and that's what air conditioning's for.
I mean, like Las Vegas gets 120 degrees easy.
Yeah, but
Oh,
we're
yeah.
never be able to use air conditioning.
Look how many people live in Phoenix. That place is a hellhole when summertime comes around.
You know, my dad wanted to move over to Arizona, and then just this summer he realized why that was an awful idea.
Yeah, last year I dealt with the heat a lot better, but suddenly I guess 55 is my genetic, top out zone. It's like, nope, suddenly you're an old bastard. You can't do it anymore. I asked the little guy. I was out in the sun all day long, shorts, just, loving it, 103, 104 degrees, didn't faze me. Now I can't even walk into my own damn garage.
Yeah, that is
Funny,
true. Also,
when I
Grim,
was
I don't remember.
when I was
I don't know what
younger,
happened, and I didn't get COVID. I didn't have any of that happen. No shots, no masks, none of that crap for the whole 2+ years of whatever. No problems. But then suddenly this year, ding, you're old.
was it? Yeah, I was about Jack's age in Illinois. I mean, Illinois, we have winter. It might not be as bad as like Wisconsin, but we have winters here. and it was summer break, no winter break, and we had a little fireplace. My stepdad was a real treat to live with, but every so often he'd decide to get the fireplace going, and he would send me out to get firewood. Well, I would just walk out there in a pair of boxers. I mean, yeah, pair of boxers and a shirt on, midwinter, snow up to my ankle, no, but above my calves, and just go get it. He's like, doesn't the snow bother him? I'm like, no, it feels good. I walk out in the middle of summer, like, nope, it's too hot. I need to go back inside. It's just kind of weird how people's genetics are that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see people wearing shorts and it's snowing and they got their shorts on, their flip flops. What are you doing?
I can see maybe shorts, but no. I'm going to be wearing my combat boots and socks. None of that flip flop nonsense. I'll wear my. I was telling my son, I wear my combat boots to the beach. You know, I mean, once I get from the parking lot to where my blanket's going down, I'm taking off the combat boots. I'm jumping in the water. But until I get there, boom, boom, boom. You know, I learned a long time ago that sand gets freaking hot. I don't care what the weather is outside.
Yeah, I can't walk on sidewalks that have the sun hitting them all day. I can't do it. I see people just walking, standing on a sidewalk. It's like their feet are already cooked, or all the nerves are cooked on their feet or something.
That was me almost every summer past 15. My aunt would fly us down to Florida, and I just walk up and down the beach all summer just barefooted. And by the end of the summer, my feet were just
fried, blister city.
No, they just didn't. The heat just no longer bothered them. Leather, yeah, that's.
You probably have some Hobbit in you that night, maybe. Hey, 1 second. Come on in, Nathan.
Yeah,
oh, you're kidding.
I've been in Anaheim in the middle of.
We got a limited stick. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave so Nathan can come in.
Oh, okay.
Wait, okay.
Whatever.
No. I'm gonna have the little guy.
Anaheim,
come on up here.
Don't go to Disneyland on a day like today. Don't go to Disneyland. You'll just be suffering the whole time you're there.
Don't go to Disney World on a day like you had there today. It's not much different in Florida. Hot's hot.
What is Disney World?
In Florida.
What?
Disney World's in Florida.
Orlando?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where?
Orlando.
Who?
Come on, Sean.
Nothing exists. Nothing exists east of the Mississippi. We all know that.
That's not true.
Yeah, we lost it all in the Great War, don't you know?
Yeah.
That's the edge. That's the CSA over there.
The Communist State of America? What?
No, the Confederate States of America.
Oh, the Stars and Bars.
Remember, Lincoln died from smallpox, the Civil War. Anyway.
Yeah.
You know.
Gosh, don't you know your history?
And his wife was a witch. All of his kids but one, Todd, was it Todd or Robert, lived to old age.
Yeah, Tad. What happened to Tad?
I think he became a politician of some sort, like his old man.
So no, back then you would have kids and you would just let them run loose and wild, and once the kid was like 7 or 8 years old, you could oh, you survived. This is where you will live now, kind of a thing.
Well,
you didn't care. You didn't talk to kids or get used to them.
I thought Lincoln was a vampire hunter. That's great.
Chances are they would die.
Oh yeah.
So you had as many kids as you could, and you hope for the best that some of them would be
that's
like.
Where they. What would they say? The average age was, or the average age of death was 35 in the Middle Ages. That's because there was so many children dying, childbirth death, and all that stuff. You know. And people live to be old, but they lost a lot of kids. We've got a when they came along the Oregon Trail and they finally settled in Oregon around here. We've got a cemetery. You go out there and it's just there's so many children, like 2-year-old kids and 1-year-old kids. They have graves.
I can't even imagine.
It's just so sad. It's so sad to look at. It's like, oh my god.
That's literally got to be the worst pain you could ever feel as a human being.
Right. I still know a few people that came from families that they didn't even name their kids until they were at least like 3 months old. Then they, because, yeah.
Canada is a little bit too wide to kind of say what's the temperature in Canada. It's like, what's the temperature in the United States? Yeah.
Yes.
Canada is a big damn place. It's bigger than the United States.
Yeah, but isn't there like but surely there's a Canada city that's you can pinpoint.
They don't have cities. They all live in camps, don't you know?
Right. We're all loggers up here.
I had a friend who was actually from Quebec, and I'm like, "Hey, how do you spell Canada? Canada? I'm like, "A." He's like, "Smart ass." Actually, it kills me. I had a friend in Michigan, or not Michigan. Was it Michigan? But he was from Canada. And he gets on the phone. He's like, "Hey, you want to get some brewskis?" I'm like, "What the hell is a brewski? Let's go for a beer."
We still call them brewskis.
I knew what brewski was when I was a kid, so I must have had a relative that called them that.
Yeah, same here. I can still remember my first beer, Budweiser.
I am so sorry.
And it was from an uncle, as a matter of fact. He's like, "Here."
My first beer was called a B-52 at a strip bar.
That wasn't a beer.
And then I had a kamikaze after that.
That's a beer.
But I never drank beer. I think I tasted it once. I was like, "Ooh,
you still don't drink beer."
I didn't drink it till I got stationed in Germany, and then I fell in love with all the beers.
In Germany?
I see. I started drinking beer when I was about 13. About 13 when I was over in Ireland. Then I had to take a large break because America, you can't have alcohol until after 21. So there was like, but I've already been drinking. That's your problem, not my problem scenario. I'm fine.
I was
They're like,
drinking,
welcome back to America, and they're all doing this to you. Hello, sir.
I was drinking Jack Daniels and Everclear and stuff all the way through high school. And Jack Daniels.
I can't do Everclear.
What about you, Nathan?
It mixed with the fruit juices.
I'm a light drinker. I like to drink beer, and I do have my occasional little bit.
I couldn't see what that was.
Mostly empty. What?
That's the important part. Who cares what it's called, right? And welcome to the show, Nathan. I'm gonna go find out what's going on. I'm gonna go find out what's going on with the little guy. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into the topic. What do you guys say?
Sure.
Okay.
Alien Worlds, you guys got some ideas? I got a couple of, formatted, things that we can go round robin, and then see where that takes us.
Go to any planet where the option of death by snoo is an option.
Fair enough.
I say all the aliens are from Earth, and they're just coming back.
So like Elvis?
They've been uplifted.
Their civilizations are like Atlantis.
They're the space
long
gods.
gone. They've been
home.
gone for a long time because they travel at the speed of light. They come back, and Earth is like much older. All their friends are dead.
Yep, they've been gone for 100 years, and it's about 5,000 this past year, 10,000.
Yeah, something like that. That's the latest thing they've been saying on coast to coast.
I thought there was a guy saying it was they were ultra-dimensional kind of beings.
Wasn't that an Indiana Jones movie?
Ooh. I mentally blocked that film on purpose. You better not bring back.
Don't remind him.
Don't bring back the suffering. If they could just refilm that movie without the kid, that would be so great. That would be awesome.
If they could come up with a better plot, that would be awesome.
Which movie are you talking about, Sean?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh.
No, it's the 50s version of Indiana Jones. with the crystal.
Yeah,
the crystal scroll. Yeah,
the thing.
That was
the things
terrible.
the History Channel was selling,
It wasn't that bad.
or the Science Channel.
It wasn't any worse than the other ones after the first
Ooh.
one. I didn't like any of those.
see,
You know,
I
a better movie was The Thing, 1981, 1982 era. That was a good one. The guy's tinkering in his igloo. He's making a spaceship from scratch. I thought that was so cool.
That was pretty neat. He's got parts of the helicopter in there. We don't know what he's doing.
Like how without a schematic, he's making a rocket ship. That was, or a flying saucer. That was kind of cool.
Or something to travel with anyways, so yeah.
Then they lock him up. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with me. You guys are making a terrible mistake.
He did sound
And
pretty convincing.
I have the prequel to that movie where you get to see the German Shepherd with the Sweden guys before they get all crazy.
no.
Oh, you
But
mean
I
that
haven't had a
sequel
chance to watch
prequel?
it. Yeah,
I've heard it's bad.
I heard it's
Heard
bad.
It's not
heard it's
that
not
bad.
good.
It's
So I
it
haven't
could
like
have been
rushed.
better.
It's been sitting on my to watch list for like the last 12 years.
The most recent Thing movie?
Yeah.
It really
No.
wasn't that bad. I mean, I could think of worse.
In the thing, it starts with the dog. Someone's keyboard is like super loud.
Oh, that's mine. Sorry about that. One last one.
You got like a Fujitsu keyboard or something?
It pretends to be a Fujitsu.
I've got Cherry MX keys on mine and it's not that loud. Holy cow.
Mine doesn't make any noise.
I had the mic. See, the microphone is about that far from the keyboard, so I didn't realize it was going to be that loud. Sorry about that.
Wow. Your microphone's really good then, picking up that noise.
That's
but old Steel series here, and I tell you, it's lasted me a long time. I wish I had a replacement for it because it's got the little side area with the extra WASD and all that all on one side.
What?
Cool.
I've got
And
them
it's
all.
got WASD on the regular keyboard side, but it's got its own little area for you to do all the third-person shooters and stuff. I can't get a replacement for it.
I've got an old Corsair here. It's a gaming keyboard. It's all metal with the Cherry MX keys in it. So they're all mechanical, the best mechanical keys. It was a lot of money back in the day.
Well,
I
my
just
next
got a
keyboard
count.
is going to have lights on it so I can see what I'm doing. Because
Mine-
this
mine's all
keyboard
lit
is
up.
black, and if I turn off the lights here, I can't see any of the keys. It's like, what?
I just got a counsel. I made this joke. Actually, it's not a joke because it has happened. But I made this comment before when it comes to like PCs versus consoles. I have this guy, a friend who lives in Germany, and has been trying to sell me on getting a PC, gaming PC for the last several years. And he's like, you know, PC is the master race to gaming, and I keep yelling at him. I was like, you can't say master race for at least another 40 years.
It's got that bisexual lighting to it.
Well, you can. There's an app to change the colors, probably.
You mean on the one I showed you?
Yeah.
So where's Jack?
Not that I know of.
I want to get
Little
a
guy's
keyboard.
Plugged it
working
in
on
and
a
it did it.
project. So he's
I want
just
to
going
get a
to
keyboard that's like Grimm's, but without the clackety clackety.
Just curious.
What's the dog doing now? That dog.
I know.
That's
I
old. That's old man Smith's dog. I hate that dog.
For he's only about this big.
I'm gonna make that dog
35
go
pounds.
away. I'm gonna put that dog in the cornfield. That's what I'm gonna do.
They put him under the cornfield, huh?
That's why I made old man Smith go on fire.
He is the best dog I've ever known. He's a bit scruffy and a bit, barky, but this guy is so smart. I mean, you say the right or wrong thing, and you can actually hurt his feelings with words. And I don't
Let's
mean
go to
like
the beach.
no, I don't mean like bad dog, which he totally knows. But if you just say something to him, he'll just be like, he just so empathetic, so smart.
Like when you tell him he
And-
needs a bath.
You know my dog. You've met him. If you
We're going
say
to the vet.
bath,
Yes, I've watched him.
We're going to the
he
vet.
will. He will. Oh, he knows that too. Oh man, he is psychic when it comes to the vet. He is just absolutely freaking psychic. Hello, James. What's happening? Apparently, since I don't pay, I can only have 6 people in. But I'm gonna have to kick somebody out later on to get James in. I hope you'll hang out in the chat for a bit. I already had to kick my son out, and I'll never hear the end of that. But he has some. He's working on one of his side projects. I guess he wants to do some filming tomorrow. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but he's working on that so he can. He's actually going to use our friends who just moved. We're helping clean their house for him. Well, I'm not because I'm not stupid, but he's gonna take advantage of that and use their empty house to do some filming in, which is pretty ingenious, because using our own house, will get kind of old after a while. But Clacky Keyboard's our boss. You got a fan out there, Nathan loves your keyboard. Unfortunately, I don't do much keyboarding, and if you guys have ever noticed when I do chat, I got this new tablet, and it's better than my old tablet, except the keyboard is just small and just a little bit smaller, and the space bar refuses to work when you hit the space bar. So like a lot of my words will jumble together from not being able to because I'm not watching when I'm typing. I'm trying to do 2 things at once, because I can actually type. And nope, my keyboard will then take that big long string of words and turn it into some weird ass crap. Ask James, he's seen it on Fritz's show during the week, and it'll type up some gobbledygook, and then I'll have to go back and retype what I said or something like that. But let's say we get into the topic, alien worlds. Let's go with a simple one. I'm going to start with you, Nathan, and go counterclockwise, and Connell, you'll be last. Let's just hear your favorite alien world. And if you want to throw in a fantasy world, that's okay, because that works for me, because it's another world. So, Nathan, what's your favorite alien world?
Well, that's a pretty broad question. Favorite alien world?
Favorite, just the one you just fell in love with.
I kind of fell in love with Hoth and Dagobah. Both Star Wars, yeah.
I
fell in
almost
love
picked
with
Hoth. Yeah, it's just something about it is just so primal.
I like the wildlife.
As a matter of fact, one of the few times I ever tried to write a book, it was I'm not going to say it was just like Ice Rigger from Alan Dean Foster, but it was more like a cross between that, I guess, and Hoth. And one of these days I will finish it, because it was kind of a cool story. But yeah, something about Hoth is just so, especially now that I absolutely hate cold weather. I don't know if I hate it more than hot weather now, because I used to love hot weather. That's why we moved where we did, because I up until I suddenly instantly became old on my 55th birthday, I loved hot weather. Now, not so much. Rick, favorite alien world?
Probably Barsoom, Mars.
Oh, dude.
I always like the idea of going back, being the the civilized guy going back into some sort of chaotic kind of ancient world, Yeah, like Den almost, Richard Corbin's Den or something like that. I always like that kind of a theme, and just exploring a world like that. Yeah,
it's a really good choice.
Yeah,
that was probably my number 3 pick when I was thinking about this question. And the way they did the movie was just perfect. It was just absolutely. They got it down.
Definitely.
Sean Cherry?
My favorite is from Larry Niven's The Integral Trees, the science fiction novel. and it takes place in the atmosphere, breathable atmosphere of a gas giant, and there's these huge trees that just grow. They grow wild around in this atmosphere, and there's all sorts of critters that live on them. But hundreds of years in the past, humans crash landed on it, and they can't get back off. So they formed these little clans and civilizations on this thing. I've got let me share a picture with you here, cover of the book. But yeah, it was one of my favorite sci-fi settings. I thought it was just so cool. It's probably not going to come up very well. See if you can click that up there, Shadow.
What did you do? Sorry, I had to step away from
shared screen.
Okay, how do I do that? I'm a geezer.
I knew that was going to be the next question.
I don't know how to do it.
There should be 2 Sean Cherries down there. Pick one. Choose wisely.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I've seen that picture.
Yep. And
what's the name of the book?
The Integral Trees.
Oh,
okay.
So
these giant trees grow in this atmosphere, this gas giant, breathable atmosphere. And that's actually one of the spaceships. They've actually carved out a chunk of the bark on this tree, and they parked one of the spaceships in there so they could actually move it around a little bit. But yeah, people have almost lost all technology. There are a couple armored suits, and you become leader of the tribe if you can actually fit in the suit, because since they've been living on this it's got lower gravity, this atmosphere, these trees do. Everybody's gotten too tall, so the hero of the story, not only does he have allergies with all these plants around that affect him, but he's also short and can get into the armored suit, space suit. It's actually a pretty cool story. But the environment's just awesome.
That is definitely different. It's cool though.
Now they need to make a movie.
I'm gonna share my screen because I got a picture. I got a picture of my planet I like.
Nice.
Shadow, you've locked up.
Sorry. Oh, wow.
I think it's called Solaris.
Oh, okay.
From 1971. It's the
Okay.
planet of goop, and it's psionic, and whatever you think, the planet makes it, and it shows up on your doorstep the next day after you're done dreaming.
So
Was
it makes it out of goop?
Yeah, goop.
It's a weird movie.
It's a thinking planet, and it makes copies of things that humans think about. So if you're on shore leave and you think of something, it'll happen. The movie freaked me out. I still want to go there one day and try it out.
I think Star Trek has used that plot twice.
Yes.
No, I'm sure that they have too.
Star Trek borrows from all kinds of 50s and 60s science fiction. The horror parts of it, that's for sure. I don't think. Oh yeah, you could go on the planet too. The aliens will make a little place for you to live, kind of like in 2001.
That might be a good place to retire.
But the aliens, they can't understand certain things about humans, so not everything they put together works right. Because they're going by your memory, and you might not have the best memory.
Oh God.
Who's next?
That would be me.
That would be, yeah.
Okay. Favorite planet. See, I got two answers. There's the cheap answer, then there's the other answer. Cheap answer is Earth because it's where I keep all my shit.
Don't you have it on a cloud?
No, I don't trust the cloud. But real answer, I kind of like Krypton.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Wow, that is a
I
shocker. That is the biggest shock of the night.
forgot about that planet.
Yeah,
I want
actually,
to change my mind.
yeah.
There's
We'll
been
take my
comic
back.
books. I mean, there's been
I almost did with Barsoom, man. I almost did, but I'm not.
There's been
Krypton.
several comic book stories where it shows Krypton before it all goes to shit, and
Yeah.
it just looks like a really cool planet. They have,
Yeah.
depends on what movie or what comic book variation they have fucking they have dragons you can ride. I mean, that's pretty damn cool.
It's almost like that Thor place.
Asgard.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah,
I always looked at Krypton as like almost like the ultimate in tech. I mean, if you were ever going to describe like Tech 25 or 30 or something crazy, from Traveler, terminology, that would be the one that I would think is like absolute highest.
Yeah.
If the lost city of Atlantis was ever a planet, because it kind of goes with it would be Krypton.
Yep.
So yeah,
Okay.
I like Krypton. I mean, yeah, I bitch about Superman a lot because if I want to read about Jesus, I'll pick up a Bible. But I think the planet's cool.
Okay.
No, Krypton had Susanna York. That was worth visiting several times.
Grim asked my son what's his favorite world, and his answer, I guess, is I'm making a jungle world right now, but I think it's important to have multiple biomes. Oh, okay. So he technically doesn't have one yet. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna call it Iglees because I can't find the actual name of it because I don't think it's ever actually mentioned. But in my favorite novel of all times, Jack of Shadows by Roger Zelazny. If anybody's read it, raise your hand. Just Rick? Okay, cool. Everybody else, don't ever read this book. No, I'm kidding. It's my favorite book by my favorite author. I love this book so much. The second I got to the last page, I went right back to the first page, and I had to read it again. I'd never loved a book this much. And the reason I love this world is because it's me in a nutshell. It's half sci-fi and half fantasy because it doesn't rotate. So the dark side of the planet is your perfect D&D world at night. It's got dragons, it's got ghosts and all kinds of crazy fantasy monsters. But then on the light side, it's all technology. I'm going to go with almost a 1980s or 90s technological level at the time it was written, and it was written decades before that. But it's, they have computers and cars and all that, cool stuff that you'd expect, on a regular modern world. And they know of, once you, go from light to day, everything changes, not like drastically, but, it would be like us going to Transylvania on an airplane. Suddenly when you get there, it's going to be, there's going to be vampires, that kind of thing. And
I almost feel
most
targeted
people,
by that statement.
no, just, because that whole feeling, you just, if you go to Transylvania, if there are vampires on Earth, that's where you're going to find at least one of them. Right.
And New Orleans. Sure. Why not?
Right. I'm just going back as far back as, most of that begins. And it's just such a weird idea if you think about it. You got a world. It doesn't rotate. It doesn't. It just sits there, half in darkness, half in light. If you want to, go from science fiction to fantasy and back and forth without having to use a spaceship, there you go.
Is the story good enough to read the King James version of it?
Here, let me show you something. This is my copy of it. One of the worst covers ever. It's just stupid.
Yeah, that is stupid.
It really is. But
it's from the library. You got a book from the library.
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact,
When's the return date on that thing?
I'm going to tell you a little story about
years
that.
ago.
You know what? Is the card still in there? No. Actually, they used
stamped the book.
No, they put like price tag stickers with the return date. I stole this in '87.
Oh wow!
I literally did not.
The library is still there, I bet.
Oh no! The best part about it was I had my brother. I used my brother's card, my brother's library card.
For shame.
Oh, he's on the hook for that, right?
Well, here's the grim and ugly
I
part.
think he's on the hook for others.
Yeah, my brother. Well, my brother.
He's in jail for 500 years.
Yeah, my brother's literally doing 400 years in
They'll get you
Montana.
for those library books.
And
Pardon?
I said California's rough. They'll get you for those library books, man.
Oh no! He ended up. He's like I said. He's in jail. He's never getting out. Doing 400 years for all kinds of ugly things. So, when they want their book back, they know where to go. And I'm sure this is the least of his issues.
man, he's gonna have that when he's gonna come out of the jail. He's gonna have that bill to pay.
Yeah, 400. Oh my God, that's like right out of Red Dwarf. So what was your answer, Sport?
Okay, I'm gonna go back to working in just a few minutes. But first of all, I thought we didn't talk about this. Second, that wasn't my answer. And two, just look.
So what's a biome? I want to know what a biome is.
You don't know what a biome is?
Is that like
You never played Minecraft?
Is that like silent running?
No, a biome is a location, like the temperature, the geography, mountains, snow.
Oh, okay. I got
A
something.
desert's a biome. The jungle's a biome. The
Yeah,
Arctic's a biome.
My refrigerator is a biome.
Oh,
My
geez.
pants are a biome.
it's
I never heard
probably
this word before. You guys are
Will you
making
pick
stuff
that
up
dog in
now.
the ass? The little guy's answer was Geonosis. I get it. That he's a big Star Wars. He was a big Star Wars fan. Now he kind of not so much because of what happened with the last 3 movies. But growing up as a kid, he really what little kid couldn't just absolutely dig on Star Wars. Fortunately, he grew up, and of course, Connell.
Oh, now I know. I don't know what a biome is. This is like Earth Day crap.
We're frozen.
It's not political, Sean.
Frozen.
What's frozen, Nathan?
Y'all froze. Everybody went to swirlies for a second there.
Oh yeah, that will happen. Don't worry. If you get popped out or something, just come on right back in. I'll try to put the link in every once in a while. Yeah, actually, what's the point? Although, guys, real quick, because I can only have 6 people in, I'm seriously thinking about paying for.
I should probably take off.
Are you sure? Because we just got started. Are you sure? Because we're.
I can hang out for 1 more hour.
Okay, great. Because I think we can get through pretty much everything I wanted to go into on Alien Worlds. We just a couple more questions. But I was thinking,
as long as I'm awake at 4 a.m. tomorrow, I'm good.
okay. Well, we could just send me your phone number and I'll call you and wake your ass up.
Man, Shadow.
Like, oh my
enjoy
god,
your-
I can't get rid of this guy. Now he's calling me at home. Fucking
I have an
stalker.
alarm clock from Kmart. It's like 40 years old.
You know,
Those
I
numbers that
set
go-
my alarm.
It's one of those
Oh,
kind with
That's-
the
that's
AM
when I
FM
usually-
radio.
With the Sonny and Cher
Still works.
song that comes on every morning.
Oh, don't even go there. Don't even go there. I hate that song. When I saw that movie, it's like that's my clock.
And your song.
And I used to have the TV from The Ring, so I had to throw the TV away when I saw The Ring. It scared me.
Yeah, that's pretty creepy. Yeah.
It was
That's funny.
Speaking of TVs, I bought a Dogwood TV, and Dogwood also made car. It was a car company for a while too, I guess. Dog Tree or something like that. The TV lasted longer than a friend's car who had the same from the same company. Yeah. Anyways, really quick, Shauner, I won't blame you for the 2 donuts I ate this morning.
Oh, dude. Oh man, why did you eat, dude? You're killing me. You're killing me. You're killing me. I haven't had a good donut in like more than a year.
I feel your pain. I haven't had a donut in about 4 years.
Yeah.
Oh,
My wife used to work at a Tim Hortons, and I haven't eaten a donut in, God, forever. She used to bring home day olds.
I miss bagels too. I don't eat bread anymore. So.
I can make some time for a good bagel. That I will. I probably have a bagel at least once a week.
wow. Same thing. I haven't had one of those in a long time. I'm kind of trying to lose a little bit of weight because I gained some from. I'm not even going to blame COVID. I'm just going to blame peanut butter cup ice cream. Yep, it was just that. Just every night before bed. Time for ice cream. Dumbest thing I've ever done in quite
It's
a
habit
long
like
time.
any other. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was just I'd never had it before. It's one of those things when you discover, you just like go overboard. And I wouldn't eat like a lot of it, but right before bed, not good. Not good. Just trying to go through some of the chat here because I was flaking and being bad. Okay, so my next question. If you're going to make an alien world or even a fantasy world, and you want your players to love it, like to be able to trust it and feel like, it's a home away from home, or maybe even their home, somewhere that they're going to want to go back to for whatever reason, in their mind, this is a good world. Maybe it's safe, maybe it's fun, maybe it's so far out of the way that nobody else knows about it. It's like your favorite dive bar that you don't tell anybody about. Like my favorite book, and I'm telling you guys, that's my favorite book. I've never told anybody outside of family. That's my favorite book. That's like one of those things that I didn't want to share with anybody, but with you guys and everybody in the chat, I'm like, you know what? Stop being so selfish. It's a great book. It's fun. It's not too, complicated. It's pretty simple, straightforward, but it was just a fun book. And I know it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but if you like a character who's sneaky and a little bit powerful right out of the gate, it just grabbed me and just so I'm sharing that with you guys. But we're going to start with that question. Connell, you're making a world where you want your players to love it. They might not be here every day when they play. They might not come here, but once in a while. But you really want them to love this world and feel like it's a home away from home. What would you do?
What was that planet that Star Trek always went Riza?
Riza.
Yeah, right.
Riza.
I would make a planet that was kind of based off of that concept, where it's a paradise. It's a paradise planet. There's no extra cost to go there. There's no weird things about it. You just go there. You relax for X amount of time. You refuel your tanks emotionally, mentally, or your gas tank for your ship, and you just chill out. It is like paradise. That would be the plan I would build for my party if I did a traveler campaign for them to unwind after a very stressful encounter of the fucked up kind.
That is a great answer. I almost used that one, but then I'm like, no. I'm sure somebody's going to pick that one, and I might even use that one, Connell, for my one shot with Table Breakers. So don't be stealing it. I'm just letting you know right now. I know you're doing a Christmas thing, so I don't have to worry about it. But I was actually contemplating bringing that one up. That's a really, really good choice. Shauner, same question.
Okay, what happened on Ryza? I'm looking on the internet.
It's just like a resort. It's just like a resort world, but for the story, it also had a little bit of archaeological history. And Vosh, that character that was kind of almost cards.
Okay, so it had the girl, the Laura Croft character.
Right,
okay.
right.
Okay.
But for the most part,
I thought it was the planet where Wesley stepped on some grass and had to get killed.
Oh no. That's
the one with all the porn stars.
Right.
Yes, the one with all the porn stars.
All the porn stars.
That one was really hard to watch, just because it's like holy shit.
My
I am
answer is
getting
going to
full on
have.
robot
Okay.
chubby.
Can I rebuild my planet? Because that's what I want.
Yeah, everyone is Barbie Benton or something in that world. I have a problem with this question because I only do one shots. The worlds usually blow up, so there's no going back. Everything is forward. You're going forward. You can't go back to. You can't go. What is Tennessee Williams or William Tennessee? What's that guy's name? He said you can't go back. You can't go back home. Something like that.
Right. Okay.
That's how my games go. So the other thing is I run a sandbox, so the players themselves are the ones creating the planet. So they get to pick how it's going to be, what's it like, is it fun, is it boring? So I have no control over that, basically.
Okay. So
I guess it's whatever the players want to make, that's what they have. I know it sounds kind of lame.
No. I mean, knowing you and you've had a pretty solid philosophy in the way you do things. That's perfectly okay. Just glad you didn't say Ryza. That would be really weird,
But Ryza, what did they show on that? They just show him sitting on patio furniture, drinking. He's reading a book.
It was cheesy. I know.
It's 4x3, so the camera only shows him and the girl, and maybe
it's the concept
wall.
of the place more than anything.
You don't see what they're looking at. I'm seeing pictures on the website that they don't even show in the episode.
Right. I think that one of the clever things they did was either not showing anything and leaving it all up to your imagination. You're like,
that's what they did. That's what they did.
Or it was all about budget and screw it. We're just gonna do the bare minimums to get away with what we can because it's kind of a weak episode. It's not one of their strongest episodes, even though Q's in it. Sometimes people think Q episodes were weak.
It was a character episode. That's all.
Right.
No special effects. Like a filler show that had nothing to do with what's going on currently in the series.
At least it wasn't one of those, piece together an episode out of previous episodes. Well, like when Riker's on the bed freaking out, reliving all his past memories. I hated things like that.
Or Worf's kid and the ex-wife is on the ship and again, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the best thing that could have happened in that episode is that the ship that Worf's ex-wife and child was on would just blow up. Because Alexander was absolutely horrible for the show. I did not like that character whatsoever.
Remember in Terminator 2 where the Terminator says, your foster parents are dead. That's what I do all the time to my players. They have a backstory. Their home world. I'm sorry to inform you, your home planet is dead. It's gone. Something like that. I'm that bad NPC in the game that has to inform the players. Because then they have they do their con thing. They have to go find out who destroyed their homeworld, and the action begins. That's why I liked spoiler in the first Star Trek movie, 2009. Vulcan disappears. I thought that was the coolest thing ever, but a lot of people groaned and they said, "Why are you blowing up the lore with your Star Trek?"
It's a different universe, different lore. Get the fuck over it. Timeline, not different universe, different timeline.
Now Spock has to find other Vulcans.
Space.
Okay, Sean Cherry, what do you got for us?
I'm in kind of the same boat that Shauner is on that. As far as gaming goes, players usually go to places where there's danger. They don't usually go to relaxation planets. So, in my own mind canon, a relaxation planet would be like a Las Vegas resort, the whole planet.
Okay, I can see that, especially in the far future. Not everybody wants to,
any of the pleasure
unwind.
planets I've read about in science fiction novels. Yeah,
right.
Especially Millie Ways, you go there. It's the best place to go to die.
Whatever happens on Vegas World stays on Vegas World.
Sure.
Yeah.
You've got resorts, you've got pools. I mean, it's a whole world, so that carries out as far as doing stuff on the ocean. Laying on the beaches, gambling all over the place, whatever you want. Just don't do anything wrong, or they'll come and bury you underneath the beach.
Or out in the middle of nowhere that no one's allowed to go.
See, that's the problem. My players will go to a place like that. This is great. I said, yeah, except someone just got killed over there, and you've been blamed for it.
What was that movie? It was the Chronicles of Riddick, where it was a prison planet, and they got there. It was a prison planet, and one of the main bounty hunters said, "If I owned this place in hell, I'd rent out this place and go live in hell." Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know the show.
Yeah.
Where the sun comes up and it basically bakes everything along. As it's coming along. Yeah. It was a cool planet, though. It was a neat idea.
I like the animals.
Yeah.
I'll have to see that movie. I do prison planets all the time, but I've never seen prison planet movies or read books about prison planets. I didn't know Chronicles of Riddick was about that.
Partly.
It's kind of like in the background. It's talked about in the first movie that he just got out, or he's being transferred, or what have you.
Good.
Something like that. But yeah, I know Riddick talks about having been on the planet, the prison planet. That's where he had the work on his eyes done so he can see in the dark, kind of thing.
Butcher's Bay, yeah. I was really into the Riddick, those movies for a while. It was just an interesting concept.
So, Rick, same question.
Yeah, and just expounding on Cherry there, that's kind of funny that you mentioned the like a planet like Las Vegas or something like that. My buddy Ted, he was our game master for the late 80s, 90s. I traveled with him because he's a native Californian. That's when I went to Anaheim with him. And when he had his game, it was based off of D&D. And he would make a Planet California, Planet Nevada, Planet, he would name all these planets. And of course, we would play movie stars playing in certain roles. So that's where we got the idea of how to role play this way. Is, you know, you would take on a persona that was a movie star, so everybody would know what they're playing. It was pretty cool.
That's kind of cool.
That's cool. But for me, for my games, and for the longer lasting ones, it tends to be I'm not under any control of what the players pick as their favorite destination. They're the ones who pick it, and it seems like it's like an NPC. If you create an NPC that sometimes you create just the most stupidest NPC, like a sideline character, and the players will go ahead and glom onto that NPC and end up making it a main feature of their game for some stupid reason. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because you do the voice acting or something like that, or something that they like about it, or how you portray it. And that's the same with planets, because with my philosophy of game mastering, I always NPCs. That's all you worry about is creating a cool, NPC that could be, your companion or somebody that you're traveling with. It's got to be something that your players care about, and sometimes they care about certain things about different NPCs. So you have to create a whole bunch of them that they can try to relate to, and that's the same with planets. Every group of players are different, so they may glom onto something that they like about a certain planet that it's just like an NPC. That's how I it's not really giving you an answer on what would be the best, but I mean, that's what the players would choose, not what I would choose. That's the way it seems to go all the time. So that's the best answer I can give you.
Okay. Nathan?
I prefer jungle. Well, I love jungles, but for the criteria given, it's going to be woodland, like Indoor Moon, and desert, more like Jakku, less like Tatooine, because an abandoned world, a world that was better at one time recently, but has become desert. So it's kind of a toss-up between those two, because those are the ones I know the best, because I've lived in both of those.
Okay. So if your players are needing, a place to lay low or gather their wits about them and just maybe hide out or something like that, you'd go with something like that then?
Yeah, they could go hide in the forest.
Yeah, definitely. Not
go dig a hole in the desert.
Yeah, like on the Serenity movie, when they needed a place to go, they went to a place nobody would want to go, and that's how they're going to recharge. They've got maybe some friends in the area, but like the last place you would look for anybody, because nobody wants to go there. So you're going to go kind of the opposite route of let's literally go to the most popular resort planet in the galaxy. We're going to go somewhere more
very rugged and very hard to go through.
Right. And maybe even, out there on the rim or something like that, just far away from civilization. The exact opposite. Gotcha.
Wyoming planet, huh?
El Paso planet.
Hey, Owen, welcome to the show. Okay, now this is kind of like the exact opposite for the next one. If you want your characters to start shaking in fear and dread what's about to happen because they're going to X world, whatever the world is, what elements will you use to foreshadow the impending doom by landing on a particular world? What would you?
Ooh.
Just it's the spider world, knowing that everybody in the party has an absolute dread fear of spiders. So something not as corny as that, but what elements would you use and what information would you tell them to get their hackles up, to just get them to start like, oh crap, this is gonna suck. Just I'm gonna start with Sean.
With me?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. I'm mixing it up. Yeah, you weren't ready for that.
Horror Planet, huh? All right, horror sci-fi.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be horror. It could be, the planet of the police officers. This is law enforcement central.
That'd be pretty dreadful.
Donut shops everywhere.
I would say it would have to be environmental. Step off the ship, or planet's just every form of moisture on the planet just is acid or something like that.
I was thinking that. I'm like, oh man.
And they have to dive into some alien ruins, down a hole, down a crack, down into a hole and stuff like that, and everything's just melting, and they can't get out of their suits. It's dark. The usual. Go into a dark place. Oh, this is going to be bad. Can we see anything? No, you can't see anything. Don't ask me questions. You're out of my game. I learned that from Sean.
Oh my God. There's got to be some times where you kind of got to ask a question. I mean, obviously, I like the way Sean does it. Ask, the other players, or ask the NPCs, as opposed to just, Mr. GM, can I be excused to go to the bathroom? But okay, Rick, since we're always gonna go clockwise when we do this.
Alrighty.
Except when we do the opposite, but for tonight,
so
I'm gonna hit you up, Rick.
If I was to just started writing some notes down here, so if I was to go ahead and start making some sort of a world that they would dread, I would make it kind of if you can imagine, suddenly you're on this regular planet out of nowhere, and suddenly there's this like a large kind of storm in space that starts forming, and it starts crackling with energy, and you start getting these broadcasts coming over your intercoms and stuff of like backwards voices and stuff like that, and it's just the weirdest shit that you ever heard coming at you, and you're getting like sounds in your heads like some sort of like a ringing going on, and suddenly the space breaks open, and then there's this planet that comes in, and it's just a totally Chthonian kind of world that can show up at any time. So the players are going to be like, they'll have some sort of a idea. Oh shit, this thing is coming, and they start hearing the voices. So even if they decided to boot from the the system, they know that thing is going to end up coming after them. And if they run and boot out of there, well, they'll come back to find that the world has been like totally eaten out and everything, and there's just like a shell left of it, and so they'll be like, holy crap, it's a good thing we weren't here, a lot of foretelling kind of stuff. But
so a cross between the Death Star and the planet from Fifth Element.
Or like Ego from the Marvel comics, that sort of thing. Where the planet was like a living thing, like a godlike kind of thing, and had like little creatures and everything all over it. And, yeah, it'd be something like that, where it's so messed up, and the players could run, but they know they'd be leaving behind a dead planet in their wake. So it's something like that. That's what I would do.
Nathan, if you were making a world and you wanted to, what?
Lots of fire, lots of smoke, hard to breathe, can't see. That would be the hell world. That would be my hell world. to because they can't breathe. They always have to have either a spell or hardware to help them breathe. And that's the quest, to always be able to breathe.
And another built-in timer. You know, your suit's going to melt after X number of hours, or like the acid timer. You know, after so many hours, the suit is worthless. So you got to get in, get out before you're cooked or disintegrated.
Right. Always in a suit. Have to get to a ship or have to get to a pod location or something. Yeah, to be able to survive just being there. And then you have to do whatever else on top of that. There you go. And something's always burning somewhere. So there's always smoke. So it's always twilight or very dark. Sometimes more than others. But yeah, dark, smoky, hot. I play what I know.
No Mike Shadow.
Damn it! I was trying to mute the dog, not myself. I'm gonna go skip myself and go over to Connell. Same thing. You want to terrify your players before they get there. What are you gonna tell them?
So the players land on a planet, right, that was unknown to them, and they're greeted by smiling people, blonde hair, blue eyes, but all the people kind of look the same.
Okay,
and
we said your we didn't say your nightmare.
They're shown to a great feast hall, and after they have as much as they could eat, as much as they drink, carts of eggs, large eggs appear, are showing up, and they're just carting them in. Then the people walk away, locking the door behind them. Then the eggs come alive. Then little face huggers come out of the eggs. That's how I do it. So I'm throwing in Village of the Dam and Aliens.
Okay.
I thought you were going to go pod people on us there for a minute.
Pod People's also a good one too.
Oh yeah, that movie, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, classic movie. My son needs to see that one. Way up there on the list. So Shawner, you want to let your players know they're going someplace that's going to suck. You want it to suck. You want them to be shaking in their boots. What's your go-to, or what would you use?
I don't know. I don't know how to say to the players, "Oh, you're going to a place that's gonna suck." I don't know.
You're going to Illinois. You're going to Communion.
Your weapons testing planet was awful.
Drop the hint, but not blatantly go, this is going to suck.
When I was a kid, I'd be like, okay, you've all seen Alien, right? Well, the planet's like the alien planet. Yeah, but
which alien?
Well, when I was a kid, there was only one Alien movie, so that one. But I'm going to put a link in private chat here. It's a short 1-minute video. You guys should watch it. I guess this is how I do things now to get players to a sucky world. They don't know it sucks until they get there, in other words.
They go to a planet
instead of dreading that they're going to the planet they know is going to suck, they end up on a planet, they find out that it sucks.
Okay.
I don't know if that's much of a difference. Okay, there's the link. You guys watch it all at once.
I like the music.
Nathan disappeared.
some sort of existential threat. I can't even pronounce it. It's funny you bring this up because I've got a game that I've been wanting to run for people, and that's all it is going to sucky planets and going into alien war zones and diving into alien ruins.
What system?
It's it's OSR, made a black hack. Do I have it? Hold on.
Okay, I have an answer. I have a better answer. A generation ship, because my players groan when I mention generation ship, because they all suck. In my universes, they all suck.
Here it is. That's it, right there.
Okay.
What is that?
That's a science
Golgotha?
fiction. What's it say? Yeah, a science fiction game of
Oh, you're breaking up.
space.
Your microphone don't work. It doesn't work through the book.
Like I said, but the Bluetooth is really janky on it. But no, this was Kickstarted a while ago. Really big,
Kickstarter.
really big writing. It was made to be in hardback. But yeah, you can get it on drive-through pretty cheaply, and it's actually pretty cool.
I've been thinking about dipping my feet into other systems. I just try and find people that run them locally. It's always a bear.
What happened to Nathan?
So
Shadow-
Sean, yeah.
I
So
scared
Sean,
him
you're-
Shadow, you can put my link in the general chat so viewers at home discretion.
Be horrified.
is advised.
So Shawner uses a method where you have an expectation and you're thinking it's going to be a wonderful thing,
Yeah.
and then he crushes your dream. That's
Yeah.
what he does. Yeah.
I always do Outer Limits or Twilight Zone at both the
Yeah.
beginning and the ends of my one shots.
It's effective for sure.
There's always a twist at the end, and there's always everything you knew. Forget it. This is what's happening now. What do you do? Usually they go on a cruise ship, whatever. This happens all the time. You go on a cruise ship, right? The ship travels light speed, goes 5 light years away, comes 5 light years back. Earth has aged 10 years. But what if you go out 100 light years and you come back 100 light years? Earth is now 200 years old, 200 years later. Xenomorphs are now running around on Earth, because Starship Troopers lost.
You cannot go home. What do you do?
Yeah, everything you left is gone.
Everybody knows dead. Yeah.
Who's the
Planet of the Apes
scientist?
kind of thing.
Who's the
Planet of the Apes
scientist
kind
in Planet of the Apes? Yeah, what was his name? Heiston? I can't remember the guy's name. His theory about time travel or traveling the speed of light.
Oh, fuck.
He
Heisenberg?
shows up. I can't remember the guy's name, but he shows up in the third Planet of the Apes movie. The guy from Young and the Restless / Colossus, the Forbin Project. I can't remember his character's name. But he's the professor guy that came up with, or the scientist that came up with the theory. You build the rocket ship, you go really fast. And it was like his name was mentioned for like half a second in the first movie. Before they all go into cryonics. And poor Stuart. It's weird with Stuart because her arms are down like this when she's frozen, and then when they find her, her arms are like this, and then her arms go back like this, and there's no continuity with her at all. They must have done several takes of that scene where she's turned into a skeleton. That's how movies were done back then. That's how Blade Runner was done.
It's Shadow and Sun.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here now.
His
I finished working on not the first part, but I finished working on what I was doing. Well, there's still more work to be done.
Why can't he talk about what he was doing? He's just
Okay, I was making
right?
blueprints. Okay, I was making blueprints that I'm going to use. I'm going to use the information there the weight of the thing, the size of it, to be a password, to find more information in the website for a series that I'm going to make eventually once I'm done filming the first episode.
Okay.
I'm going to start filming tomorrow.
Well, what do you call
Okay.
those kind of projects? They have a specific.
Okay, Blue Harvest.
ARG.
That's it, right?
Wait, what?
Blue Harvest.
Yeah,
It was
Fox and
the
Friends.
code name for Star Wars.
He's
Oh, yeah.
it's called Project Butthead Astronomer. All these secret code words for everything now. That was the Carl
Yeah, I don't
Sagan
have any
thing,
of those. I just have,
and he got mad
I
about
just
it.
have regular names that don't make any sense.
Carl Sagan had Project Secret Butthead Astronomer.
Yeah, Apple. You know how
Teddy.
Apple works on an operating system. They give it a code name for their Macintosh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, back in the 80s, they had one called. The code was Carl Sagan, the Carl Sagan interface, or the Carl Sagan OS, or something. And he heard about the Apple using his name. They said, "Don't use my name." So they changed it to Butthead Astronomer OS. That was
That is the
Apple-
only good thing I've ever heard about it.
Fucking game.
Well, Carl Sagan was an asshole, so that's. They put
Hey,
his name in the
James,
New
all right.
Traveler edition, which I hated.
Where did James L leave us?
No, I think it was me who left.
No, well, James L was in the chat, but
Maybe he. Oh yeah, he did say he was going to leave a little.
Actually,
That was
there's a lot of. I know.
No,
I know.
didn't you
he's
do
not
it my
really here.
freaking co-pilot, man?
Yeah, well, I had things to do. Okay. And
Okay.
now I'm done.
He's working,
Okay,
he's working on secret projects.
It's not a secret
Gosh.
project. I just don't
Yeah, it
talk
is.
about it very often because it never comes up.
The Doomsday Machine, planted in your basement. Tell us more.
I wish we had a friggin' basement. Oh my god, I wish
That'd
we
be
had a
so
basement.
cool. The best we have is an attic, and it's barely an attic.
Yeah, it's just a crawl space. It's just a place where we store all.
Maybe there's some secret.
store
like,
all our
Nazi gold
insulation.
or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
So you didn't really wash a jet, did you, this morning?
Yes, we did.
Lakers not true, right? Right, Sean.
What's in your? Show us. Get an iPhone and show us your backyard right now.
My backyard. I don't have an iPhone. Actually, do we have an iPhone?
No, we've got a cell phone though.
You,
No,
you
I
gotta
mean,
take
like-
that tablet outside. Show us your backyard. Make sure there's no jet parked back there.
Oh yeah, that was,
All stripped down, modified, ready for takeoff
You know, it's
tomorrow.
funny,
You
I
guys
actually-
are leaving. You guys are leaving Earth and not telling us, are you? I knew it,
Taking off on the X-25. Yep.
bastards.
Need water.
I want to go.
Okay. It's funny you mentioned that though. I had this friend whose literal name, his name was Davy Jones. Okay, David Jones. He was a
was a
kid I
monkey.
knew for. No.
He was from,
but
he was from Liverpool.
But his dad did have a two-man submarine parked in his front yard on a trailer that they would go out on the weekends. It was red, had two little bubble domes. I mean, it was full on, George Jetson looking thing. And, we'd ride by it and, see it. And I asked him about it. And yeah, he and his dad or his family would go out to a lake or something like that and take it and literally go down and just goof off. I'm like, how the hell do you get one of those? To this day, I've never known anybody who had anything, jet skis and boats and stuff like that. But he had literally a little torpedo-looking freaking submarine that he would go down in. My answer to the question I just asked, it would be one of two things. If I wanted them to, get scared, it would be just like someone mentioned earlier in the conversation when the cast of Firefly had to go deep into the heart of civilization, into the to steal those medical supplies. You guys remember that episode?
Yep.
I
Where
don't, because you're too scared to keep watching.
no, I'm not scared. I'll watch it right now.
Okay, then we'll
not right
go
now.
down and watch it.
But when they had to go into that medical facility just swarming with cops and authorities and people who would just, sell them out for $1, it would either be something like that where they'd have to go deep into the heart of civilization, so to speak, or something like a water world maybe I'd crash land them there, or there would be a small spaceport there, and they'd have to land there. Kind of like what was it? Type, buddy. What was the planet in Star Wars? It was all water.
Well, the clones came from.
Yeah, where the clones came from.
Camino.
It was Camino.
Yeah, how do I get rid of this picture? It's really cool, but
How do I
I want to talk about it.
okay.
Full house.
Oh, that's my picture. When I was a kid growing up, I would ride my bike down the street and over the railroad tracks to this plant that built these houses that look like spaceships. And this is back in the 60s. And let me scroll down here.
Are they still available? This would be great for, instead of building a cabin, really, trip your neighbors out.
No. People that bought them have refurbished them, doing different things on the insides. It's just a round room, so you have to have furniture that's rounded to fit in the thing.
Right. Kind of like the geodesic domes that were really popular back in the 80s. You guys remember those geodesic dome kits? Everything was...
Yeah, it was all made of triangles.
This is a million times better, though. Especially if you could get it into your yard or onto your property, under the cover of darkness, and your neighbors don't see it coming, and then the next day or next weekend, you just light it up and blare the music and just freak them out.
The problem is that
it was called the Futuro House, and I think they cost back then maybe $2,000. Made of fiberglass, and they'd come to your location and build it for you. Or here's a cool one.
Oh wow, that is kind of cool.
I want to say the movie Sleeper used one.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's a sad looking one right there.
But there's a bunch of them, and they're sort of abandoned.
Potato left out the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's cool.
Oh, I didn't know there's this many.
I don't want to know what kind of women you can bring back to your house and say, "Hey, babe, want to check out my place?" and expect to get anywhere.
That's slick.
Yeah, that would depend on the person and how rich you were.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, Grim. And Omen asked what kind of jet he arrived.
Know.
He arrived late, so he doesn't know what kind of jet he was cleaning. But we'll fix that next time.
Which will be in October.
But you were talking about the subs. I thought right away of the spaceship houses that were down the street from me.
All right. So
I said, why don't we get one of those? And my dad's like, we have a house.
We have a house. That's
a good answer.
Well, it's usually you can't say the word apparently. Gypsies. I was told last week, don't say the word gypsies. Anyway,
call them
I don't know what that is.
So, if you were going to recommend the Hunchback of Notre Dame for someone to watch, or the cartoon, or one of the old movies, what would you call Esmeralda?
Oh, crack whore.
That's a good answer.
Without even thinking, crack whore. You can say crack whore.
Wow, I feel targeted by that statement.
That was so fast. That was rapid fire. It's like you got that on the tip of your tongue at any given time. It was just like they're all crack whores. Fuck crack whores. Just everywhere you go, you just see crack whores.
If I go out my front door and just walk, take 20, 30 steps, I'll see one.
Two on either side of the sidewalk.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
I feel so targeted by that statement.
That reminds me when he said Transylvania, like you're gonna find vampires. I said all you're gonna find there is people stealing your stuff.
Once again, Mr. Fox and friends.
Where is Transylvania?
Apparently, Connell knows it really well.
It's in Romania.
Russia?
It's in Romania.
But it's a real place, though? Not like Hollywood land?
Yes,
it's in the mountains. It's on the border. It's very pretty.
Now, did the real vampire live there?
No. Vlad the Impaler?
He was based off of
the real vampire.
Yeah, the real vampire.
No, it was
what was
I thought it was a chick.
what's the-
I thought it was a chick who like
Yeah, me too.
She would-
What was her name? Like Camilla or something like that.
she bathed in blood of all kinds of virgin
No,
things brought over to the house.
Oh, okay. You're talking real life. I was talking fiction.
It was on the History
That's-
Channel. She was a thing like 500 years ago or something.
Right. I know who you're talking about. I can't remember her name.
doesn't
'cause-
everybody say that Dracula was based off Vlad the Impaler, which I'm pretty sure isn't correct?
No, it is.
Well,
Because
yeah,
I heard that was the myth and that he was actually just some random baron of Transylvania.
No.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Vlad the Impaler doesn't really have that much to do with
Right.
Dracula, as far as I'm aware. If DM James was here, or if he's still here, he'd probably give us pretty long.
Okay,
And
Connell,
think
you
about
want to tell us the story?
Vlad the Impaler was a ruler of Romania, and he was having issues with the Turks for multiple different reasons. So a lot of the war stories you hear about the things that he did, 9 out of 10 times they're true. He did impale people. He did chop people's heads off. A lot of the horrible things you heard him do, he did it. But you have to understand, these actions were to save him and his people.
Yeah. Also, the Turks are the same people who have done some things.
As DM James said, Vlad the Impaler was a hero, and sometimes you
Yeah,
have to
anyone who fights, I say I don't like Japan and I don't like Germany. I always forget there's a third one in there, and that's Turkey. The 3 countries I hate. Well, no, the 3 countries I hate the most: Japan, Germany, and Turkey.
Jesus, what did the Germans do to you?
Hate is
Where
such
did
a
it-
strong word.
The one word
You
is
just dislike it a lot.
World War II.
All right, World War
And
II
what-
happened almost, 90 years
And-
ago?
In a few more years, no. And if I were
Yeah.
to say it in more words, it'd be what they did after World War II.
They
I
paid
say Germany died when the Nazis took power, but it's still dead right now.
They're in stasis.
Well, you start
Been
fucking
there.
wars and you get your ass kicked both times, you're going to be put in timeout for a while.
Yeah, but timeout doesn't mean just like that whole patriotism. Yeah, that's evil. Don't do that. If you're a patriot and you're Germany, if you're a patriot and you're German, they're basically like, oh, what are you, some kind of Nazi? Are you a neo-Nazi?
Ow!
Well, they do
The
that
German
here.
can't-
It's not
Well,
like
that
that
here.
over there.
They do that here if you just look at an American flag
Okay,
the wrong way.
That's true. That's true.
Jack,
And I hate
What
those
was that,
people.
Nathan?
Jack, I think you need to go to Germany.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not
you
like
need to go
that
to
over
Germany.
there.
It isn't like
I
that.
lived
over
there.
As did I.
I was born there.
Yeah.
Oh, you were.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, now what?
Yeah.
a lot of
Oh,
Germans. Was it Mark?
my bad.
Whoopsie!
It's okay. I'm a naturalized Canadian citizen, so
Yeah, no, that's not what I mean. My point is that Germany, and not necessarily all of Germany, I get that, but there are the majority of Germany is very, maybe not anti-patriotic, but very anti-nationalism. And there's a difference between patriotism and nationalism. And the idea of a German nationalism has been so closely assigned to the Nazis and Nazi-aligned groups that to the point that even being a monarchist in Germany is considered being a Nazi.
But Jack, the same thing is
Yeah.
going to happen here. Because
Oh, I get that.
they're tearing down all the Southern statues and stuff, and then they're going
I
to go
get
after
that.
Lincoln.
Down the
They're going to go
Yeah.
after
Yeah.
Washington. They're going to go
They're
after
not just-
Jefferson.
Yeah, there are people trying to get statues of Gandhi removed in India. People are stupid and they want to destroy that stuff. It's not unique to any one country.
Yes, the communists want to erase the past so they can rebuild the world in their own image. That's what's going
And it's
on.
not even just communist, it's general far left. I mean,
Well,
communism
same thing.
It's communism.
might-
They want to
it-
get rid of the 3 olds.
that's
Like when the
true.
guy says it's not aliens, but it's aliens. It's not communism, but it's communism.
Come on.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
What
where
did
we're
I
at now.
start? Sorry, guys. What did it? What
What did you start?
What can
That
of?
would be
You started-
Giorgio Tsoukalos.
That is.
Jack made the
Aliens.
chat all political.
Yeah.
Hey, I just said I didn't like Turkey, and I didn't like Germany, I didn't like Japan, and
Then he
now
doesn't
we
like-
got.
He hates the Japs and the crowd.
It's all his fault.
We're talking
It's all his
about
fault.
countries learning the wrong things from their history.
Then he kind of stepped in it when he made, talking about how horrible Germany is with like somebody who's from Germany, people who lived in
And
Germany.
a couple of
Yeah,
people live
I
there, yeah.
realized that as soon as I said it. I'm like, oh wait, 2 people here have been in Germany. I didn't know you were born in Germany. And
I'm
I know
sorry, guy.
It's okay, Jack.
Don't apologize.
Every once in a while, I'm like, okay, Mr. Fox and Friends, Jesus.
Yeah,
He doesn't watch Fox and Friends.
I still don't know. I'm just going to assume you're correct.
Okay, Grim, we'll see you in a moment.
All right.
Is it-
Oh, damn, James Bond here.
He's still here.
Obenal is saying Germany was pretty. That reminds me of that scene where it was on Seinfeld, and it was what's his name, Kramer, and who was it? The mailman guy. They were having a game of Risk, and they ended up having to move the game of Risk onto a bus. Like the downtown bus.
Of course.
Playing this game. And then he says, "Look, Ukraine is weak," and he starts bugging the mailman guy, and it's weak. It's ready it's ripe to be picked. And this Ukraine guy goes, "Ukraine not weak," smashes the board. It was a great scene.
Well, one problem that Germany has, but this is true with most countries, if you're an American and you go there and you want to become a citizen, it's hard as hell to become a citizen. And even if you ever do become a citizen, they're never going to see you as German. You're never going to be one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They definitely do have that us and them mentality. For sure.
Yeah, that's one of the great things I think about this country is that I still feel that we're the opposite. If you come here and you want to fly that American flag, I think for the most part we're gonna accept it pretty readily.
Like I said, when I grew up, when I came back from Ireland, I did have dual citizenship. I don't know why I gave up my citizenship to Ireland. I really don't. I think it was just, I don't know why, but
Financial, maybe?
Yeah, most likely financial. But between the two countries,
There's no shame in that, buddy.
What?
There's no shame in that. Especially these days, money's tight everywhere, no matter who you are. Well, not no matter who you are, but probably for most of us. I mean, we get it.
Yeah, wouldn't they tax you from both ends?
Yeah, and I just couldn't swing it.
Any sense?
But I miss it. I miss being able to hop over whenever I wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Ireland. The case with Ireland is kind of weird. At the same time, I remember saying that Barbados is the worst country in the world.
I remember that.
when we were doing
Here he
that
goes.
I remember
And
that.
then,
Back to
Yeah.
Only
Fox's
two
point.
people
oh yeah, I
live there.
heard, whatever.
Oh.
Jake, what?
Just wanted to talk about alien planets, man.
I remember when we were doing that stream and they're like, Barbados, that flag looks cool. I'm like, yeah, their flag is cool, but they're one of the worst countries in the world. And you all looked at me like I was crazy, and I said, yeah, they became a republic recently. They left the British Commonwealth, and then I think you said something about that, but I make one exception for Ireland. One exception.
You're part Irish.
That's part of the reason why. But it's not enough.
Okay.
It's not enough. The main reason why is, well, just go to Wikipedia and look up the Stedo War, and you'll figure out why.
Can you type that
It's
out?
not
Because I
haggis.
couldn't any of the letters in that word.
You couldn't understand any of those letters.
No, it was just like yeah.
So
Did
while
any
he's,
of you hear
uh,
it? Or am I
while
just
he's
weird?
typing, what's the next topic?
Well,
I didn't-
since most of you, the three of you guys in the corner there, are pretty much like me. I do sandboxes, but I do draw out my my let's just say let's go small, a subsector. If they're in a subsector, I do, I'll do the work, because I don't use pre-printed, pre-written traveler stuff when it comes to my world settings. I'll make it all up. And I know Shawner probably never has a need for that.
I remember when Same Old G wanted to run a traveler campaign. I told him about the traveler map site. He went to it, and there's like 11,000 worlds to pick from. He didn't like any of them. He had to make a whole new setting for traveler. I thought that was bizarre, but he did all the work.
To each their own.
I'm lazy. I'll be like, I'll just throw a dart, pick a place to start in.
Well, with
Man,
Danny base, you can make subsectors up right away. You can just generate them.
You don't need.
I
more
think
than four
he was
subsectors
afraid
ever
that.
anyways.
I think he was afraid at the time. I mean, he was learning how to referee at that point. I think he was just afraid that I might say something like, "Oh, we're on this planet, and you're going to treat it like that," because the lore says everyone on this planet is. He thought he was going to be one of those people. But I told him whatever he decides, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to be a player in the game. I'm not going to be like the second referee.
Have you ever generated a whole sector by hand?
Yes.
Yes.
I did back in the day, and I can't see why you would need any larger area to ever play in Traveler.
The most I've ever done was 4 subsectors and just put them together, because that's all the construction paper I had. Because I was gluing the green paper strips to make the jump routes or whatever.
You still don't need any more than 4 subsectors. You really don't.
Oh yeah, I found that out. Found that out the hard way. None of my players could care less about what I did.
Right. I kind of like the whole expression "far flung." I like to send my players off on crazy ass distances through space when I'm doing, a story or a plot thread. They're looking for this thing or this place, and I kind of like to throw it like really far away. I realize that depending on the speed of the ship, one parsec away is no different than 6 in Traveler if you got the fast, really good fast ship. But I kind of like the stop, layover, go to the next place, go to the next place, go to the next place, just to kind of keep them on their toes and guessing when whoever, because invariably people are chasing you. If you're going somewhere, people are chasing you. So I want to make that chase, not just from point A to point B, but point A to point Q or something like that. Just you're gonna be going on a long traveling, excursion.
You save them, keep them in your back pocket, and you whip them out when they least expect it.
Right.
But don't do the Schroeder's cat or whatever that's called. Or
Schrodinger's.
The quantum ogre. Yeah, don't do that either.
Yeah, I always thought that was stupid.
That's when the players, wherever the players go, the ogre just magically appears in front of them, kind of thing. No,
Right.
Don't do that. Just leave the thing.
But how
Leave the
does
thing
that
there.
do with the cat?
Wait, what?
That's the quantum ogre.
Yeah, I was like the
quantum ogre. Like no matter what room the guys go into, and
that's where it's going to be.
The ogre is going to be in the next room waiting for.
The adventure is wherever you're going to end up. I already wrote it, and I don't care which direction you go. The adventure.
Right. That is a railroad. It really is. Now I don't necessarily like doing the rolling each time for random encounters. It was so, just D&D. It's every time you do something, random encounter. No, not so much. That you need to have those, the ability to throw in those red herrings and those surprises but it really shouldn't be a surprise to the referee so much, unless you really like doing that, and then having to go look up and roll on a chart to see what they encountered, which I don't do either. I'll make my own list of encounters, but I'm not rolling. I'm deciding. If the game is kind of dragging, then I'll grab one of these encounters and spice it up. I don't want to just go, oh, you ran into 4 orcs. No, you ran into the orc that's been tracking you for weeks, because you killed his family, and he's going to wait until you guys go to sleep and try and kill you in your sleep, but you spotted him. Now what kind of thing, as opposed to just randomly rolling for encounters on a chart, having to look it up and then roll. They've got 6, 8, and 12 hit points and blah blah blah. I just hate that whole idea.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
When I do it and it's a dungeon crawl, what I'll normally do is I'll have all the maps, all the rooms, and all the monsters pretty much plotted out. I might necessarily say, what monster is what. I will get a pair of D10s and, and do a high or low. Then I'll just look at the list I made and off to the races we go. But the monsters are already picked up. But I'm not going to say the party's going to fight 15 goblins in a row or 2 orcs. I want to switch it up just a tad bit. It's like what I said last night in Max's stream. Every once in a while, I like to throw the random shit in there, like throwing an Undead Beholder. No one was expecting an Undead Beholder, and they were already dealing with a Necromancer, so it made sense anyways. And the party really enjoyed it. Well, the ones who survived it.
One thing you're going to find, Shadow, is when you start making an adventure like that, where they're going to go travel from point A to here to here to here to here,
right?
You're going to find that the most intolerable part of that game is going to be what do they do when they do the jump, when they go from point A to point from one
shipboard activities,
is what's going to happen on that week that they are on that ship, and trying to relieve that boredom and stuff. One thing you could do is you can shorten the time for the people inside the ship, still maintain that it's been a week as far as the travel goes. But you can shorten the time that it feels like it inside the ship. So make it only feel like every time that they do, a long jump, it's like maybe 10 hours or something like that. But in reality, outside the bubble, they've gone an entire week. So you can do something like that just to kind of relieve that.
Believe it or not, I actually, when they're doing the week on shipboard and there's like almost nothing to do, other than minor maintenance, etc. I actually will throw gaming situations in there. I'm not going to do the role play.
Everybody, I gotta go to sleep.
Seriously?
Maybe.
Okay, I just need to get up out of your way. But when they make their stops, I'll give them a little bit of opportunity to pick up some new gear and some new gadgets, and have them, spend time going over that. Sometimes I will throw in, like, on this planet, you can actually pick up certain tech items that you couldn't find elsewhere. And then I'll tell them, during the next week, you're familiarizing yourself with it should the need arise. But sometimes I'll do a poker game. One night you guys, decide to, break out the cards, sit around the dinner table and play a game of cards. And I'll break out the cards and I'll play for, any NPCs, and I'll lay their hands down. Because it's usually been in, person, live games, not online. So yeah, I'll literally play cards, poker, etc. Give everybody X number of chips. You're just playing to, take everybody else's chips unless you guys want to throw in real money. In which case, all bets are off. Sorry for that, but yeah. I'll just have them roll some not random, but I'll come up with a system for them to play their favorite, Parisi Squares or some other game like that to see, and draw it out a little and make it kind of exciting. There have been times where there have been romantic situations going on, between player characters and NPCs, or player characters and player characters in one instance. Do that kind of awkward tension, etc. So and so is flirting with so and she's brushing him off. What do you say next time you bump into her? Try to wear her down, kind of thing, or. For the most part, yeah.
DM
the show gets canceled when they get married, right?
Right.
Yeah, leave it most times. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I will let them bisect spots, and then we'll fade to black. DM James.
Again,
I think I'll just get in a low berth for the whole week that we're traveling. I think that'll.
Or I will just fast forward. It's like another boring week. You're pulling out of hyperspace. And you're in your next layover, stopover along the way, do the regular checks, and maybe hey, as you guys exit, 15 minutes later, another ship is warping into existence, coming out of the wormhole or whatever. They're showing up about 15 minutes behind you. Throw that little bit of suspicion and tension. Oh crap, we're being followed. And then go on to the next one. But if you're going to do a series of jump more than 2 or 3, I'll definitely fast forward through a couple of them just to keep the game rolling, because there's no reason to waste their time. I noticed with the new Traveler second edition Mongoose that there's time for training to, I guess, improve your skills, and I'll give them the opportunities to run through that nonsense if they want. But personally, I think it's kind of pointless or just a hangover, leftover, mindset from previous game systems. But I wanted to ask Nathan. I know you're mostly a D&D guy. Have you ever thought about playing or running or being in sci-fi games? Because I know you're a big sci-fi guy, and if so, what have you played?
Well, I played. Now this is a long time ago, right? I played in it was a Planescape one hit. It was a one hit Planescape, and then I played a couple of West End Games Star Wars campaigns.
Okay,
I didn't DM them.
Okay.
I was just playing them. And yeah, I'd be up to do that. I mean, given time,
Right.
But that's my experience with that.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you know that there's at least three out of the 6 of us who would highly recommend Traveler. I think you'd like it if you wanted to run a game of your own creation, so to speak, which is I'm always a big fan of. You come up with your own universe, so to speak, and
every other form there is.
Right, and just come up with your own stuff. It's one of the simplest games out there when it comes to mechanics and getting to know it. Wouldn't you agree, Sean? Or you could pretty much get away with the core rulebook from second edition, and you're good to go.
That's all I have. That's all you need. Just the core
And
book.
I'll see if we can't find you a PDF and let you take a look at it and see what you think, because I'm betting that you would absolutely enjoy the hell out of it if you can get some players, and if you actually can't, then there's
Mongoose
this
sells
thing
it
called,
for $1 at drive-through.
Yep.
You can get.
You ever heard of drive-through RPG, Nathan?
Get the Explorer.
No, I
version
have
of
not.
Okay, write down drive-through RPG.
Weren't we boycotting them or something?
Here's the thing. There's some things that even
Shots fired.
even the worst company out there you're gonna have to deal with. Personally, I'd rather go on eBay or Amazon and buy the book. I like physical copies, and there's that. But a good friend of mine, Britt, just sent me over the PDFs for another game, and I'm like, you know what, this isn't so bad. I can save myself $28, play in the game. If I like it, then I can, buy the book. Because the softcover book is $28. I prefer the hardcover. That's $114. But here I have the PDF. Right? Well, for those of you who like PDFs and can deal with them, I'm trying to, appreciate what they offer, which
Not
is
a fan.
almost free.
For anybody that wants to join my Traveler games or anything that I got, I put my Discord username in the private chat. So if you
Okay.
want to message me, and then I can give you the link to my my little abode, and I have all kinds of stuff there. Yeah. Also, I got like the basic Traveler rules there for people to gander over if they need.
You catching that, Nathan?
I did, but I don't want to kick myself off the show by using a link again.
No, he's talking about.
Oh, it's just
Discord.
it's just a username for Discord. Just put that into Discord, and you'll find me. Just add me as a friend, and I'll kick you over the link later on, and you can pop into my Discord channel.
So, am I the only person here that uses Roll20, the virtual tabletop for role playing?
I try not to.
It's kind of use what's out there scenario.
Yeah. I mean, Owlbear Rodeo would probably be a good free one as well.
Yeah, my laptop doesn't like that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I tried using Roll20 for Bloodworth's game that I'm in, but I can't use it on anything other than a computer, and that's usually being occupied by the little guy here.
What do you mean? I'm never using it outside of these videos.
The computer. The actual computer.
Oh, the laptop. I thought you were using it.
Yeah, the laptop doesn't do. I can watch everybody else do stuff, but I can't do anything on his Chromebook. So I was thinking about trying to get something a little more powerful but portable, but it's gonna have to wait till like after Christmas.
Well, Shadow, I got to get going.
Okay, man, it was great hanging out with you. I'm sure we'll see you again real soon. I'm gonna keep adding to that list that we were working on earlier today. That was just like those are my go-tos, for me.
Okay. Sounds good.
Obviously, you saw that, but I actually have more legitimate ideas, simple one-liners that people can use. And if you I don't know if you reached out to anybody else.
Yeah, Rick and Sean, I sent them some questions. So I'm writing a chapter on how to role play.
Yeah.
And I don't want to use all my ideas. I want to grab some ideas from other players. What would you?
He wants to pre-order the hard copy.
And then they get their names in the credits of the book. And DM James, I don't think I got an answer from him yet. I don't remember. Or I did. I did.
People how to play vampire earlier.
I think DM James had an answer like
vampires are gay.
Basically, kill the whole entire.
Well, yeah,
village,
that's why people like him so
become
much.
king of the universe. That's not a move. That I just need.
I
What are
guess
you doing
you're right.
during your move, kind of thing.
So this is not my story, but I've heard it enough times where I could tell this story.
Anyway, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah, Sean.
See you, Sean.
All right,
I'll probably leave too.
all right.
So-
Have a great day. We'll see you real soon, Sean. Thanks for
Hey, I'll
for
be back
putting up
home
with our
around.
nonsense.
I'll be
You
back
know-
home around 4 in the afternoon. See you later.
All right, later, man.
Bye. I might come back, but probably not. Maybe, I don't know. Depends how I feel. I'm still gonna be watching it, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna actually get on physically.
Yeah, little guy. I was up till 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
No,
Did you
I'm
guys-
gonna be up all night. Trust me.
No, you.
you guys
Physically.
had a 7-hour session with Seaner there.
It was
Yeah, I like I said, I didn't get to bed till 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was up at 6:30, and I got like an hour nap since then. So I'm going on like 3.5 hours of sleep.
dude. I had to leave when I was fading out, man. I had to leave.
I know, I saw that. And it's weird though, because I was talking to Tankar from Tankar's Tavern. I don't know if you guys like him, love him, hate him, whatever, but
yeah.
he's been he's actually one of the main reasons. Him and Cal and Grim are. I mean, I met all those guys through chatting, in the chat section of various videos. But Tenkar was one of the first people to really reach out to me besides the people I mentioned, like the big YouTubers. And he has been such a cool guy to me. And he does this Saturday night Gamers Health video with his wife, offering their advice, because she's been in the medical professions. And just offering, supportive, mental, physical, spiritual, just a chill session on Saturday night. And we were talking about it. These chats, and I know Nathan remembers, and James L. and DM James. I know he knows this, but I don't think we've ever talked about it. But these hangouts, these chats that we do, really like charge up my batteries personally. I'm not sure about you guys, but like the next day, I'm like, that was a lot of fun. It just powers me up. And this morning when I woke up, I'm like, 2.5 hours of sleep. Yeah, I got this. It's no problem. I'm doing another one tonight. I'll just, psychically suck energy out of you guys, and I'll be good to go. This is always so much fun, and I think even the little guy feels it too. He was hanging out, and he didn't go to bed till 1 o'clock. He's 14. When we were 14, most of us, we were doing a lot of outside activities. Let's just say, not in the house staying up late, but we'd be outside doing stuff, and we'd come, staggering in, way past 10 o'clock ish. You know what I mean? And the times were different, but he's still able to, hang with the big boys. Even if he, pops off with stuff that, not necessarily politically correct, but who of us out there are? Yeah, here. Yeah.
Oh, when he goes into his Fox and Friends mode.
I'm gonna have to sit him down and have him watch an episode of that or something. I don't really watch a lot of news per se, actual news. I watch people I trust. Over the years, I've come to trust for stories, and they usually have like the full on humorous ways of presenting the story instead of the news. I mean, there's a couple of actual news people out there that try to be funny, but they got a cast of writers. When you're one guy doing it and you can still be funny, those are the people I trust. I'm pretty run out of gamer questions about alien worlds. I was thinking, what do you guys think about real alien worlds? Do you think they're out there? You think we'll ever find them? Obviously not us personally. They're not going to put us on a spaceship unless we win the lottery and buy a ticket from Jeff Bezos or something like that, or Elon Musk. But do you think they're out there, and do you think mankind will ever get to that point where we see them? And
yes.
what do you think, guys? Just straight up, absolutely yes, no questions about it. I like that. I like that optimism. I like what we've seen with with our newer telescopes and seeing things that we're pretty sure that we're seeing a planet that's orbiting around a sun. That sort of science that's going on. Even though for the most part, most of us have probably all our lives assumed that they're there, but now we're getting like kind of like proof or evidence to corroborate it. What do you think, Rick? You think they're out there?
Oh, I mean, if they are out there, it's either going to be one thing or the other. And if you ever watch something like Quinn's Ideas, who's a YouTube, has his own
actually I do.
YouTube channel.
I do.
He gets into that talk about what some of the authors think about that kind of idea is, should we be broadcasting out, because do they have that mentality of survival of the fittest? And they may be wolves out there that may be coming to get us because we've decided to let our signal out, and maybe we shouldn't be doing that kind of aspect. But about those pictures and stuff like that. I've seen a lot. I've actually done artwork for NASA. If you look up my real name, you'll see and put type NASA, you'll see that I've done the H3 moon base pictures and stuff like that in 3D. And that's where I knew Shauner from, was because I did kind of the same kind of artwork at the same time back in the the 2004 to 2010 kind of era. And I knew of his artwork, and he's seen a few of mine and stuff. And a lot of the stuff that you see is enhanced images and stuff that isn't exactly what it's portrayed. Like, they'll say it's something, but it's not. Have you seen my video on how, if you took a traveler, one of the parsecs, and you broke it down to how small just our solar system is inside that hex is going to be like the size of my room here, which is like 14 feet wide. And that solar system is going to be it's just going to be a dot inside that parsec. Them getting a picture of what they say is a planet going around the sun, they probably got a picture and it's just the corona around the sun, kind of like what we have around ours. So they're seeing like this plasma around, and they're probably seeing possible other objects around, not the actual solar system, because that is just a vast amount of space when you just figure out. I have a video on it on my channel, and it kind of shows you how vast that space actually is.
Yeah, it's
small we're.
A parsec is 3.25 light years.
Yeah,
in every direction.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty crazy amount of space, which I always thought was kind of weird how they only allow for one system per parsec, which.
Well, it makes sense with the distance and everything, because when you look at our closest neighbor and everything, if you think
it's about that far, like what is it, Alpha Centauri? Right, Jack?
Yeah. You bring up Alpha Centauri every other day, okay? That's the only other system that he knows. Alpha Centauri, and outside of that, his brain, he just has never heard of any other. Either he's never heard of them or he just can't remember them.
Well,
Alpha Centauri is the only thing in his brain.
In your dad's defense, it's the closest one, and we may never get there either. So
I get that, but he always
he's
uses
just tired of hearing it.
Okay.
Every time it's Alpha Centauri. Every time.
And they're finding interesting things about the different temperature fluctuations, with the Voyager, with all our Voyager probes out there, the two of them. That they're finding that there's things that are just not making any sense anymore. If you read up on some of the things that the scientists are discovering, what's been broadcast back, and it's very interesting, because when you think about it, there could be other worlds, other conglomerations of just matter out there, just outside of our plasma bubble. That could be, things that we've never been able to detect on the outer reaches of our solar, like I say, the sheath that encompasses our entire little environment of. Yeah, it's just astounding. It's just to think what mass of matter could be out there just floating around on the outskirts. Could be the Nibiru or whatever, out there. There could be, planets, feeding off the energy and being environmentally sound for some sort of life form out there. You never know.
I mean, how many other, I believe this is the term they use, at least if this is the term I've used, how many other Goldilocks planets are out there that humans could actually put roots down and not completely fall over dead 2 days later? Do you know, or
nobody knows?
So they haven't figured out, with everything that we've shot out in space, they haven't come back with
things that we think might be, but it's really impossible to tell.
It wasn't until recently that we actually proved that there are planets around other stars.
Yeah.
That we could actually measure it just by the light getting blocked coming from the star. But there may be intelligent life out there. Odds are for it, but whether we're going to meet them or they're going to meet us is highly unlikely.
I find it incredibly rare.
Math proves it all wrong. There's no faster than light travel, any of that. That's all fairy dust. So we're all alone. Don't expect the aliens to come to help us out or anything.
I figured, I kind of have to go with Hawkins. I know every time aliens get brought up, I quote Hawkins, but I truly do believe that if an alien species ever came to Earth, it would be for one or two reasons. And either way, it's going to suck for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have yet to see anything that, from all of the, because Nathan and I both we get into the UFO discussions and books and TV shows and etc. Before I knew much about science fiction and fantasy, I was already reading books about UFOs. When the Travis Walton thing happened, the incident that the movie Fire in the Sky was based on, that was in the news kind of, for the week. For that week, it was kind of a big deal. And I just so happened I caught that as a kid, and I'm like, what? This is crazy stuff, they're making it sound like it's real, etc. So I went down that rabbit hole as an early kid. That eventually led me to science fiction, where at least I could get some, resolution to my thoughts. This is the best you're gonna get. So okay, let's enjoy this for a while, and so I did. I think that everything I've read in all my looking at stuff, I don't have any reason to trust anything that, like Connell said, coming from out there, until they literally let all of us know that they're there. They just park on a Lagrange point and just, there's no hiding this big old mothership. We're here now. Everybody knows, and the government can't hide crap. Because it seems like in the UFO community, that's what's happened, is that the government's out there. If the aliens are real, they come to Earth, our government is trying to keep that information from us. Not saying I don't agree with why they did it, but I think we're beyond that now as a species. In the last 50 years, we've come to grips with 100 different movies about aliens. We can all accept that might be a thing. It might be true. We're not all going to freak out and start pulling out our hair like they did with the War of the Worlds radio broadcast. We've evolved past that. So should we get definitive proof someday? I think most of us will be able to handle it. We won't start trying to nuke each other out of existence, or going absolutely crazy and, like I said, pulling out our hair. But I haven't seen anything from any of the stories make me think that they're super friendly and got our best interest at heart. Maybe they do, and they got to do their prime directive thing, and they got to be sneaky and blah blah blah. That doesn't fly with me.
Best case scenario, we get aliens planet, not the aliens, but alien nation. Worst case scenario, we get Independence Day.
Or the real case scenario, we're not going to get anything.
No, if you consider, just the distance between us in the, say, the 1500s, 1400s, and the New World, which was, America, which was discovered, and you seen, just because of that slight distance, and we came over and we brought over stuff like smallpox, which just totally obliterated entire civilizations, and if aliens came down, we'd be risking a whole lot, either back or forth, with some sort of pathogens or something like that. I mean, you would think it would be devastating. Even sending people to another planet, I would probably guarantee anybody landing on a world that is flourishing with life, and they landed on it's going to be pretty devastating for both parties involved. The people landing there, they'll be, stricken with all kinds of ailments, and we would be bringing our pathogens and diseases along as well. So, pretty scary thing to think about.
Yeah, everybody.
I'll join you, Nathan.
What?
Oh, Nathan wants to have a sit, and he wanted to, make sure it's cool that he does so on the show, which I appreciate him asking. But you guys want to have a beer? Yeah, if you guys want to have a beer, Connell, you want to have a cigar? We're all in our own spaces, our own homes. I don't ever want you guys to feel like, you have to ask or anything like that. If you guys want to have a smoke, enjoy.
Uh-oh.
All right, that feedback.
Because we're right next to each other. Turn that off.
That was awesome. I'm sure it was murder on your ears, but it was funny. It brought me back to the old Mars Attacks type of movies back in the day. I don't know about you guys, but I love that. All the old cheesy sci-fi of the earliest eras of sci-fi. There's something about it being a kid. There weren't really like Connell and I were talking about the other day. There weren't really a lot of fantasy movies or TV shows out there for most of our early upbringing. Star Trek was literally my first experience with sci-fi on the TV at home, and I instantly I'm like, I want to watch more of this. This is great. Spaceships, aliens, green chicks. Sign me up. I was younger than Jack, but I'm like,
yeah,
I could watch this all day.
Yeah, it was a kind of a romanticized kind of version of what could be out there. But we started making a lot of movies where it's kind of made it a little bit more dangerous sounding, like with aliens and stuff like that.
Right, but I think that was really good for our society if you think about it. Oh man, sorry about the music. We've got a concert going on, or someone's having a party or something.
In the desert?
Yeah, I know. So I'm going to mute off and on.
So James L. is injecting heroin into his okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
No, I did not see that. I don't want to think about that.
Well, on injecting heroin into your nether regions, I think I'm gonna go ahead and leave. I got to go to bed, so I will check you guys out on another day.
Okay, man. It was great having you here. Have a great rest of your weekend. Enjoy. I'll see you in 24 hours or less,
You
or
will.
a little more, whatever. It don't matter. You know where to find me. It was great having you again here tonight and last night. And, like I said, have a great weekend, man. Enjoy it.
Thanks for having me on. Enjoy your concert.
Thanks. I'm gonna mute it again just so I don't get freaking hit by Susan. But hold on a second.
I highly doubt anybody can make it out. Also, good night, Grim. It was nice having you here, as always.
And I'm going to end up leaving here too because I got to go back to work again in the morning here as well. But Sunday, what's that?
Everyone's dropping.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere.
It's getting late for me, so and I gotta hit the hay. But tomorrow I got the game going on, so it's gonna be a live. We've got a new player. His name is Gordo. He's gonna be playing as well, along with Spencer, and that should be at 9 o'clock Mountain Time. So It'd be what, 8 o'clock? You guys, you're muted. Shadow.
Sorry, I brought my picture, but not my words. I have subbed to you. I'll get the notifications. It's going to be a bit of a busy day, but I try to watch your stuff after the fact. The only videos I'm not watching are the calendar ones. The role playing game a day thing. I figure I'll just watch those in a big fat chunk at a time. But this today was kind of busy. But have a great weekend. Enjoy the hell out of your game.
Right,
and I'm gonna hook Nathan up so he can take a look at some of that stuff on Discord. Maybe we'll get a new Traveler player.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
Have a good one.
Bye.
I'm gonna put the link in if anybody else wants to join us.
Well, something tells me
I got a lot to say about the UFO things, y'all.
Okay. Take the mic, man. Let's hear it, man.
Right.
Let's hear it.
There are elements that everyone is. I was really hoping he would hang around. He worked at NASA because there are things that we tune out of our scientific observations. Okay,
Yep.
This telescope is great. I love it, but there are things we're tuning out. Things happening at CERN and Oak Ridge and all the big science projects that like alter reality, they're irrepeatable. And that makes them no less anomalous, but they're excluded from the scientific method of thinking. And our physics is woefully incomplete because we have been tapping into the quantum for eons and we don't know it. How many times have you gotten a phone call or a text and just a moment, a split second before, you're like, that person is in my head now. It happens to me all the time. It happened to me today. My boss was going to my manager was reminding me that my schedule changed for tomorrow, for the week. And she was texting me and she just popped into my head randomly out of nowhere. And boom, there's a text. That's something, okay? That really is something. And okay.
Something like that happened to me just yesterday.
Well, look
Welcome
back.
to the show, Holman. First time.
Hello.
We've talked so much, and I've seen you before. I think on Fritz's show, but never had a chance to speak to you face to face. Okay.
Yeah, DM James and the Ye Old Geek. So
I think
You're never on Fritz's show?
no,
so
no, I haven't.
screwed.
Oh, you should check him out. He's cool.
Well, the problem is there's a certain limited amount of time, that you can do everything.
Right.
But I mean, when we're talking about space, that's always my favorite genre, but no one ever seems to want to play it. And that's part of the problem.
Well, you found a home away from home here with us sci-fi nerds. I know Connell's more of a viewer than a gamer, and I'm hoping Connell and Nathan will be two more inductees into the Sci-Fi Hall of Fame because it's such a fun genre. Personally, I've been getting a little burnt on fantasy, even though I'm about to join my third fantasy game. I don't mind playing, like I always say, I'll play checkers if it's with the right person. That's really all it's about.
I mean, I look at Shawner and I know how his view is, which is, no, if you aren't doing it this way, then I don't want you even part of the group and you're just wasting your time. I look at it as a way to socialize, very similar to how people watch football or something like that. And it's much more productive because I get to be an active participant instead of a passive participant. So that's my view on that. But I mean, I love the old Star Frontiers. I'll be honest, I'd heard about Traveler for decades. I finally looked over at it. And I said, well, this is pretty cool. And looking over the companion, I'll be honest, I don't like the Imperium stuff. I would rather look at the 2300 AD. So, but that's
maybe you'll be in my Star Frontiers game with Fritz. You get to know him because he's been bugging me to run that. It's an older lower tech kind of game. I'm gonna pop in this weirdo named Jim, and I'm gonna go back upstairs because all you're gonna hear is time. Welcome to the show, Jim. How's it going, James?
Am I really that off?
Good. Hey, everybody.
You just missed our smoke session, man. What the hell? You should have told me. Now I gotta.
I joined the 1.5 seconds earlier.
I'll just.
Oh no, it's gonna happen again. Oh no.
I'll do the talk. I'll do the talk.
You never do the in the ear like that character from Red Dwarf. You ever see him do that? That just makes me laugh every time I think about it.
Now I'm going to ask something for Connell since I know he likes doing Pathfinder. What do you think of Starfinder?
I think Starfinder has a lot of good mechanics in it. When you're doing ship-to-ship combat, everybody at the table has a position that they get to act upon, so it's just not one person doing all the dice rolling. I don't exactly like the worlds per se, but like I've said before, you could turn a Star Trek. You could do a Star Trek episode using Pathfinder, easy enough. I mean, there's enough races out there. What was that, Jack?
I don't think you should be limited by the game. I think you should just.
No, I agree with you, but I'm just using. He said Starfinder, and I'm explain my Starfinder to him. It's very Star Trek friendly, more so than it is other sci-fi shows. I mean, you could do it, but it really is more Star Trek friendly on that route. So I don't mind it. I love to sit down in somebody's campaign if they're willing to run it, but no one's around here is running Starfinder right now.
I mean, I'm looking at, I try looking at all the different systems out there, and I hear something like, okay, what do you like? And, I like the, I like Alien. It's already got its set IP. I like the idea of it. It's super lethal, so there's that aspect. And it gets my juices going for things like, we looked at those weird houses. I was looking at stuff from Antarctica that they were using, which are somewhat similar. And I was like, you know what? You put that on an ice world. You have your alien wandering around. And I was like, all right, now you can put it. And I said, well, now I'll modify it where the alien can be frozen, so it doesn't want to go outside, but you don't want to be outside either because you'll die. But if it chases you out there, you can always win that way. So it's, I like aspects like that where you use the environment as much as your opponent as a threat. And that's part of the reason I really love science fiction and why I love Star Frontiers was the Crash and Volturnus, just because that was one of the first modules that actually did a good hex crawl on there. And I think that's one of the finest modules. And then I liked the second and the third one, where it became very political and you're trying to join these groups and get them to fight off the Sathar at the end. And I thought that was classic for the whole thing. But I haven't been exposed that much to Traveler. I like the idea of Traveler. When I was young, I really liked it because it was hard science fiction and it has all these different systems that I can put in there. And it's like, I'm like, yeah, screw that. Your little world is all I need, and then I can deal with the other stuff, but I don't need to, it has to be this many miles out, and then this many miles from here, and this many miles from here. Ooh, that's nice. Hey, it's not on fire.
That is a lovely view you got there, James. That is absolutely gorgeous.
We're
all jealous, man.
I made this comment.
Sorry, keep talking. I'm listening because you guys have really interesting, substantial things to say, whereas I just think of like dick jokes. So like, sorry. You know what I mean? Like,
I do know what you mean. Yes.
So James L wants to play Ice Pirates with space herpes.
No. If you
Did you ever watch the movie, Connell?
The Ice Pirates? Maybe. It sounds totally familiar enough.
Then you'd be familiar with space herpes from
my games aren't like Connell's. There's no stripper poles. There's no strippers guild. There's no high priestess.
I'll never get that.
No, there was a
He's got a
robot.
one-track mind. He's got a one-track mind, and it's a dirt track.
Yes, it is. See, there was a Robot Chicken episode where Captain Kirk from Star Trek was responsible for space herpes.
That doesn't.
And then
That totally tracks.
Then you
I'm
trace
going
it
to
back
quote
to
somebody who I don't remember his name, but I know his last name was Paul, and it is "You smell like herpes." I
we
don't know what it was,
mean,
but he was trying to. They were going to do a wrestling match, and his insult towards the guy he was about to fight was, "You smell like herpes."
there's a specific strain of chlamydia that koalas get in Australia, and
Yeah, they
there's
do.
like a big drive to like vaccinate koalas against chlamydia. I don't know how this started, but it gets lonely out in the bush.
it never gets that lonely.
What
I
do
don't
you eat?
care what people
If you have those eucalyptus cough lollies, like those
Yeah, they're high 24/7, right?
well,
Koala bears?
if you take
They're
those
just
eucalyptus
asking
drops
for it.
and if you have them on your pocket, like they're gonna drop from the trees like down in you.
I was just thinking,
20,
what
like
if-
Baron would say, 20 leaves is 20 leaves.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, but
Well, what I was trying to do is I was trying to figure out what are the best space systems while we're out there. And I mean, Traveler does exploration pretty good. I thought Star Frontiers was more pulp, which is why I liked it a little bit better than Traveler, reading it.
Void Pirates, man.
I haven't played that game.
It's kind of like if you're more of a tabletop skirmish guy, like if you just got 5 guys and like the other guy has 5 guys, kind of thing. Like the individual profiles, you're not like running characters so much as like a war band, but I really love Void Pirates. I just like the style of it. It's kind of got a almost before the turn of the millennium feel of science fiction, like when things were a little bit where there was like almost an optimism to cyberpunk, like an upside, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what we call pulp and things like that. That's what I want. I want Flash Gordon. I want the John Carter of Mars. I want all of these things that are out there, heroic, dashing, not dystopian. But even though I said I like playing Alien,
we've just overdosed on grit. Like even if you're not like I kind of realized that, like even if you're not like super religious or super conservative, there's just a whole thing of like you've given me nothing to contrast this stuff with, so like I kind of can't find my bearings like artistically or emotionally because like everything's dark. You know what I mean? Like it's like watching The Crow, and you're like, well, I don't know what happened in that movie because it was so poorly lit.
Yeah.
Well, Star Trek was somewhat utopian. I mean, I'm not saying it isn't, and while I do like some of it where it gets into that, but even like Babylon 5, I thought did very good job for
God,
bringing
that's one of the classics.
I don't know much about Babylon 5, but from what I understand, the like diplomacy side of things is like a big deal, and there's a lot of power struggles going on between the different alien factions that are kind of like that station is kind of the neutral zone where they meet and like try and work things out more or less.
If you can get through the first season of Babylon 5, you will find yourself in the kind of like the Lord of the Rings in space trilogy plus the Hobbit, amount of content to go through. That at the very end of a certain point, because the last season is very much like the end of the Lord of the Rings, where they're cleaning up the Shire, and you can just skip that, and you got the story, if you don't want to deal with it. But the second, third, and fourth seasons are absolutely ultimate highs, ultimate lows, and you walk away with it at the end with an absolute just inner glow of appreciation for one of the best science fiction stories of all time.
It has
Now,
Well, everybody who's into it raves about it. You know what I mean? Like, everybody I know who's into it won't shut up about it.
It doesn't just ask that. It asks deep philosophical questions as well.
Yeah.
And it really gets, and it does. I still love my favorite scene is, well, Veer, what do you want? I want to live just long enough to see your head put on a spike. if anyone's ever seen that one quote,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, he says, for the next 10 generations. So some people know that some deals are not worth. I mean, he goes through this whole thing. It's a classic line, and what really gets me is they'll pull stuff from season 2 and pull it into season 4. It's not like, now sometimes they leave some things hanging, but they pull these threads through, and you can see where he laid down the foundation for it. I think that's part of the problem with a lot of our modern day stuff, or the stuff from like the 1970s. And this is why I think that the 1990s and 2000s did a good job. Whether Max likes Deep Space Nine or not, you put these threads in, and they have a long
Later,
story.
Nathan. Whoa.
See you, Nathan.
Yeah.
It was great having you here. I hope you had a good time, and I definitely want to see you back as soon as you're able. Make sure you keep your eye out. I'm trying to help you find a free copy of Traveler, give it a read, if you like what you see. And it was great having you here, man.
The $1
Thanks,
Explorer
man.
version is pretty good if you just want to play a scout. By the looks of it, I mean, it's $1 for PDF. That's probably about all that you really need.
Okay. Space to be continued. There's more.
Oh, hell
Real
yeah.
space.
Hell yeah.
Not sci-fi space. Real space.
Yes.
We just
I'm
barely
looking forward to-
touched on UFOs. Barely.
Oh,
Yeah.
What?
They were
We got room.
mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's work on getting your show up, too. Okay?
Yeah.
Because Nathan's going to be
okay.
doing a more hardcore, not sci-fi, but scientific sort of
Maybe.
space show.
My son
Maybe.
has a telescope I bought him. And
I'll come
looking
out there and I'll encourage you, man. You got what it takes, man. Trust me. I absolutely
Thanks, man. I
can't wait.
appreciate it.
Anytime, bro.
Okay, I
will
need
see
to
you.
script myself because I end up stumbling over everything because I got 100 things to say, but it comes out you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Bullet points. All you need are bullet points, man. Bullet points.
Yeah.
Check them off.
Okay, but I gotta go for now because I gotta get ready for tomorrow and stuff, and
All right.
life goes
Appreciate you
on.
coming by.
All right,
Everybody,
good
this is
talking to
Nathan
y'all.
Allen. His YouTube is Nathan Allen. Go check him out. The guy's got absolutely tons to offer this community. So
Yep.
enjoy
And he
your
builds-
weekend. What's that left of it? And we'll talk to
He
you real
builds
soon, buddy.
really cool.
Yeah.
He builds really cool stuff too.
Oh yeah,
He's
yeah,
there.
absolutely.
Thanks.
If you like building
I'm
stuff, this guy's around. Good night, buddy.
So what does
I'll
he
see y'all
build?
soon.
Just curious.
I'm out.
Droid. Droids. He does a lot of action figure modifications, but he makes droids and costumes and props and 3D printed stuff and handmade stuff. He's just
commission something from him very soon.
yeah. He's a great guy. He's been a friend of mine for a couple of years now, and I once I figure out how to put links in, I'll do so. For
Well,
his
and
channel.
speaking of which,
He's
if we're
got
going
a
to
lot
talk
of
about
stories.
space, let's not forget about the total solar eclipse in about a year and a half.
Oh yeah.
Another one?
Yeah, that's going to become one right over Texas. So I'm right in the middle of it.
Well, I guess we're moving to Texas faster than we thought.
I just
I gotta say, James, you look awfully comfy there, man.
Oh, I've got the heater on. I've had my afternoon walk. I've just
The
had a coffee.
heater?
I just had a coffee and a cigarette. Life is good. I'm in the
I don't
spare
think you
room.
Some coffee around this man.
I even get my own bed because I have a bad back and I'm a whinger. Pretty good. Life on Luxury Street.
You got sympathetic ears all around you, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's the nice thing about having everyone older. You know, I've never played 1889. For some reason, it just didn't appeal to me. And
Hey, well, if
love
you're a
these.
Doom fan, I think you'd like it. I never got to play it either, and now they're making a reboot, but I think it's a Modifius version, so I'm kind of iffy on that. DM James, I wanted to say, I've got all the Starfinder books. I got them a while back, and I've never touched them, never other than flip through them once. I'm gonna have to give them a look see because I do like throwing fantasy in with my science fiction. Bells and ray guns go together for me like peanut butter and chocolate.
I'm looking at it right now, and I got the Mutant Chronicles, which again is, but I've tried looking through it.
Love that IP, man. Mutant Chronicles, love it.
Well, I mean, I bought, what was it?
I loved it so much that I
17
liked the
books
movie. It wasn't even about it.
for $40. I mean, and they have the PDF
Yeah, I
collection
totally missed that boat, man.
for $6.20.
Is that the Dead Zone game where you've got like World War I inspired sci-fi guys with like the trench helmets and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yep.
That game really left an impression on me as a kid, and then it just disappeared. So yeah, interesting.
It's out there still. Mutant Chronicles is one of the few IPs that I will actually run, canon. I will run as it was meant to be, without tweaking it too much. John Carter and a very few other things I would add to. Normally it's all from my head. My creations when I play. Oh Jesus!
What happened?
This is why I'm starting to develop a certain bitterness towards you guys, because every time I talk to you, I end up buying more books.
Well, there's Coriolis. I haven't gone through this one. But I'm at least familiar with the Mutant Year Zero. And then the rest of this was when they had the sale for Mutant Chronicles. So
God, I missed out on that. But you know what? The thing is, though, I have almost everything from the original version of that game.
yeah,
And I'm not a big fan of the 2D20 system.
really.
Did you ever play the original? Version of Mutant Chronicles?
But that said, I'm only looking through these right now, and so again, you can hit the thumb. But I mean, it was.
I've got a few
bucks.
of them, but that's a good price, man.
Well,
That is a
more,
good price.
Well, right
the
now you can get
aesthetic
the
of that
PDF
game
for
is more.
$6.20.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying right now you can get the PDF for $6.20, but I really do like Conan, but this one seems a little bit too crunchy. It's like John Carter. It's not crunchy enough, and I know you and I think the same way. And then Mutant Chronicles seems a little too crunchy. I don't know how. I haven't gone through the whole book to really read all the way through it. So, but yes, the Christmas during summer sale. I always feel broke.
The look of that game is more 40K than 40K, really. Like the artwork of it is really something else.
Paul Bonner was an absolute treasure when it comes to artwork. Paul Bonner and who was the other guy? I can't remember his name now, but yeah, I've been a fan of that game since it first came out as a board game called Siege of the Citadel. I bought the Kickstarter when that came out. My son and I played the hell out of that game. It's a lot of fun for just a board game with some little bit of leveling up. So if you want to make a continued game.
Okay, no.
I've got the original Rogue Trader. I played that when it first came out. I played Doom Trooper. I played more Doom Trooper than any other card game. It was one of the best card games. If you like Uno and you like Magic and you like sci-fi, squish them together, and that's Doom Trooper. And it was, it was so much fun.
Well, I and some of it is, trying to recapture that youth feeling. For the longest time, I was trying to find a good space game that was just miniatures, and 40K came out. Rogue Trader was like, yes, this is awesome. And I understand why they did it, but boy, when they went from individualizing your troopers to 3rd edition, while I admit it's probably a better war game, it lost me. for that.
Yep.
Because I want to play like everything else. I want to play Intrepid Explorers or the small skirmish style. And I don't know if anyone's tried this. Was it the Modifius one where they have the 5 parsecs from home?
Void
I've heard of it.
man.
Haven't bought it. Haven't looked much into it, but I'm familiar with the name at the very least.
What you need to do is you need to get onto the drive-through RPG and download yourself a copy of the Void Pirates. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, I have it open.
Yeah. Look at my shitty little war game.
Did you write it?
No,
Oh, okay.
I cannot write. My thumbs were replaced by carrots in a terrible surgical misadventure in the Belgian Congo.
The
Oh, okay.
Belgian Congo.
So are you like the Matt Gates where he was talking about looking like a thumb? No.
No, I do not have a strange live-in stepson.
That's okay. I have a boy too that wanders in every so often, and he expects me to feed him.
Yeah, kids are kind of weird that way.
I know. I mean, Shadow, I think, is the only person that actually has a child that's there normally.
I don't know about normal,
Well,
but
normally,
I thought him to make a couple of meals, like breakfast, because that's the only one I'm really worried about. If he can make his own breakfast, I'll eventually wake up and then I can make him a lunch or dinner.
Make my own breakfast.
When I was growing up, they just used to throw a mountain lion into the cot and cook the loser. But
they did that to me when I was a child too, and I kept coming back like Kenny. Like Mysterion. No, it's.
Oh my God! my son hasn't gotten to fully experience South Park, and I know when he does, he's gonna love it. But
but no, I was trying to figure out, what are some good games out there for the whole thing, and you've mentioned
Games
Void Pirates.
Workshop. Games Workshop is definitely run by the underpants gnomes.
Well, they're getting profit. I don't know what step 2
They're
is.
just like pointing to their chart. They're like, steal all the underpants. Don't worry about the bit in the middle. Profit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Games Workshop broke my heart one too many times. I'm trying to, get past it with things like Aeronauticus Imperialis with my son, and I've got the new Titan game that I haven't even opened yet. But I played Necromunda, I played Rogue Trader, I played. No, we haven't opened the Titan game.
Yes, you did.
We did.
Yes.
Man, it's nothing like having a son that calls you out.
I know that's what he's here for. Make sure I don't mislead the public.
He does keep you honest.
He does keep me honest. I've also
He's your fact checker.
Okay, we're removing Jim. Jim's got to go. No, I'm kidding. But I played all those. I played all those games back in the day. Epic Space Marines, Rogue Trader, Man of War, and then they realized, hey, you know what? We can just reprint everything every couple of years, and that'll be our new business model. And if there's one thing I hate more than planned obsolescence, it's hard for me to remember what it is. But I absolutely detest that concept. And when they started doing that to me, I'm like, done.
Well, I know, and I don't mind. I'll be honest. I don't mind doing certain editions. I understand if you're going to try new things, but what edition are they on now? Like 10th or 11th?
9th, I think.
I don't get the impression that
it's cool if you get in, at a certain point, but back in the day when I was playing like 40K and Fantasy Battles, they were technically at about like 2nd edition. Okay, so it was okay, cool. You've improved it. Let's go. Yeah. I had a garage full of tanks and miniatures just for 40K. And then 3rd edition came in and it's like, you can't use all this stuff. And I'm like, what? What do you mean I can't use it?
Yeah.
I spent thousands of dollars on tank models and miniatures, you know.
Well, I said to Fritz, the attitude changed when they stopped giving you cardboard stand-ups in the box sets. You know what I mean? Like when they stopped giving you cardboard dreadnoughts and dragons and stuff like that to kind of
just
tide you over.
Lock it up,
you know? Yeah.
Just to simulate and see if you wanted to go out and spend the money. Yep.
Well, that was a good point. I remember the 40K Road Trader, when you read it, I thought this is so cool. And despite, all the things, but in the back of the book, which I did, I took out all the templates, cut them out, I photocopied them, and then that's how I made up hundreds of Marines. It's just by the little tick counters. And I was like, that's cool. And I think that, and I understand that they're, really a miniatures game, but you need to work on your rules. You need to make them clear cut. It's not that I mind all these things, but it seems now that everyone is starting to go into this super loop of we have to do a new edition every 2 to 3 years or every 5 years.
Yeah, it's boring. It's this product cycle where you just have to constantly consume. And when you look at the games, like I know that they're fantasy war games, but I hate the level of min-maxing that goes into like army lists. Like an army should be mostly infantry. And you should be able to win with infantry. You know what I mean? With a little bit of support. So
exactly, especially coming from a historical, gamer point of view like you are. And, I played a little bit of, what was it, Squad Leader and a couple other games that are just not coming to mind. I'm on 2.5 hours of sleep. But even original fantasy battles, your general and your little bit of artillery and things like that, that's not what was standing at the end of the game.
They were a seasoning. They were a seasoning, not the main meal. You know what I mean? Like
right. They were just or the dessert or something like that. Just to top it off. And the especially if you look at the price. Okay, if you look at the price of 10 miniature soldiers for any Games Workshop game compared to 10 miniatures anywhere else. Yeah, the quality's, considerably better for the most part.
Generally, but it is just plastic at the end of the day. Like it's not made out of like the tears of like, virgins from the Isle of Malta. Like it's not like they roll the plastic on the backs. These Benedictine monks are like decanting the plastic, Hey,
don't ruin my fantasy.
It was going to be you. It was always going to be you, the eternal pants man. You're the Pantichrist.
Actually, no. Growing up, my grandpa had this wonderful picture of this beautiful Cuban woman rolling a cigar up their thigh, up her thigh. And in the back of my head, I'm like, that's how all cigars should be made.
Well, just imagine the dweeb who invented the rolling machine. He's like, I'm going to put a stop to this.
Speaking a little bit back to sci-fi there, I do feel very envious of you, Shadow, because your son's willing to play games with you. My son is, now admittedly, he loves to play anything that deals with stars. Like if I put out his telescope, he'll be quite happy for hours. But I was like, would you like to play this game, son? He's like, no, Daddy. I'm like, ah.
How old is he?
He's 13.
I think if I had a son, he would just be a total jock, meathead, just because God would be like, I'm going to make you do a little growing. You know what I mean? Like,
maybe. Yeah. You know what though? For me, my son, it was he saw me, painting and putting together these miniatures. I think that was all it took for him to see them. He was a huge Lego fan as a kid, especially Bionicle and Hero Factory. If you know anything about Legos, then you know what I'm talking about. He was very hands-on and wanting to do things with his hands and put stuff together and create things. And I think, it was, just seeing me do it, and he wanted to do it too. And now he does all kinds of stuff with me, like that, but he's got his own thing. and I'll never get in the way of his own project like he's working on right now.
Do any of you know the metric system when it comes to weight? Because I need to know what 44.23 pounds is in kilograms.
That is 20 kilograms.
Ask the Australian.
Here, it's 20 kilograms.
I'm thinking more of
That's
exact
awesome.
numbers, like exact pounds.
I still measure my contempt in imperial.
You know what, though? If you look at metric, it has no basis. So it was because Napoleon thought one thing and he was completely wrong.
It's just French Freemasons doing it to mess with you.
Well, this is why American Freemasons are so superior.
I said it once, and I'll say it again. The French have only done one good thing in the entire history of their existence for the outside world, and that is in Mexico.
No, croissants.
Okay, two good things.
I always wanted to, it's funny to bring up the Freemasons. I've always wanted to join, but I don't have anybody in my family that's one, and I don't have anybody locally that I know locally that is one. So,
I have extended relatives who are part of it, and weirdly, a number of them were also part of the intelligence community, but they were always a bit funny about me being Catholic, so I don't think I never got the application form,
Well, my friend just got past his first level, and all that I have to do here locally, and this is the problem that I have, is dress up nicely, go in on a Monday when they have their dinner, and then talk to them, and then that's how you start the process. It's nothing. That's all you really have to do, is you just have to go to one of their open...
It's basically a business club, and you have to go down like 37 levels to get to the bit where they can shoot lasers out of their eyes and stuff like that. It's like Scientology. You got to go deep to get to the cool stuff.
Well, I'll say this much: all the Freemasons I know are pretty cool. Whenever you want to start talking about stuff, Randall Carlson.
They'll just tell you. It's basically a business club. I do suspect that there might be some kind of cool secret evil organization buried under there somewhere.
Maybe.
Further down, several layers further down. You got to. It's like even Tony Soprano did waste management, right? So,
So but I was trying to think of what are just good sci-fi games that are out there, and I haven't tried the Suede, Flash Gordon. I know Crafty likes that one.
Fistful of Lead is cool. Their system for sci-fi, I forget what it's called. Galactic Heroes. That's right.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I love sci-fi. The problem is no one wants to play sci-fi unless it's Star Wars. I'm like, look, Star Wars is overdone with the new Disney stuff. You've really turned me off.
I don't get this obsession. I don't get people being really into one property or set of lore, and when I put my stuff together, admittedly, it's not that great, but it's just a mix of everything I like. You know what I mean? It just
absolutely. Absolutely. My friend
I'm
Kevin,
constructing the world in my head, from bits that I like.
Exactly. My son is a perfect example. Even though he's only 14, he's working on his own stuff. But we all don't have a choice but to incorporate from our own experiences, and reach out and look for other experiences and other sources of inspiration. My own gaming, role-playing game world, the universe that I use literally 4 different games, and I've just squished them together, and I'll use all of them at the same time for different things. And my old-time players who've been with me for a long time, 20 plus 30 years in some cases, they know. They most of them don't even own the book. They don't care. They know they can.
There are different sorts of encounters that tell the story as well. Some things might be a skirmish or a handover of some MacGuffin or whatever, and then you've got this big battle going on in the background that you need to resolve. That's also pertinent to what's going on. You know what I mean? So you might play a war game separate to your RPG to kind of flesh it out.
Exactly. Exactly. I've used spaceship combat rules for just little ship to full on fleet battles to role playing games, miniature war games for the man to man, but there's hundreds if not thousands of people. I've used things like Space Marine Epic where there's hundreds of tanks and robots and troops on a side to one-on-one fencing.
Like a lot of the time now with minis, like I just kind of am more attracted to things that are kind of generic that I can put my spin on rather than like, oh, I need Games Workshop elves because they're the best elves or whatever. You know what I mean? Like a little bit of a blank slate is actually nice. Like,
I bought the Conan stuff, for the game. And I got you want to talk about stuff that was way too heavy, came in like 60 pounds.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right. That was probably overdone. I'm not sure when I'll ever be able to paint them, but I wanted them anyway.
Is that the big board game with the gems? Like the
Yes. I'll just bring out some of them.
Yeah. The minis in that are meant to be quite decent, though, right? For board game
I need
minis.
some more figs to paint. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Well, Connell, you can't drop hints around me like that. Like,
I'm just saying, being honest. You guys are talking about stuff. I'm like, I need to go get some more stuff to fucking paint because
you can't drop that hint around me. I'm sending you an owlbear, man. Like,
I won't say no to a fucking owlbear.
I'll send you an owlbear next pay. Send me your address.
All right.
But
I
no,
won't encourage your smoking, but I'll encourage your role playing.
Hey.
I do have a question for you, Connell. Which games have you played?
I'm a little bit late to. I mean, I've been gaming for like going on 20 years now, but I am kind of late to the. Unfortunately, late to the party. I got into Dungeons and Dragons at 3.5. I did White Wolf. I've done Pathfinder. I've done Starfinder, D&D 3.5, D&D 5e, which I'm like one of the people I know that don't shit on it, so whatever.
It's popular enough to have a big base of players, that's for sure. Like I've never even read it, so I don't have this weird kind of anti-5e thing. I just see that it's very popular and like, I'm an obscurist and I like playing my pipe organ in the sewer and laughing and that's just, like, if it's popular I can't really like it, but like I don't have the same. I think if that works for people, let's just play it.
I'm a paid DM. I get paid to run it. I'm not gonna bitch.
If you were doing some crazy obscure game, you wouldn't be able to make money from it, like for sure. Like
Right.
Yeah.
Try bringing Mutant Chronicles into your game store and see what they say. They'll be like, heretic, get out of here with that. With me, here's the thing. When it comes to like real quick, D&D, I started playing with AD&D. I picked up second and added it to my AD, and to me, they're the same thing. I have got everything I will ever need for a fantasy role-playing game, period. I even have, Palladium because it came, it was kind of around the same, era, and it works. You can mix the two games. You can use the stuff, and it's the same thing. Because I like TSR spells over Palladium, but I like Palladium's combat better. But I like, so I can pick and choose and add all that crap as I want. with the so when I saw 3rd and 4th and 5th edition rolling around and getting more and more popular, I'm like, I don't need it, But my son got invited to play D&D with a schoolmate of his, and I'm pretty sure they're probably going to play 5th edition. Am I going to say, no, you can't do that? Of course not. Go, learn what you can, enjoy, have fun with your friends like we all did. This is a dream come true. If he ends up playing 6th edition and going, Dad, it's better than AD&D because we played that together. I'm like, okay, cool. As long as you're having fun with your friends and you're making friends and you're making these memories and experiences, and it just makes us closer. We can relate to each other better.
You can play the game without taking the hormones. It's fine.
Well, my whole thing with 5e, and this is what it comes down to, is I actually, when I first played
nothing
it, I
in
really
the rules
liked it.
about that.
But the problem really comes down to is that the players, and to be fair, everyone has done this with every system, abuse the mechanics.
Oh yeah, God yeah.
And the problem is that it actually is 5e kind of encourages that, which is what bothers me. And I went, well, as a GM, I would cut down on a lot of this stuff. But if I have to do too much modification to get the game I want, I just would rather play a different game. And I remember Palladium, and I don't know about the fantasy. I'm going, it has too many rolls, just way too many rolls for me. I'm like, you know what? Those need to be cut down. When you start getting like 12 attacks from here and this many attacks and this many attacks, I said, all right, that's enough. But for 5e, I would go over, and the Dungeon Master's Guide to me is actually pretty good if you want to play optional roles. Oh, I can do this, I can do that. But just like first edition, to be fair on this, too many people don't read the Dungeon Master advice or how to change things up.
What happened to James?
I don't know. All of a sudden I went over to the corner.
What happened?
James popped out. I hope he'll come back.
Sure. You know what? He probably wandered off too far with his tablet.
You're right.
The thing when I run 5e, when I run 5e, I look at the table and say, okay, these are the rules that these are my rules. These are the way I'm going to run 5e. There's not these three rolls for save, a life save. If you go below, if you get hit once, that is more than half your hit points. You're just dead. Sorry.
Well, here's the problem with that. If you're level 1, 4 hit points, you're dead.
Not my problem. Gotta be smarter with your character.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. Sorry about that. It's interrupting you. I understand where, as I've been reading more first edition, I understand where the hit points come in. Yeah. And I'm beginning to say it's not. That's the one thing that's different between 1 and 6 is it's supposed to represent one attack, whereas in first edition was to represent a flurry of attacks. And then the idea was it was that one coup de grace when you finally got the last hit on it, but it was wearing you down. But I sorry, go ahead. That was all I was saying. Go ahead.
The more I play and the more I, have experienced things, the less I actually like hit points. I used to be all about it, the more hit points, the better. Cool, awesome, great. But unless you're playing like a superhero game or something like that where you're way beyond just hit points, I can take a freaking bullet to the teeth and I'm just going to shrug it off. When you're playing, mortals and things that can die with one sword hit in real life, or a bullet, any of us takes a bullet, we're just going to lay there and pray. We're not getting back up going, I got 37 more hit points. Bring it on, bitch. You know what I mean? That's what I like about some of the other games out there. But unfortunately, we're playing a game and nobody wants to spend the whole night rolling up characters because you lost 6. I was in a game. I lost 5 characters, first level, died, made a new one, etc. And I'm just like, oh, this sucks. I guess I'm always going to run a cleric, because, that's the way it works. You
can just give people like +1 hit point for being level 1 if you want to be really generous.
Right.
But as a thief, you get like 1d4 in Beckme +1 for being level 1. If you want to be really kind.
Right.
I don't have that much role-playing experience, but I don't understand why if you were playing a new game, you wouldn't play the rules as written. Like, I can't wrap my head around why you would start stripping rules out without, like, trying it for a fair while and kind of... I mean, maybe some of the higher-end magic and, like, special items and stuff, you might say, let's abandonate that for, like, the next few games just so we can get comfy. But I really don't understand... Like, if you want rules a certain way, just write a damn rule book. Everyone's bloody well doing it.
I tried my hand at it, and I don't want to reinvent the wheel.
Totally.
Especially in today's environment where a new game is coming out every freaking day, or at least the announcement of one. I'll find something I like. I'll stick with it for a while, and I'll move on. I'm a consumer. I'm a collector. I don't mind playing, new things and trying new things. I'm I'm playing Pathfinder with Connell on Bruce's channel. I'm going to be playing Adventure Conquer King with Fritz and James here. You know,
And our barbarian. You've got to meet our barbarian, actually. Here she is.
you know,
He's our resident barbarian.
it's like right now. It's the people that matter. It's not the damn rules. It's not the game. The genre and the setting. You know, make. Hey, nice to meet you. Here's so much about you, and it's all good, which is surprising. in
Yeah.
today's day and age.
He lies.
He lies. Yeah. Anyway,
Yes.
that's our barbarian.
It's a little bit of that. It's a little bit of that silver tongue I got from somewhere back in my ancestry. But it's all about the people. If I don't care how good the game is. If you're sitting around a table with four other douchebags, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking skill level or how well they play. If they're just people you just don't connect with, it's pointless. Even Shonner,
I'll never write anything as good as Axe. Like Axe is just like I'm blown. I'm just starting to get into the book and the companion, and I'm like, this game is great.
You know what though? It's basically Beckme. It's basically it really is. I've never spent a lot of time, but I've got the book. I read it, the Rules Encyclopedia. I got the PDF now for Axe, and that's I went through it. I'm like, okay. I've done all this before. That's not what's getting me into the game. It's James and Fritz, people I care and respect immensely that are drawing me into the idea of playing it. I can barely even fit the game into my schedule, but getting to hang out with people I like immensely, that's what matters. The same thing with Connell upstairs here and Bruce. I'm not. Everybody knows I'm not a huge fan of the Pathfinder system.
Sure.
That's not why I'm there. That's not why I'm there.
There's a lot to it, isn't there? That's what I always find a bit intimidating about it, is that there's just so much going
and
on.
I know right off the bat that if anybody at my table with Connell had created my paladin character, it would be better in combat and things like that. But that doesn't matter. I'm playing the character that I want to play, the way I want to play it, with all my faults and occasional insight. Exactly.
That Axe game is going to be my first person-to-person RPG since I was about 14 years old, and I'm 37 now. So
you're the youngest guy here next to Jack. That's amazing.
Yeah,
I thought you were a little older than Connell.
Yeah, no, I just look like that because I live in a cupboard. I just hang myself up in an airing cupboard at the end of every day. Connell comes in and hoses it out. Connell, thanks for your address. I'll try and get it off you on the Discord as well, just in case. I will send you an owlbear. I do keep my promise.
You really don't have to, but I'm not going to.
No, I will. You need an owlbear or an owlbear adjacent figure.
I mean, for me, does the Scar DM continue to be himself when he's gaming at store? It's kind of easy for the pre-month. The store I work at is a private club. It is a game store, but it is a club. So as long as I don't, the three rules at the game shop is we don't talk about politics, we don't make rape jokes, and depending on what age of table I have, the age of kids at my table depends on the game I run. PG-13, then for the adults, anything from PG-13 to rated R.
We go to the Strippers Guild. It's always the Strippers Guild with you.
Yeah, so it just
I don't know what that means.
So
it just means he's keeping women. It just means he's keeping medieval women in a job. That's all.
Yeah, that's all it means.
Yeah. When I'm gaming for,
they're just serving drinks.
Yeah.
That's how players lose thousands of gold pieces and get no action.
It's like high school.
Leslie, I don't know if anybody here has played Savage Worlds. I've heard about it for many a year, but I literally have a collection of hundreds and hundreds of games that I'm never going to get to play, and it really takes an enthusiastic group like GM Fritz and James here to get me to really care about a game. I've played science fiction, I've played Western, I've played fantasy, I've played mutant crawl, gamma world type dystopian, post-Holocaust things. I've played top secret. You name the genre, I've played it. It really takes some people that I care about and want to hang out with, to the wee hours of the morning, regardless of time and space and distance and all that, to get me, interested. If you could tell me something about the game that hits on those points, I'll give it a try one of these days. But
so which version of Conan was that? Which version of Conan was that? Because I'm very pumped for Hyperborea. I haven't bought the print version yet, but I'm keen to.
This is just the 2D20 from Modiphius. I know Crafty and I like it. I know that. Here's the reason I liked it. It was easy to get players that knew D&D into this game because it's very simple. I mean, everyone can talk. Like when I hear people say it's crunchy, I went, well, not really, unless you're trying to memorize all of the different abilities and stuff like that. But I know DM James, when I was getting him onto it, was they have the ConanModifius.co.uk or whatever it is to create characters. And the reason I like that is it's a very fast, it's fast character creation without having to get everything. But I like it because as a DM, it gives me a lot of flexibility. That's what I want. Give me flexibility. It gives players flexibility. And that's all I really look at is when I was young, I was a horrible rules lawyer, just terrible. And as I've gotten older, the reality of it is it doesn't make for a better game. It doesn't make for a better game experience. It is a distrust of the DM or things like that. And said, you know what? With this, I can play Pulp Fiction. We're going to go off. I like the supplements. If you get the Horrors of Hyperborea, those are really cool. And I do like Magic, though I heard some people don't. I like the idea that I can play the kind of game I want, which is a low fantasy. You do have a death spiral aspect to it, but it doesn't feel. I mean, you feel like a Conan character when you go in. I don't know how Shadow feels about when he played it.
I had an absolute blast playing it. I only had one real problem, but it was Crafty. It was other friends, Darren and a few other guys that I know. We all had a great time. I absolutely love Robert E. Howard books, and I love the Conan stories. I grew up reading Savage Sword of Conan before I could read and get a hold of the paperbacks, and I've read them all. It's a great IP. Let's just go with that. It's a great setting, but I'm a material guy, and I was talking to Wesley here in the chat about my collection. I've been collecting things for over 40 years, not just games. I have other things. If you've seen some of my other videos, I have a lot of, materialistic, tendencies, and I want to own stuff and I want to use those things. I'm a survivalist, and I know when I go outside my house, I carry a bunch of crap with me, just in case. And I know in any game system I play, my character is going to look like that old miniature of the dwarf, just carrying, frying pans and just a backpack bigger than myself, even though I could never carry it. I'm going to carry stuff. I'm going to carry equipment. So whether it's magic items, tools, high-tech gear, I want that stuff in my game. I want to have those tools. Even if I'm a wizard, I'm playing a wizard, and I've got 2 horses to carry my equipment, and none of it's magical.
Well, and see, I don't feel that problem so much, though I understand you don't like loads. You like the actual individual arrows. But as a DM, it's a load. It's a quiver full. We're not going to count them down. If you get a complication, you'll lose it. Or if you want to go shoot off, like there are special abilities to get rid of all your loads. Those are the only times you're going to lose your loads. And that's fine. That's easier for me. Forbidden Lands, I don't have to keep track of it. I can trust the characters usually for the most part. But yeah, I don't like tracking. Well, how many arrows do you have? Well, you have to get this one, and then this one, and then this one. Okay, you can carry 20. I don't like that. I like the abstract of, you can carry 4 loads. Okay, how many loads? And then you can always reclaim them at the end. And I'm like, all right, I'm not going to say, well, let's roll for each. Well, that's a first edition thing. Let me see how many of them are broken. And
it's really not just arrows though. Any game mechanic that tells me I'm out before I know I'm out kind of bothers me. If it was healing potions and I bought 3 and I used 1, but then the DM says I'm out, I'm like, but I only used 1. Oh, we rolled bad. No, that's not how it works.
Well, see, I don't feel that way with Conan. There's only certain things that have those loads and that abstractness, in my opinion. For me, if you're going to carry potions, we're counting potions because there's a limited number. But then again, for Conan, since it's a low fantasy, you're probably not going to have that. And I guess that.
You're never going to see it.
Well, you can see a potion, you just might not know what it is. That's the thing. Is like, okay, you get 1 flask. All right. Well, how much is that? And then I do like says, I like some abstract stuff with the encumbrance. I don't want to have to be tracking every individual gold piece weight like you did in the old editions, which to be fair was also an optional thing. But how much can you carry? You carry a flask. How big? That's like 20 gallons. Okay, that's about 160
good luck
pounds.
with that. Good luck with that.
Well, that comes to the horse again. Hey, you're going to do this in the cart.
And your horse hates you, and every time you come near it gives you the side eye. Yeah,
I'm thinking of a particular set of war games rules where if your musketeers roll a 1, they're just out of ammo for the game, and they're going to have to use their butts.
For me, and having dealt some with combat, well, not really, but talking to people that have been in combat when I was overseas.
Right. Most of us have some experience, Yeah,
well, a lot of them, unless they're perfect, will shoot until they need to, and when it's out, they'll change the clip. And so that's what comes down to it. I'm okay with that. I just, again, to me, it comes down to that complication aspect where you're not going to be losing you can fire 50 times without having to worry about your loads, unless you're trying to use special abilities, which gives you a lot of, okay, you want to go fire off like Lars Anderson? Go for it. You're going to be out of arrows when you're done.
Well, you fire arrows at a distance, like en masse, and arrows up close more selectively anyway. You know what I mean? Like, if you're part of a formation of bowmen and the enemy's like 200 yards away, you're going to be doing about 10 arrows a minute. Whereas if you're in a dungeon and it's a goblin at the end of a corridor, you're just going to need to have like 1 good shot that counts anyway. I'm
with the Lars Anderson stuff. Have you seen him how fast he shoots those arrows?
I've seen videos. Well, does anybody else here actually arch?
I have.
Yeah,
I do. I do it. I mean, I go target shooting at least 3 times a month. I'm in a sport that lets me shoot arrows at people. I consider myself to be a fat archer, but still an archer.
Yeah.
And so when you tell me in how he was describing it, I don't have control on how many arrows I have. It's just a sheaf. You come up with 4 sheaves, and after you shoot, you're just done. And I'm like, no, that doesn't make sense to me, because I should have control as long as you trust your players. Here's the trick: you have to trust your players. The average sheaf has 24 arrows. And as long as you can trust your player, say after he's shot 24, says, hey, I'm out arrows, or hey, I'm on my second sheaf, or whatever, then it should be counted that way.
But we're assuming something here is every time that you roll is 1 attack. And the way no. But I'm saying, but a lot of the systems, when I look at it, is you're sending off either a flurry of attacks or you're doing a flurry of arrows, depending on what goes on. At that point, you're abstracting a lot of stuff. That's the way I'm looking at it. And
how many arrows can a person shoot per?
Targeted maybe a few a minute.
Well,
really well aimed, but like
watch Lars
Anderson.
You can watch Lars Anderson 3 in a second and a half.
Oh no, I know exactly who he is, and I've seen that his way of shooting works.
But is he a freak, or is that common? To archers? Like
that's not common.
To be fair, most of us do target shooting. We do not do combat shooting. So that's the thing.
Right.
Yeah, I do both. I do
real
both.
quick, guys. My friend Armstrong, who I haven't seen in millennia, is in the house. I want to just say hi to him. If he wants to jump in, I'd love for you guys to meet him. The link's in there. Sebastian, if you want to just click it and come on in, give me a minute. But I'll let you guys go back to what you're talking about. I just didn't want him to feel left out because sometimes that happens to people.
Well, and that's what I'm talking about, is on how fast are you looking at them shooting. And I'm going, you're in a desperate contact. You're not looking down. You're just pulling as fast as you can to shoot. Now, again, what type of, are you trying to shoot 200 yards? Probably not. And the other part is, and you have to be fair about this, a single archer, you can kind of dodge those arrows pretty easily if it's just one archer shooting one every couple of seconds. And that's not
that's why you don't aim at the target in front of you. You aim at the target on the side, because never mind. Me being sorry, I'll shut up.
No. Well, you have it, but that's my whole point. Is if I can shoot off 6 arrows in, let's say, 3 seconds, you're trying to do all of this. I'm going to probably hit you once, and that's the reason that I look at that as a big attack. But
I mean,
most
the
of us
other
can't
thing
do
is
that.
Ammunition is variable depending on where you are. Like, if you're on a battlefield, there are going to be carts of arrows, lying around. If you've got a crossbow and you have no bolts, you can actually load a stone into a crossbow just fine, and it'll work over short range. So, I guess there's a level of drilling down that, to be honest with you, as long as I would put it under equipment maintenance or something like that. If you were tracking that, if you wanted to drill down to that level, it's have you paid the upkeep, 2 shekels on your equipment upkeep or something?
Well, see, Conan works this way: is you put the number of loads, which would probably be the equivalent of 1 sheet. That's the way that Conan works for your loads. And and the GM can determine when you run out using a complication. As long as you don't roll a complication, you aren't using it. And then there are some special skills that can use a load. Like, if I want to do attack an area, well, then you can use a load, which just says you're just wailing as many as you can out into an area, trying to hit whoever's in there. But that's all that you're looking at from that aspect. I know the same thing with food. I know everyone tracks everything, but I like a certain level of abstractness for all of my games. If you really want to track it, you can count stuff off, but that's up to you. The idea was that it was meant to be heroic, and then at the end of the fight, you can go collect your arrows and you can reload from that way. It's not like they just disappear. It's just
in a lot of skirmish miniature games, it would be do a quality roll for forage or something really broad like that.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And that's how Conan works, actually, is after you're done with that. And, again, how fast are you shooting? Are you going to, and you're panicked, which I saw them talk about with, what was it? Little Bighorn, when they had Custer. They said they could tell the difference between when they're composed in shooting and when they were panicking, depending on where the shells were. And they were in complete panic, whereas they said if they were up there and they're well organized, they only have to shoot around every 20 or 30 seconds. When they're in complete panic, they're shooting as fast as they can as they're trying to retreat, and it's all over the place. And I think that's some of it. And I admit, for me, I like bolt action over, semi-automatic rifles, just because I would rather take someone out from 600 yards because you aren't going to hit me back. Because most people don't do all the math required. And I'm like, well, I know what's going on here. I can have the math. But that's a different aspect. And it's not that you can't do that with Conan. You can. It's just but Conan is a very flexible system. And what I mean by that is, how long does this occur? If I say a fight occurs for a minute, or it could occur for 10 seconds, it's this time dilation aspect you can do with it.
There's a lot of room for above ground kind of fighting as well, which is nice. It doesn't all have to take place in a dungeon in a kind of Hyperborean setting, right? You can change it up a lot.
And they have different rule books as you get it. I'm just saying what I like for Conan, especially since they have writing, that actively encourages players to run around in a horse, and you shouldn't be getting close to stuff. But that's why I like the system, because as a GM, it allows me to be very flexible. I don't have to be marking everything down and go, okay, well, this is all right. You know, did you get this? And I said, you know what? You've been shooting long enough. I'm going to say you're out of arrows at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
Yeah.
I'm fairly anal when it comes to archery, especially in archery in games, where I know what it's like to shoot a bow. I know, variations of that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
if you're controlling one character, I can see how that you could be more detail oriented. But in like a war game or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Or a skirmish, it could get quite frustrating. Really. There's another thing to track.
Like I said, I don't mind one way or the other. I understand where everyone's coming from, and well, I want to do this and I want to count all my bullets. Well, that's great if I have a bolt action. I can say this much: if I'm in the middle of combat and you have a bunch of people running back and forth, I'm probably not going to be counting. I'm just going to try saying, okay, I have a certain amount of rounds. Can I keep them back?
Right.
That's true.
Depends on what system you're running. Let's say you're doing, I don't know, let's say you're running Pathfinder. At most, granted there is mini shot, which I don't really use mini shot, but there is rapid shot. So with rapid shot, you can shoot anywhere from 4 arrows a round, 4 hours a round. So by the
how long is a round?
What?
How long's a round?
A round is one turn around.
No, how many seconds?
I think it's probably 6 seconds because it follows 3.5.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 6 seconds are in a yeah. So
wait a second. Are you guys saying you don't play your games in 1-to-1 time? What the hell? What?
Oh, now you understand why I like loads. I can time dilate the whole thing. So I can play it in real time. No,
but I like having my bar moment for Lord of the Rings, not the Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit. When you take something down with one shot that you had no business to be able to take down with one shot.
While listening to you guys, I realized part of my problem with the load system is I keep thinking 30-round magazines. Yeah. Not anything else. I'm subconsciously I'm thinking 30-round magazines, and I'm carrying 5 to 12 of them depending on the situation, and it's going to be a hell of a long time before I run out of that many bullets. Not arrows, not crossbow bolts, not daggers, but bullets. And I'm like, but that's not the same, Still, I would like.
It can be. You just convert zombies to Antifa. Like.
Don't we do that anyway?
Yeah.
Or at least maybe not convert, but equate. We definitely equate them, and if I'm converting Antifa to zombies, I've got a much bigger problem because I got to kill them twice.
That's the next stage. That's their next form. Okay?
Well, I'm in the next burg at that point. Those zombies can bother somebody else. I'm out of there. If I just made a bunch of,
You will see NBA players celebrating the zombie invasion in your neighborhood and cheering it on, and then when it gets to theirs, they'll be like, somebody should do something about these zombies.
This is a nice thing about living in the country. They're all terrified, and most of them don't have cars.
I mean, I kind of hope the zombie apocalypse happens in a southern state like Florida.
Oh, 100%.
Between Florida and where I live, there are at least 3 or 4 states that love their guns.
It'll be a non-issue. It'll be like a blurb, and then that story will be dead as they are in about.
And it'll be zombie. Cycle. It'll be zombie pensioners from Florida, like trundling along the beach, going, "Oh, I'm feeling a little verklempt."
Actually, the problem is that you have snowbirds, so it depends on the time of year where the zombies go.
Yeah, that's fair.
During the summer, they all head up north, and during the winter, they all head south.
I'm not Illinois. That's all I'm saying is barely. The people that coming. The only reason why people originally came to Illinois, especially Peoria area, was for Caterpillar, and Caterpillar is moving out of Illinois.
Do any of you guys know what Wesley's talking about here? Because I've never played either of these games. Definitely not Bolt Action.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, if you win a game of Bolt Action, you get a bag of chips.
That's nice.
You get a bag of dicks? Is that what you said?
Chips.
That's not what he said.
Oh, I don't want a bag of dicks.
We're switching to metric. A metric bag of dicks.
Well, it sounds a lot bigger when you
Sorry,
start
it took
saying.
a while to give you a half-ass answer there, Wesley.
Isn't that just
But,
a packet of Hebrew? Isn't that just a packet of Hebrew
Wesley's like,
nationals?
what the hell? What did I start? What did I miss? Sorry, Wesley.
No,
Sorry,
no.
Wesley.
So you were talking about that, and to be fair, as a GM, if you're shooting off at the beginning and you get a complication, I am probably not going to say you're out of arrows. I'm going to do that when you're further down and you've been shooting for like 4 or 5 rounds, and now you get a complication. Say, okay, now you're going to be out of arrows. So, to me, it depends, because a complication can be anything. It can be such
Right. And in that game, the very first time I used my crossbow, I fired off a volley, and time seemed to be going by pretty, at a pretty fast clip. And then in one, I believe it was one action or one instance, I'm now out of ammo. Okay.
To me, I wouldn't do that, because to me, as a GM, it has to make sense to me too. And I would say, if you're firing off, and that would be fair on this, you're not just firing off one round, you're firing a few rounds off at as fast as you can.
And I forgot to mention that it was a crossbow.
Yeah.
Crossbows are a completely different scenario than bows.
I own a crossbow, and it's a pistol crossbow, and it would literally take me the whole round to cock it and load it, and shoot it, and suddenly my quiver's empty. No, even if I've got the stirrup and I pull it, etc. I don't care how strong and fast I am. That's still taking physical time. Now, maybe I'm missing or misremembering something about that combat, but for me, I would have been better off if I just never even brought the crossbow with me.
Well, you know what? And I agree with you on that part. Is I would get mad. In fact, what I would probably do, depending on where you were, I would probably say your what is the winch that comes with it?
Yeah.
You've dropped it. You need to go get that. That would be my complication. I would, there would be something in there. Maybe if he attacks you, hey, maybe your bolts have fallen on the floor. You're gonna have to pick them up. Something of that sort. You're right, because from a not just a player perspective, from a GM perspective, I wouldn't let you just run out. But that's complications can be a lot of different things. It can be. I
could have dropped them in the river. I literally could have dropped them in the river at that particular combat.
Or I'd say, hey, look, you're trying to do this. You're trying to get it, but unfortunately, it's in your back, and you're trying to pull it out. Papa Smurf. All I can think is when he does that is, Papa Smurf, the dam is breaking. Well, those are made by the finest contractors in the forest. And who are you? I'm Army Corps of Engineers Smurf. If anyone saw what was that called?
That's not Papa Smurf. That's Karl Marx with chilblains.
No. That was the from Robot Chicken. No, I agree with you, Shadows. That's what would bother me. Is to me, it's a complication, and you have to think of different complications, and it needs to make sense within the story. But that's my view on it. But yeah, I wouldn't let you lose it in the first couple of rounds. I might say something gets tied up. I might say that your arrows fall on the ground, and now you're gonna have to pick them up.
Well, I was kind of like wading through a river, I think.
Yeah,
and that would have made more sense. I'm cool with that. I'm just, I'm so, ingrained, having played D&D for decades and keeping track of every little thing, even in Traveler and other games. You're keeping track of your stuff because, that's what you brought the guns for. Not to run out. Albeit, if you're running like a private eye, and you're lucky if you've got a couple of reloads on you between your pockets and your gun, etc. The situation is everything, and what you've got, you should be able to work with. What the hell is that, James?
What?
How many different props do you have for tonight? Are you like Carrot Top and you got a trunk full of props? We just can't see it. It's in a wagon and you're walking around pulling the wagon full of
It's in a
freaking
wagon.
props.
It's in a wagon with like CDRs of my act. Like, it's like I've got 500 burnt CDs of my act where I printed the label myself, and I'm like, it'd be great if someone bought a CD. Hint.
To be honest, I actually think the guy's really talented, and he's jacked as hell now, or at least he was.
He's gone back to a normal size.
Okay,
he does.
So he's not taking steroids.
He does look a bit like Chucky, though, doesn't he? Just a little bit.
I was thinking, what's her name? Who was
Duchess of York?
No. She used to do all the lying for Biden.
Oh,
I mean, she's already.
Saki.
Yeah, there you go.
Saki. Yeah.
Comrade Saki. Yeah.
Wow.
No,
I could be in the desert. I could be so thirsty, and I would refuse that drink of water. Like, that's all I'm going to say about
amen,
that.
brother. Amen, brother. and
I'll just keep a dry mouth. Thanks.
So,
we don't need that.
So the only other thing I'll bring about Conan that I like is it's not fixed for distances and things. So if you're in the forest and it limits you and there's a lot of stuff in between, it's easier for me to say that's long range rather than just saying, oh, you're hiding behind cover the entire time.
Right.
That's the whole reason I like it. Is it's a very you can bring it in and out as much as you can. And as a GM, I like that flexibility, and I like the fact that players can do stuff. But
don't get me wrong, if Crafty runs another game, I'll do whatever it takes to get in it. I love the character that I got. Sure. I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun in the game. But it's like playing Axis and Allies. I hate that game. But if I got to choose the players out of all the people in the world, I would learn to be really good at it.
Yeah.
Just to hang out with those guys. What the hell is that?
What is what?
Nobody hears that?
I can hear like a weird harmonic kind of feedback. Yeah.
Just
I
testing.
thought that was you, Dave.
No, I'm not digitally throat singing or anything like that. It's coming from like the circulating air or something.
Yeah, it's coming from my end.
So
okay.
Shadow?
It's coming from his end. So take him to the doctor on Monday.
I know.
Get that checked out as soon as possible.
So Shadow, what else did you not like about Conan, or was that it?
That was it. That was literally it. Okay.
I'm just saving myself for Hyperborea. That's what I'm saving myself
Well,
for.
and like I said, this is I know it was Crafty. I would have probably said, Crafty, it doesn't make any sense, but I understand why he did it. But I would never do that because it doesn't make sense to me in game either. And we
were so caught up in the moment that it didn't matter. Everybody around me was doing great, having fun, and I love Conan. Everything except the movies. If you want to talk Conan, cool. I know Connell's just shaking his head. Here's the thing. By the time I saw the first Conan movie, I had read probably 100 different Conan comic books. Read over halfway through the book series of Robert E. Howard's Conan, and then this is what I was handed as the movie. As a real lover of Robert E. Howard's work and the color comics, Savage Sword of Conan, etc. It didn't even seem like it was written by anybody who had read Conan. It didn't have any of the feel that I was expecting. And mind you, I was still kind of pretty young at the time.
My favorite part of the movie is when he throws that steel pipe through James Earl Jones's chest and says, "Let off some steam, Bennett."
I hate it. I don't hate. I just. I'm sorry, and I know I'll probably get booed out of the secret Conan boy band. But I like Jason Momoa as Conan. It was more.
We're not a boy band. We're a musical ensemble. For one.
Whatever. It's a secret boy band, however you run it. I
We're
like
more like
Jason
a
Momoa's version of
garage
Conan.
group.
I prefer over than Arnold Schwarzenegger's.
I'll be honest.
What is not like Arnold? What is wrong with Arnold?
The music is what really made the first Conan movie. I don't care what
Yeah.
anyone says. That movie is the soundtrack is fantastic. I've watched it and I really do like the very first one. The second one, of course, was just purely that's a jokish tongue in cheek.
That was a cash grab.
Yeah. But the first one I enjoyed
But I got to
because
sleep with Grace Jones.
if you look at it, there's a lot of different levels in there. There's a lot of different levels in there.
She broke me. She has so many angles.
But I and some of the concepts I enjoyed with it. But I am starting to read the Robert E. Howard stuff, which I hadn't done before. Because what's funny is, as a kid, I wanted to read science and science fiction, not fantasy for the most part. And if I wanted to read anything about fantasy, that's how we all became. I have only read a little bit of the Solomon Kane stuff because all of his stuff is now open, isn't it? All of his stuff is now royalty free, whatever you call it. It's no longer.
Right, I think so, but I'm not certain. I know the copy of the Solomon Kane stories I got was pretty shady, so.
But I mean, I don't really care. I enjoy it. I love the music, and I look at the different levels of the things. Like I still like this Sword of Atlantis when he goes in there, and he finds that. There's a lot of different, but but anyway, it doesn't matter. I enjoy it either way. It's the part of the reason I get whatever's in the game.
I haven't seen the new Conan because it was made after my cutoff date that Shadow knows about. But
it was okay.
I didn't know there was a new Conan.
Yeah, I've been joking with your dad that we need to review it, and he just refuses to.
Yeah, it's going to be a cold day before I'm enthused about that. I may do it as a favor, Connell, but you'll owe me one.
For what, the new one?
Conan is a smart, upstanding inner-city lawyer who doesn't need no man.
I mean, I watched the new one, and to me, it's like why didn't you put more money into the music? I mean,
why do you put more money in the actual storyline? Buy better writers. But I can say the same thing about the first one.
No, the first one. If you actually look at it, there's a lot of different levels of depth in that one. But
actually, after reviewing the scientists, I'm actually kind of owed that dude a review on Conan.
You'll have to take that up with Jackie, not me.
Yep. Don't worry. Next time I get to choose a movie, we're gonna choose another bad one. Don't worry.
For me, here's the thing. Growing up, even in the Conan paperback books, there were images of Conan.
Sure.
And to this day, I have yet to see an actor who looked like Conan. It's just really that simple. He had a specific, very defined look written about in every story. There was a description of Conan that we could all probably recite from heart.
Same as James Bond, who's never really had
right. Yeah, I never read the Ian Fleming book, so I can't really jump on that one. But one of these days I will.
He's meant to look quite similar, like in a way, to Conan. Like he's got dark hair and cold eyes of a killer and a scar on his face. He's meant to look much rougher than he was portrayed.
Right. And for me, it just like I always make the joke. They couldn't even bother to shell out for a bottle of hair dye for Arnold. He had black hair, not brown.
I cannot dye my hair. The guy who pays my rent prefers me blonde.
Well, you know what? That was part of the problem that I had when I watched The Lord of the Rings originally. Was I was so worried they were going to screw it up. I had to go see the movie twice because the first movie I had to get up to the point, and only the second time was I able to enjoy it because it was like, well, there's and I don't mind artistic license within a certain reason. That's why I don't really care. Brown and black is fine. If they made him red-haired or blonde, I would have been thoroughly pissed because that's not. But like I said, I enjoyed the movie. But the music soundtrack is what really, to me, makes the movie. Otherwise, it's kind of a bad B movie. If you look at
I didn't really feel the Lord of the Rings movies that much. Like, the first one came out at kind of the right time, and I was really enthusiastic. And by the time the second and third ones came out, I kind of dipped out of fantasy more or less for a little while. But beyond that, I don't think that any movie can ever match your imagination's like first proper engagement with fantasy. You know, it'll always look perfect in your mind. You know what I mean?
Like, if they were to ever do the Amber Chronicles, I would probably literally go postal. Why is there
Morning, gentlemen.
Hi.
Good morning.
Guys, this is my friend Armstrong.
Hi,
He's been a good friend of mine for quite some time. To everybody here who's never met you, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself so my friends can know who they're talking to and why you're such a cool guy?
Well, so as Shadow said, I'm Armstrong. I'm a Polish guy who lived in Ireland for last almost 2 decades now. I mostly build right now Gaslands cars for fun.
Cool.
I'm a DM playing pretty much every single game. I used to because, well, COVID. Yeah, so I used to play pretty much every single game. I started with Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay as my main system. And, when you were talking about the arrows, I remember how much of a pain in the backside was the tracking of the arrows in Warhammer. Yeah, so generally I ignore the tracking of the arrows, bullets, and whatever, because when you played World of Warcraft, for example, they gave you at the beginning, when you were just starting in the very first edition, 800 arrows in your quiver. Yeah, and
they were
what
expanding. They were expanding arrows.
Yeah, I was building.
They're very tightly packed.
Yes, and I'm generally a builder, crafter, and I build a lot of Warhammer that I don't really show on my own channel, which is probably a big mistake. Okay, that's it about introducing myself.
So I'm going to ask you a question. Because we've all been talking about science fiction, which was the one movie I wanted to mention, which was my guilty pleasure, is Space Invaders. What science fiction do you enjoy playing for?
What science fiction? If I would have to choose, are we just talking about the cinematic universes, or are we talking about gaming universes? That's the question.
Games that you enjoy playing on like tabletop RPGs.
Well, for me, that's gonna on the tabletop I'm playing 40K mostly. So if you look at the RPG aspect, I would probably look closer into Kill Team. Okay. Yeah, but generally I like cyberpunk, for example, as a science fiction. Yeah, but cyberpunk is so OP that one character that you create can be basically a walking nuke. Yeah, I remember that once when my character died, he leveled 3 blocks in a mega city. So yeah, he was carrying so many nano nukes in his bloodstream. So yes, but if we are talking about movies, probably. Just by the sheer absurdness of the movie, I would say Starship Troopers.
Well, see, speaking of movies that I hated, Starship Troopers, because I'm like, where are the jumpsuits? I want the mobile suit.
In the newest animated movie, the Jaegers went into the newest animated movie. They actually showed the Jaegers in the animated movie for Starship Troopers. I think it is now called Starship Troopers 3 or whatever, but I know that they did actually bring Jaegers, and they bring the jump infantry as well.
I love the jump infantry. I also love the Neo dogs, which I was like, where are the Neo dogs?
Yeah, I got to admit, Starship Troopers was probably. I mean, I'm not going to count Doc Savage and Perry Rodan and stuff like that, because it was more pulp than science fiction. But Starship Troopers was the very first book I rented or I borrowed from my 7th grade library, and from that moment on, I couldn't get enough science fiction in the way of books, because I knew I had exhausted access to all of the TV science fiction. I would have to wait for a movie to come out, and I think I'd already seen Star Wars, so I knew it wasn't coming. During the early 80s, etc., science fiction wasn't coming out like it is now, where you could just go anywhere you want, you could find science fiction. So I started looking for books, and I've got the old, is it SPI? I think it's SPI or Avalon Hills Starship Troopers board
Oh
game.
yeah, the Avalon Hill where you had the hex maps. Yeah, my father had that.
I absolutely loved everything about Starship Troopers. The book, the mech, the drop pods, everything about it. The movie, while it's not even close, compared to the book, I still got to say it's a fun ride. It's a fun ride as a movie for science fiction and shoot 'em up. The bugs were done great. The story was
I like how they did the bugs, to be fair on that, because they were organic. I enjoyed that aspect rather than them being the other stuff. The problem that I have with
what is that?
My notifications. My aunt wanted some picture. Oh no!
Kill that.
But hopefully they're dead already.
Well, don't make me go Hillary Clinton on your cell phone.
is the one thing I find to me is whenever they start picking an IP, and this was something I was afraid of with Alien, and they didn't. And while people do it, it actually doesn't say put in aliens in every game. Was that I did not like the fact that it tends to limit on what you can explore or have in there. And I'm glad that they didn't do that with Alien. They've expanded some of it, but it also, but that's pretty dystopian for a lot of stuff. But the point of whenever I want to go into space is I kind of want to go explore new worlds, meet new aliens,
and then kill new aliens.
Well, kill the aliens. I want giant space battles. I want I want to get the capture of Star Wars with the more science fiction bent instead of just having everyone say, "Oh, well, I've got the Force." Yeah, I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's cool. I want to go over here. Let's go off." Like I said, Star Frontiers scratched that itch when it came out, and I haven't looked at Travelers stuff for things, but I love that idea of, okay, you guys will go way out, and you're going to explore somewhere, and you're going to have a small ship, and that's the whole point is, have spaceship, will travel, and you're going out to unexplored areas.
That's Traveler in a nutshell. The only difference between Traveler and Star Frontiers is a more retro style. The tech is very much like Space 2001, silent running, that kind of thing. With obviously there is still jump drive, hyperspace, whatever you want to call it, getting from place to place, using ludicrous speed. Traveler has varying tech levels. Every planet you go to has a different tech level or and they have all the technological equipment and gadgets you could want by tech level, so that you're always covered. Star Frontiers is it's kind of like a set in stone tech level, and this is the area you're always going to play in. No matter where you go, everybody's kind of like at that sort of Star Trek, equal tech level without, everybody's got their advantages and disadvantages, but nobody's got faster ships or overwhelming technology. In Traveler, you never know what you're going to bump into, and the character rules are a little bit different, but that's about it.
But that's the whole idea of why I was trying to capture it. Like I said, I never did it. It reminds me of GURPS, where you can set up the tech levels there. And I'll be honest, this is why I like 2300, is it sort of puts a hard cap on your tech level of 12. And that's what I like about it. I don't like going up to 15, or which is probably more of like a Star Trek level or things like that. That's I'm not disagreeing with you at all. And for me, again, they had ancient weapons. I like the gyrojet weapons and things like that.
Right, they didn't even know what they were talking about, but yeah.
Well, it's a gas. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of gyrojets. They just could never get them to work, right?
I meant from when we actually used them, which was a very minute part of human history compared to what they did with them. Okay, cool. Yeah. They went back to an old technology and perfected it, because back in the old days, you could practically knock them out of the air with your hand. But okay, that's cool. And I totally get wanting to have a cap on a thing, but you can easily do that by just saying, okay, nothing's beyond this tech level, etc. In your Traveler game. What I like about Traveler the most, though, is the life path. You decide how old your character is, and when you're 18, you go into one of the branches of the service or something, and you do 4 years at a time. And when you're done with the 4 years, you look at your character and go, do I want to start playing this character, or do I want to be a little bit older and have a little bit more skill? Because both games are skill-based. And if you're still not happy, you can keep going. But after you get past a certain point, decrepitude starts kicking in. Since I'm the oldest guy here, probably, I know what they're talking about. When you get to a certain point, well, what's that echo?
Are you going through Jack's? Does he have it open, or
he's downstairs?
No,
I shouldn't have
it. Charging it because it is 5 minutes left, or 2%.
Can you mute? Can you mute that so we don't get the echo?
He sounds so ominous, like a dictator.
Oh.
Well, I mean, Shadow. My whole thing that
to
comes with Traveler, and I'm not against anything about what you're saying with Traveler, was I had never seen it, or I had never picked up a book or read it until this year. So I mean, we have a 40-year gap between the two for me.
Right.
So I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that Traveler is actually pretty good for some of it. If I like Traveler Companion, which gives you a little bit more to it. And I understand where people talk about, well, it's ultra realistic. Like, well, you don't have to do that. You can go add luck and these other things in there. But that's my whole point. Is that's the appeal, I think, of a lot of these is, okay, you have a 200-ton spaceship. You can go into, which is very similar to Firefly. You can go into the atmosphere and land. You can come out of it. You can go explore different worlds. It favors people who want to do you can do it either way. And I have nothing against any of it. Like I said, the only thing that gets me with regular travel, or I guess classic Traveler, is the Imperium, which I'm like, yeah, but that's why I say I like 2300. But Traveler to me is a system more than a setting. And
exactly. Nobody is the Imperium. Nobody does that I know. They do their own thing. I don't know about you guys, but when I do you do much dungeon mastering, Armstrong, or are you more a player?
I'm usually a dungeon master, as there is no more dungeon masters in my area.
Oh no!
So I'm kind of nuked into that position in about 90% of the cases. But I was just hearing talking about Traveler. But did any of you tried a Dying Suns?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
It is a system where the universe all of a sudden started fading away. Basically, all of the suns in the universe all of a sudden slowly started just fading. Yeah, like I only read the book once, a couple. Like I was still living in Poland, so it was about 20 years ago, or something like that. But generally, I was so fascinated with the universe that I actually bring it into my Dungeons and Dragons games.
So it's called Fading.
I think it was Fading Suns or Dying Suns, something like that.
I haven't. It's by Ulysses Spiel. Yeah. I'm looking it up right now. I look these up whenever people mention them, just so I can see what's kind of cool.
All of these fantasy realms, they hang in space somewhere, presumably at some point on the timeline. Like, mix and match. Like
that's a good point. In my universe, all my planets, all my game worlds exist on the same map. Just good luck finding them. And once you do, you're good. Yeah. Even Warhammer, their universe, they've got their fantasy worlds are pretty much in the same universe.
Yeah,
sometimes they interact, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, like presumably the Elder left at some point, and the orcs are fungus, so they're just everywhere. Like
don't
the orcs in Warhammer, they're supposed to be
Shots fired. Watch out, Dave.
The orcs in Warhammer, they're supposed to be the fruit stage of like a fungus, aren't they? Like they're meant to be like just like mushroom men.
They are a mixture of mushrooms and animalistic. But how you can see, I'm already building a head for a new Stompa scratch build. So don't get me started on orcs, because orcs are basically, like I said, my main system right now is Gaslands, but the orcs have a separate game called Gorka Morka.
Yeah, of course. I was
And
like
yes,
thinking,
I'm just going into building more and more orc vehicles.
God, sorry, one
you know, I got Gaslands and I was like ready to go. I was really interested in it. I kind of felt like the rules didn't move very fast, but the same guy does a Starships game that I really love called A Billion Suns.
Yes,
where
I
you
know.
have like a corporation and you have your mega ships and you kind of warp jump into the battlefield.
Yeah, Armstrong is a big fan of that. On his channel, he makes scratch-built starships for that game, and one of these days, the little guy and I might play it, but we've got such a backlog. We haven't played
I
the
know
game
what you
together.
It's in my pile. It's in my pile with some. I've got some irregular miniatures, 6mm, some little 6mm starships. You know
what? It's not 1 in 1,200.
Well, I did think about like doing the Russo-Japanese naval conflict, but then I kind of sublimated that urge to get into like another obscure period with like a book game that kind of does the same thing, and it has all the ship ratings and stuff, and I'm like, I'm not ready for the that level of pipe and slippers yet. But
I have to laugh because when you look at 1 in 1,200, you can still get ships that are like 3 feet long.
Yeah.
And people forget about that. Like 6mm is nothing. Then you get a ship that's like 12 feet long.
I'm gonna make a commemorative one of like the Chinese carrier after we sink it.
I have in here a Thunderhawk just cut out, that actually sitting there on the shelf.
Yes,
it's just a plastic art cutout, for it. So, oh, come on. Too much of the crap on the shelf. Sorry, guys.
Hey, we're all good pack rats. You're just brave enough to show it
when
off.
you look at that, this is a Thunder. This is a profile of the Thunderhawk.
Yeah.
And the Thunderhawk is just a transport unit for 40K. So when you think about, just keeping it the same scale and then trying to build actually even a smallest frigate, the smallest frigate going to be probably about 6 feet long.
Hang on a second.
Was the?
Just 1 minute.
Cheryl, do some bloody housework, will
I liked Rogue Trader for what it had in there, and and to be fair, that's the thing that really probably got me into. I mean, looking at Traveler, so I'm not including that one, even though I like Traveler and the ability that you can make your own systems. That's what got me into Star Frontiers, and that's what I kind of actually like when they're doing with the Rogue Trader here, where you can put stuff in there. But I think that's one of those, that's for science fiction games, your spaceship is as much a character as the players. And I think that's
thumbs up 3 times, about that. I fully agree. The spaceship going to define your group.
And I saw Traveler, and I can't remember which one it was. I think it's the Aerospace Engineers for 2300, or one of them, where you can put in quirks as you get an older ship. And to me, that's so important. By having those little quirks, it makes it unique. And just like whether you like it or not, as much as people talk about, the Millennium Falcon's so cool. How many times did the Millennium Falcon suddenly just die on them? I mean, it was a piece of crap, whether people like it or not. Oh, the Millennium Falcon's the greatest ever. No, it's not. The Millennium Falcon was a piece of trash they put together to fly. I'm
not disagreeing with that. But I do have to say, it's the only sci-fi shit that's made into 3 different movies that was not its own. No, 2 other movies that was not its own.
Oh, come on. Look at the thing. The thing was falling apart. I mean, it is not
a piece of junk.
Yeah, exactly.
My question is how is that thing a cargo ship? It looks like it can hold a box of Tic Tacs and 1 gay android and a farm kid,
Oh, it is a couch delivery system. Didn't you ever watch Family Guy?
Yeah, I love that one. That's one of my favorites. I love that where he's like, someone's a perfectly good couch. Yeah, he pushes it up and it won't go through the door. He's like, no, we'll just have to angle it. And you know what's sad? When I graduated from college, I had to try getting the couch out of my apartment. And somehow at the end, I just gave up and I broke it apart. I don't know how I got it in, but I couldn't get it out until I broke it apart.
You probably took the legs off down
No.
underneath. Oh,
no,
really?
it was too wide. Like I couldn't angle it properly.
Oh, you know what happened? Over the years, it grew.
Yeah, yeah. It started moving out, and then it would.
It
Yeah,
accumulated.
You fed it too many
It
Cheetos.
accumulated a layer of beer and like cigarette dust, and it just got thicker.
Well, it was just funny because it was one of those that I have a picture. And it was like partially out. We couldn't get out. And and it was already had a broken seat. I got one of my classmates gave it to me for free, and I finally just got fed up with it. I broke the back of it to get it out of the apartment.
No patience whatsoever.
Well, I'm just going to throw it away anyway. Why in the world would I want to?
Throwing away couches about 3 a year because of the cats.
Oh no!
Oh no!
You see, you have what, like saber-toothed tigers or bobcats or mountain lions?
No, my wife just bring a new pet home. Every time that I tell her to don't bring a new pet home. So I did actually last year. I think that I throw out like 2 couches or 3 of them.
She sounds like she sounds charming.
I wish it would be so much easier.
Can't you reupholster?
That's great though. Imagine a girl who just brings home a random animal every week. That's great.
Wait a minute. This is why I'm single. Because you think cats are bad? Try horses.
Oh, my wife actually is.
I just saw Shadow's eyes go way up. Yeah,
pony girls. The girls who are into horses are universally damaged. You do realize that, like, girls who are like really into horses.
Finally, someone who understands me.
Well, no, I mean, I'll be honest. I liked the farm stuff, but there was a certain point where you're like, you have to dial it down. You only have so much money.
Could you elaborate on I like the farm stuff?
No, this is a family show.
Well,
this one is. The other one is the naughty one.
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, I liked going out and feeding the animals in the morning. I liked being with the neighbors. I understand that. I like the fact that there were fresh farm eggs that were yellow and not this grayish. It's sad.
From
sad
US, I forgot about that. You have the white eggs.
No. Actually, what we had were the Americanas. The Americanas had the blue eggs. They were blue and pink.
Yeah, I'm from Poland, so we have all of the colors of the eggs.
Well, exactly. Well, she did too, and she bought some things.
We don't have to keep them in fridge either.
No, you don't have to keep eggs. The only reason they put them in the refrigerator is because they leave them out for 3 weeks, so it will separate from the shell.
So she was laying the eggs herself, or the chickens were.
Well, the only egg that I did got me a 13-year-old now. So no, it was, but what she bought was called game birds.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
which are
like
chickens?
Pheasant.
No. They're the game chickens, which they don't tell you are fighting cocks. And so she bought these. Like, if you ever seen black Sumatra, I mean, they're gorgeous birds. They've got these tails that go out like 4 or 5 feet long. Well, she didn't realize that that's what they were bred for, and so all of a sudden they were going out.
Start a fight. How do you start a fight between them? Do you put a little beret on one or something? And the other one just takes exception to the beret and just says, "Oh, what's that on your head? Come here."
I'll tell you this much: Americanas had 3. No, not the Americanas. The Sumatras had 3 spurs on the back of their legs, on each leg. The anyway, they were Cuban ones. They had spurs that were 3 inches long. I mean, I swear those things were daggers. And they, it was. And I'll tell you this much: guinea hens. Guinea hens make chickens look like they're in Mensa. I have never seen such.
You can teach chickens to count, can't you?
I don't know. I've never tried. My whole thing.
When I was a kid, my grandparents.
I don't know. I heard a story of a guy who taught his horse how to count, but the horse actually couldn't count. It was just reacting to his face or something.
Yeah. Well, horses. I'll tell you
Did
this
the
much.
horse say that? Did he clarify? Was he like, actually, the reason I'm
No,
doing
this guy was like, listen, everybody in my horse can count. And then you'd ask the horse, what's this basic math equation? And then it would tap its hooves, the answer. But then they locked the horse in an area and then like yelled at it so that it could hear it. Like they put the horse into some like completely dark area, and then they asked it the equation with the owner nowhere in sight, and he couldn't do anything.
Okay, so can I tell you the bad frog joke? Is there's a scientist?
Sure.
So there's a scientist, and he goes over,
Oh,
and
no.
he puts a frog, and he tells it jump. The frog jumps 20 feet, so he cuts off a leg. He says jump. The frog jumps 15 feet, so he cuts off another leg. He says jump. The frog jumps 10 feet. He cuts off another leg. He says jump. The frog jumps 5 feet, so he cuts off the final leg. He says jump. The frog doesn't move. He says jump. The frog doesn't move. He comes down and says, if you cut off all 4 legs of a frog, it goes deaf.
I was expecting something like that. I wonder what would be the assumption of the frog. From the point of view of frog, would it say, if you jump, they cut off your legs?
So if we're telling bad jokes,
well, we do have a replication crisis. We've got something like 80-75% of scientific studies haven't or can't be replicated.
Yes. Well, and I see. I'm an engineer, but when I look at stuff and I can see like what when you start really drilling down in questions, they're like, and that's why when I start hearing a lot of these things talk about, I said, okay, how do you replicate it? Can you tell me what's going on? And
yeah,
that's the problem that I have with a lot of this stuff is they'll say something, and then they'll just say, oh, it's there. So, oh, okay. Well, what's your variability? What's your standard deviation?
Studies show, and you need to provide a source if we disagree, but I don't.
Oh, studies show that if you actually say at the beginning of your sentence, studies shows 75% of people are going to believe in that crap.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
statistically proven.
A beer and a mop? Okay.
No, I got a joke for you.
That is the joke.
Here's the joke.
Let's go.
All right.
God, that took me a minute. I was waiting for the punchline. I'm like, no, it's all wrapped up in one.
No, the joke. All right. This penguin's driving down the road, and he starts started having car issues. So he pulls over to a mechanic and goes in and says, tells the mechanic that I'm having car issues. Would you look at it and see what's wrong with it? The mechanic looks at the penguin. He's like, sure. Why don't you go across the road and get like a fish stick or something? So the penguin walks across the road, goes to that and the shop, the restaurant, and comes back in roughly about 2 hours. And the mechanic's like, I know what's wrong with your car. We fixed it. Penguin's like, what was it? He's like, you blew a seal. And the penguin wipes his mouth and says, I did not.
I want to get out of the joke. I'm pulling out early. I'm pulling the cord. Let me out.
I'm
feeling so immature after this joke.
if we're gonna not so bad, but
trapped in the joke, please no.
If we're gonna do bad jokes, how do you get out of an elephant if you've been eaten?
How's that?
You run around until you're pooped out.
Oh. All right.
What's the similarity?
Shadow, you've heard me tell the parakeet joke. Should I tell that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, why not? I don't know when this turned into open mic night, but go for it.
Yeah.
So this guy walks into a pet shop, right? And he's just looking for a pet. He doesn't know what he wants. All of a sudden, he hears something cussing in the background, just like full-fledged lying and rip. Fuck this, fuck that, fuck you, right? So he goes back to see what's going on. He finds out it's a parakeet. And he goes up to the shop owner and he's like, how much for the bird? He's like, you want that bird? Have you heard of that bird? He's like, yeah, it's amazing. I want that bird. He says, tell you what, I'll $200 and I'll throw in the cage for free. pays it, takes it home. For the next several days, the bird and the guy is just having a great time cussing at each other, right? Well, that coming Friday, the guy brings his girlfriend back to his place, and the bird's like, "Who's this bitch?" Just it's going on and on. And he goes, the guy and the girlfriend goes into the other room, and he's like, "Fuck you!" And the guy looks at the bird, like, "One more word, I'm throwing you into a freezer." And the bird is like, "Blow yourself." So he gets up, takes the bird, throws it in the freezer, and sits back down with his girlfriend. He waits about 5 seconds and realizes, I'm going to end up killing that bird. So he gets up, goes over, lets the bird out. The bird looks at him very calmly and says, "Sir, I am so sorry for talking to you and your lady friend that way. I will refrain from using this language while you have friends here, but I have a question." And the guy is outstanding. He's never heard a bird talk like this before. He's like, "Yeah, what's your question?" "May I ask, what did the chicken do?"
That's pretty damn good. That's a good joke. Have you guys heard the joke about the pig with the wooden leg?
Mm-mm.
None of you have heard the joke about the pig with the wooden leg.
Tell it.
Nope.
Okay. It's a bit of a long one, but it's worth it. Traveling salesman driving down the road, car breaks down. Right? You guys been here before. He's like, "Okay, well, there's a farm. I'm going to go ask the local farmer if I can borrow his phone and get a tow, because I don't know how to change a tire. I'm a traveling salesman, blah blah blah." So he walks up the path to the farmhouse. Sees the farmer. He's doing some farm work, but everywhere he goes, there's this pig next to him with a wooden leg. And he's like, "Okay, introduces himself, asks, can I use your phone to call a tow truck?" Says, "Yeah, sure." Uses the phone. Says, they'll be there in about an hour. So it's like, "Okay, well, do you mind if I stand around and wait?" And they get to talking, and after a while, the traveling salesman says, I gotta ask, what's with the pig with the wooden leg?" Well, let me tell you. A couple years ago, our barn caught on fire, and the pig, let's just call her Bessie, comes running to the house, banging her snout on the door, wakes us all up, and we managed to save the farm, the barn, before it just completely burned to the ground, and pig's amazing. Well, did the pig lose a leg in the barn or something like that? No. Last year, my daughter fell into the well, and sure enough, Betsy comes, warns us, brings us to the well, helps us get Betsy out before she drowned. And this pig's a hero. It's like, okay, got it, but how'd the pig lose its leg? And the farmer looks at the traveling salesman and says, "Well, a pig like that, you don't eat all at once."
I knew it was getting there.
I was expecting this turn out.
Older, aren't we? We're a little bit older than we were 5 minutes ago.
Okay, so if we're gonna do bad dad jokes now, we're gonna. Did you hear about the snail that bought the car?
No.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
But go ahead.
All right. So the snail comes in, goes over, buys. He says, the salesman's like, "Well, what car do you want?" He says, "I want your fastest car." He says, "Okay." So he shows him off. He says, "Make sure that you put an S on it." They're like, "What?" He says, "Yeah, I want you to put an S on the car before I'll buy it." It's like, all right. So they come back. They put the big S on it, and the salesman says, "All right, I'm dying to know. Why did you want an S?" He said, "Because when I go down the street, I want someone to say, 'Look at that S car go.'"
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Moving right along. So
Pass the garlic butter.
oh no, I really couldn't do that. I couldn't.
Hey, real quick, I only have 10 minutes left of battery here, so I'm gonna go have to charge this thing, and not just for a couple minutes. So I'm going to play the audio. Hopefully, it doesn't break any of your ears. that I was been working on for the past 4 hours.
Okay, sport. Let's hear it.
All right, and if you want, I'll show you what the pictures are later.
What is the audio for? Just curious.
Oh, all right. First, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna try to. First, could you hear it?
Nope.
No.
No, I'm not hearing anything.
Well, not right now, but earlier.
Nope.
Okay, so
Straight out. Sport.
if you remember when I was upstairs and when Shauna was here, I said, "Yeah, go. What's your secret project?" And I said I described it. You were there, Connell, right?
Yeah. Sean was giving you shit.
I think James was in the chat, but he might have missed it. So maybe recap for everybody. So
Okay,
we're all on the same page.
One might have been having one's constitutional.
All right. So what is happening is I have this thing that I've been working on, and it wasn't really that serious outside of a website. But recently, I got the inspiration, which I don't even remember how, to actually start taking this a bit more seriously. I've made a cardboard cutout, which shows how serious I am. And,
Okay, that's serious.
And I started working on audio. Oh, I remember. It's because my friends were moving and were fixing their house. They only had 2 trucks and 1 massive dumpster, and neither of that was enough. So we're cleaning the rest. And I realized this is a good opportunity to film there because I can't film in my house every day. And the original idea of going out to my cousin's desert isn't working. So I'm just currently working on the audio for that. It's going to be a series that I start uploading on. I don't know if I'll say much about it on the channel outside of this, but yeah.
What's the premise, dear boy?
Okay, so the premise is basically, I'm not sure if I should give too many spoilers for it, but basically, it's this galaxy that it's existed for like 500 years, or at least the current civilization has existed for 500 years, and it's like this perfect society that these people have crafted, not the people, and there's this sort of dystopia, kind of like if you've ever heard of A Brave New World. Have any of you guys read that?
Yeah.
I know
Kind of like that, but in space and with magic.
Nah.
Okay.
What's with the echo, buddy? What's causing that?
No clue.
So would that be Babylon 5, the mini series?
No, he's never seen it.
Mages.
No, he hasn't seen it yet. We're working on it.
Are you doing like a web series, or is this like preparation for a campaign, or?
No, it's a web series ARG. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
and when you say you're doing audio, are you doing like Foley sounds or like theme music? Or...
Well, what I'm doing is I'm making pictures and then putting them or hiding them in the audio with the spectrogram.
Oh, okay, cool.
What kind of MK Ultra nonsense is that?
You'll find out, Connell.
Yeah.
When we dress you as Bo Peep and fill you with LSD.
Hey, I've never been to that party. Never again.
Never again.
Well,
I just gotta ask: were you Bo Peep or were you the sheep?
Yeah, that was what I was going to ask.
I was neither.
I was Little Miss Muffet.
It's the same way when you say, "I will not drink anymore," and then you add at the end, but never less either.
Anybody's shit. Granted, there has been a few mornings where I've woken up thinking to myself, I am never going to drink again, only to find myself biting the bitch that bit me.
How do you do it? I did all of my stupid drinking in my 20s, and I just don't have the capacity for it at all anymore. I just have no interest in it. Like, I'll have like 1 glass with dinner, and that's it.
Now it is only a smart drinking.
I cannot like do that to myself anymore. I just have no urge, you know. But I've woken up in a lot of bins on the way, you know.
Being the teetotaler here.
Well, you know, you're not really missing that much, to be honest with you.
Well, to be honest, is I've been drunk a couple of times, and I just found out that I become antisocial and tired. I said, well, why the hell do I want to go out if all I'm going to do is become antisocial and want to go home? I said, if I want to do that, I'll just stay at home.
Just
it's
makes
a lot
me feel
cheaper.
a bit sick now. Yeah. I'm glad that I'm glad that I lost my taste for booze. Actually.
Well, I hate.
It leaves you more money for games, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yes, that's my
reason for. This is my reason for not drinking for over 7 years. It was too expensive. It was taking too much money away from my hobbies.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Well, that was one reason why I stopped going out and partying when I was younger, because I was like, I really want to make music, but I just seem to be around people a lot who are drunk telling them that I'm a musician and not actually doing the work. So
That's nice.
amazing how many instruments you can afford when you stop going out like every single night of the week.
Oh, I live in Ireland. Everyone in here is saying that they are musicians, so you know.
That's true.
You meet musicians in every single pub, on every single corner of the street, and the truth is, you know, there is a lot of people who are playing music in here. Yeah, and I've been living with like three inspiring musicians in the meantime. Yeah, but how you described it? Yes, usually they are quite drunk and do not do music, just you know, go busking around for a couple of hours every day.
Have a song in their heart, so they do.
I thought you were talking about your cats, Armstrong, because I've heard them sing.
No cats.
Well, so
Here's
the proper question.
I'm just building this thunder hope when I'm talking with you.
That's nice.
Awesome.
What is your favorite wine to cook with? Since I know you're a chef.
Me?
Yeah.
Depends on what I'm cooking. Let's say if I'm doing a beef stroganoff, I'll use a Ravenwood Merlot. If I'm doing a salmon or fish, I'll use a Jackson. I can't think of the name of it. Jackson something. It's a white wine. Or
it's a Jackson Pollock because it makes you hurl.
Well, I wasn't going to go there, but God, you read my mind, James.
You know what? I was thinking the same thing, actually, when he says Jackson. I was like, oh, it's a Jackson Pollock.
No, it's...
Which brings it back to MK Ultra.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, did you watch the Grobert thing about the art in the CIA?
No, I just work for them.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. All right, that's good.
All right.
If you would like to buy a bunch of stem cells, by the way.
Well, that's very nice.
Okay, sorry about that, Connell. What were you saying besides the Jack?
The Jacksons. The Jacksons, like wood jack. I can't think of the name. I have to look at it. But I will only cook with wines I will only cook with wines that I'm going to drink.
Yeah.
It's like I'll only drink wines that I've jumped on the grapes myself.
That's weird.
Here's the problem. I just see you doing this with them.
No, that's when I make olive oil.
Oh, okay.
This is evolving very quickly.
That is the funny.
Armstrong, while it's very early in the day for you, most of us
late for all of us.
This is like my second day of streaming. I've been streaming most of the past 48 hours, except 3 hours I actually slept.
Yep.
I have so much fun talking to you guys, and I learn so many things and meet so many interesting people. But you got to start kicking my ass because I need to do more hobby.
That's Monday through Friday, man. I during the weekend I got you know, your girlfriend and I are probably going to come to blows. You know, so we're gonna have to arm wrestle. Just see who gets custody or something.
She tells me to rest and to paint and because like I run around trying to do too many things at once and sometimes get a bit ill. And she's always like encouraged every creative, like sometimes to the extent where I'm like, oh, am I kind of crossing the line into sort of deadbeat territory? I might need to pull it back a little bit. She's amazing when it comes to like things that I'm interested in. She like back me every time. Every time.
Okay, you know you can't let her get away now, okay?
I'm trying to find a woman that will let me have a Breaking Bad moment. I'm just saying. I'm gonna go full Walter White.
What is that? I don't have the point of reference. I know he sold drugs and was a math teacher or some such.
The chemistry teacher.
Right.
I don't know how we're going to do it with engineering,
because
but
I can find you an Australian girl, Connell. You won't. You'll get sick of her though.
You know, I wouldn't mind
Is she that bad?
Girl.
Oh, we can hunt around. We can push around, but I know a lot of birds, man. Like I'm like an ornithologist.
Ornithologist.
You're more of a ornithologist, but that's for another stream. That's for another stream.
No, I don't know.
What do you mean by Breaking Bad? We can find you. We can find you a good. I'm like Dr. Love, dude. Like I can. I love a project.
The game shop owner asked me if I could do a Breaking Bad type campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, do you want Walter White to be the good guy or the bad guy? He's like, the bad guy. I'm like, yeah, I can make this happen.
So how do you is that like a, sorry if this is a dumb question, is that like a modern rule set that you would use where you would have like, you'd be like running a cartel or something, or you're just taking the vibe of that?
Pathfinder, the RPG Pathfinder has, there's a couple other editions now that I'm thinking about it, but it has rules for drugs. So, yeah, the players come into wherever, and, the area they come into is highly controlled by, ran by drug cartels or someone in the king or whatever asked them to clear out the problem. And, you start with your runners and your suppliers and your, just work your way up.
Okay. Right.
I probably want to do it in a modern campaign, but I can do it fantasy.
Well, I mean, I guess
you don't want to do it in a modern campaign. That's why my brother's in jail.
I think that the most fun when you play Dungeons and Dragons, when you actually have DMing, is to put players into the situation when they unknowingly are evil. So basically, the king, the knighthood are asking them to do something, to save the kingdom. But they are saving the kingdom, but they are not saving the people of the nation. They are actually working actively against the entire nation.
We cannot get away from this constant subversion of what is going on with you guys. You guys are like M. Night Shyamalan. You're like, I've got to play a campaign with a twist.
Well, actually, you know what though? This is what I love is that they're doing all these things. They're making the ruler stronger, and when they realize that they're doing a bad thing, then they come back to overthrow him. That's what I enjoy.
Oh, okay, right. So there's justice in the post, at least.
I've always had a problem with paladins. I mean,
Hey.
It's a hard life being a paladin. You wouldn't understand, lusty creature that you are.
When a king orders his paladin to
you've never sacrificed your. You're a victim of Bacchus, sir.
If you didn't know, Armstrong paladins are my thing. That's why he's giving me such a hard time.
Oh, I'm a born cleric.
Yeah.
Full plate armor, couple of warhammers, and I can go. My clerics never heal. My clerics are there to,
Connell's
wreck the
just
house.
like,
Connell's attitude to being a paladin is like, where's the fun in that? Like, you know.
Well, you know what's funny is even my fighters, whenever I play a fighter in whatever system, I usually want to talk it out first before I have to draw the sword. I'm like, you know, oh, you see 3 bandits ahead of you. I said, okay, the rest of the group will protect me. I'll go up and say, evening, gentlemen. So I'm not going to pull it. And when they start going over and like, you know, you're going to give us a step, I'm like, I wouldn't recommend that. You understand, I will kill you.
Yeah. Connell's just like, Paladin, does this mean that I'm going to have to stop drinking the good stuff?
No. First edition paladins always frequent into the whorehouses because they were immune from disease and they could cure disease. So they were the most beloved.
Always with the subversion. No.
I'm healing women of the night.
I just need one feel good triumph of good over evil. Then I'll join you on your genocide campaign. I promise. I'll give it a go.
I always argue.
But
I
you know,
make
Just give me 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes in a lovely version of medieval England where they have like hot running water. You know, just I'll catch up to the like total bloodbath that you guys love, where you're like, and then we take slaves and we eat their children.
But did you ever try to run a campaign? Did you ever try to run a campaign with evil characters and doing exactly the same thing?
Oh, this has been the topic of the week, and it's weighed so heavily on me. Like,
basically,
it's just everybody's idea,
and you know,
everybody's idea of like evil campaigns is like to be cartoonishly evil and not be like an AK. Like, to my mind, you should be more like Somali pirates mentality.
Oh Jesus!
You know what I mean? Like,
no.
Yeah, I know.
For me, evil campaign is actually, you know, guys who are scheming. It's more of a like. I like to have like one all of the characters who are let's say good in the group, yeah, and then one who is evil, but everyone thinks that he's good as well, and he's screwing everyone from behind.
I'm not into the massive betrayal. I like the idea of being like an African AK-47 warlord riding around in a Toyota Hilux, doing addresses at the UN where all the other world leaders know I'm a real ass, but they have to kiss up to me because I've got all the bauxite. Kind of thing.
Wait. That's called Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Did we lose?
I'll put the link back for him.
Well, here's the other part that you need to look at. This is what I had found out. I found out my goodness was directly related to how much money I had at the start of a game.
Right.
And wait a minute. And I'm bringing this up is because in Shadowrun, I always play the psychopathic killer because I wanted the money, and that's because that game revolves around getting money and equipment. Whereas it sounds weird, but in D&D, while you're a psychopathic killer, you're killing off evil things that are destroying your countryside. So you're like, okay, so what if I kill 400 orcs? They were going to kill all the people anyway and burn them down or rape the women. So, you know, I don't feel so bad about killing those guys. But in Shadowrun, it was like...
And this is maybe where I'm actually a bit of a soy boy and like a natural 5e player, is that I actually identify a lot with the evil creatures that you get presented, but not as characters, but just as having different aims and motivations and levels of development than the other civilizations they come into contact with. Like, in my kind of lore, goblins are more like a cattle rustling kind of nomad. But they're more like an environmental problem than like organized people. You know what I mean? Like,
Jesus.
Well, you know what? Here's the way I look at it is if depending on which, like, I like looking at what are the Iron Kingdom's goblins or whatever they were.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But if you actually look at, which I found interesting, you had the Iron Kingdom's role-playing game, and then you had the Horde's role-playing game. And in the Horde's one, you kind of played the evil.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm playing a Gator Man. It's like, well, what are you doing? Well, I'm going to eat my opponents.
See, I don't really understand wanting to play as a goblin in an RPG because I don't think they have that much like depth, right? But I do understand wanting to be a goblin general in a war game, if that makes sense, because you're commanding the horde kind of thing, like you're about to get down and Mongolian on your enemies.
Well, did
Hang on a sec.
have you played? Have you? Well, not that I've played, but have you looked at what they have for 40k Rogue Trader, where they allowed you to play an orc?
No, and I don't even imagine like how do you get into the mindset of that without just kind of putting on a funny old accent what's Cockney in it on account of my having visited the Big Mac and him pulling me teeth out. Oh.
Well, you know what? That's better than most people role play. I'm okay with that.
On account of me getting this big mechanical claw from the National Elf.
Hey, I'm all for that. It's like, oh, you got my big chopper? Yeah, let's go.
But yeah, like I don't really get wanting to be like a bad guy adventurer, but I do understand wanting to be like a kind of like evil warlord general type. Sweep the
you bypassed all the bypassed all the grinding and you're there to you're kind of like playing the end of the movie.
I'm not interested in the backstabbing. I want territory, man.
Well, see, but that's the great thing about being an orc is they don't backstab.
No, they just laugh at each other when they like have horrible mishaps on the battlefield because they have no concept of empathy.
When I do an evil campaign, I kind of do the suicide. I said this Thursday. I kind of force them into either the Riddick scenario or
and who is this one?
That's a new face or an old face
scenario.
How's it going, Wesley? Welcome to the show.
How's it going? The first time streaming, so I was trying to figure it out even.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet y'all.
I don't know what happened to Armstrong. Maybe we said something, or maybe he's got technical difficulties because I saw a little.
He's getting like inside the mech. He's getting inside the mech that he's building. He's working on the interior.
There was a weird symbol for his icon that I've never seen before. So I'm going to chalk it up to technical difficulties, and if not, I'll talk to him later, or he'll come back.
I'll jump out so that he can.
No. My son's like just hogging up space right now. I'll kick him out first.
You can say that when he's 30.
He's charging his device.
You can say that when he's 30 and like asking you to pay his phone bill.
I'll be dead by then. Who are you kidding? So Wesley, tell us a little bit about yourself, man.
I've been gaming probably in 2002. Started out with a Warhammer, kind of doing the bigger battles, and then got into like skirmish gaming, and then kind of stayed in that kind of realm, I guess. Then tried a couple of RPG type games, like I guess that Shadows and Brimstone, and then Savage Worlds.
It's a great game.
Oh yeah, I played some D&D too back in the day too with my friends. The older ones, probably the 2nd or 3rd edition.
Shadows is a money pit, though, man.
Yeah,
it's a money pit. But it's such good fun. Oh, damn! Good for you, bro.
Yeah, the whole hobby room of it. Yep, that's mostly what my collection is. The Shadows right now. Yeah.
Yep. How some of you guys like get on that supplement train? I just don't like. I had to buy like 3 additional books for Oathmark, which is like a fantasy war game, and I was fuming. Like I was like, "What do you mean it's not all in one book?"
I don't know. After getting Conan and Tainted Grail, I'm like, "Holy crap! What did I get myself into?"
Yeah,
I mean,
no. 3.5 Dungeon Dragons. You need a handbook. You need the DMG. You need the monster manual. Wait, there's more than one monster manual. Then you have the Wilds of Fae, then the Stone Race, and 50 books later, and you barely,
getting to the point.
Collection.
You just get to the point where you just want to knock them over with rubber bands, and you're like, "All right, that's the game we're playing." Like,
Pathfinder. I own.
You flicker. You get a paddle pop stick and a rubber band. You flick it from behind the couch at 12 feet.
Yeah. I think I own like a good 80% of the Pathfinder first edition books.
I couldn't. I'm so intimidated by all of that stuff. Like, the first thing I always ask GM Fritz when he's recommending a game, because he does recommend good stuff, is like, how many books am I going to need? Is it I can do 2, I can do 3 at a pinch.
Well, so
You know,
like a lot of them, and this is what I enjoy is like for Conan, one book's plenty, but I like having a couple of others. And really, this is the whole point: is are they necessary or they're fleshing out? And you know, of the Conan books, I recommend 3 really, and the rest of them are just because you want to have them. But part of it's the Hyperborean. But I'm not against having more books per se, and I understand that's part of the line. The problem is that a lot of books are not quality. It's
Yeah.
like, what am I getting?
I would rather because I do a bit of historical stuff as well. I'd rather put it into research and novels that are going to inspire me rather than just plugging into a system. You know what I mean? And like being on that conveyor belt of like, to innovate with this game, I need this constant update of the framework. That's why I love hearing you guys who've been doing it for ages say, oh, I just kept the 2nd edition, or I still play 3rd edition because that's what my gaming group is comfortable with. I love hearing that because I'm like, that mentality of constantly needing to update your stuff is just, it's very GW, isn't it?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing now is, you know, there's nothing, and I think this is part of it, is a lot of us, when you start listening to all the games, you get the 2 group. I am only playing one system, and that's the only system I'm ever going to play. And that's those are you get that, and then you get people like myself, which I hate saying, are kind of like, oh, I love this system, let me buy more so I can start fleshing it out. But I'm going to be realistic. Like I said with Conan, I would recommend getting 4 things, which is the GM screen. I would recommend the core book. I would recommend the Creature of Hyperborea. And the reason that I recommend that one is it gives you templates that you put on top of creatures. So you have thousands of creatures, which is the problem I have with the kind of like with D&D. It doesn't matter which edition, is while you can put templates on there, the problem is you have to recalculate experience. You have to do all this other stuff that's work. Whereas I'm just kind of like, you give it, in the old Iron Kingdoms role-playing game that I have, it would go over and it'd say, okay, you have a wolf. And then it would give you like a bunch of different traits you can add to the wolf. It can be a lone wolf. It can be sick. It can be young. It can be old. It can be an alpha. It can be this. It can be that. And by adding those traits, all of a sudden you have created like 20 different creatures instantaneously. Now, you know, it's different experience point system, and that's the point that I like for that. So that's why I like to recommend the Creature of Hyperborea for Conan. And then I like the spell casting because it rounds it out, but it's not necessary. It's because you love the system. If you don't love the system, just get the core book. It's more, you know, let me phrase it. If you're just trying out a system, try to get the core book. But even for Conan, my recommendation is get the quick start. Before you get anything else, get the quick start and see if your players enjoy it. If they don't enjoy it, don't waste $40 or $50 unless you just want to get the book. But
there's real potential. There's real potential in just enjoying the Robert E. Howard novels as well while you like play your first, you know, couple of adventures. You know, and they're always going to be cheap because they're pretty much like out of copyright now. I imagine that they're probably being reprinted quite inexpensively all over the place. I've got a digital copy, but you know, obviously it's not quite the same.
But I think that's the problem that you have some with D&D is that sometimes it's harder to get into it to say, oh, well, what can I do? And the other part, as I get older, I want simpler systems. But I'll be honest, whether, you know, regardless of how you feel about it, I do like Blades in the Dark with their clock system. It kind of creates tension as you start filling in a clock, and it's also not binary. Like all too many often times they'll have binary games, whereas let's say that the party's sneaking around. If I suddenly put a clock,
is strictly non-binary. Like we just, you know, 2 2s, whatever you want. Like, you know, you want to come dressed as a French maid.
No. But you know what I mean. It's the whole thing of if I put a 4 o'clock and I say, okay, you fill in part of it, and every time they fail the roll, I fill in another part. By the time it gets to about half or 3/4, they're like stressed out. What will happen? Like if I say this is an alarm, I can just put an alarm. And that way they can see what goes on. And that's what I want to create, is some of that artificial tension, whether that's part of whatever game. I like the clock aspect
it's like a chess clock in a way. Like playing war games with the chess clock where you're like, bam, all right, your turn.
Well, yeah, but what the clock does is, well, if you ever see how they do it in Blades in the Dark, what they do is you get a circle and you just cut it into however many parts. And as they fail, you fill it in. Or as they succeed, you'll fill it in. So you can have 2 or 3 different clocks all running. And you have 3 or 4 pieces before the alarm goes off. But then you have to go search for 8 pieces for the number of rooms you have to check off before you find something. And depending on how well you roll, you might click off 3 or 4 pieces. And that's part of what I like is it gives characters feeling, and you can do this over months too. Like, well, I'm going to create this potion. Okay, we're going to create a clock. And as you get pieces up, you roll it off.
If you're a really cool GM, you would bake little cakes, and you could just cut a little piece
and eat it. Hey, Armstrong, real quick. What happened, man? Technical difficulties?
My phone is almost dying. I actually I went looking for a second one to charge it up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have I'm unfortunate like that, but I always have my phone just at the end of the battery when I need it most.
Two phones though. I thought we weren't playing the drug dealer game.
Oh, because I have one phone only for recording videos.
I thought we were avoiding the cartel game.
No. I basically my PC is a old potato. Yeah, it's barely working. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we got an old potato here too.
So I'm using an older phone to record videos because it doesn't have this high of a resolution than my new one. Yeah. So I'm actually able to edit them on my potato PC.
Hey, at least your potato isn't running your country.
No.
I'm being good. I'm not going to say what I want to.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be good. I ain't going to say what I want about this guy.
You'll get used to us, Leslie. We're a bunch of nutcases here.
One of the brilliant things about mine and Shadow's our friendship is politically we're completely on different sides of the board. But
I don't know about that.
But gaming wise, I'd rather have a potato than a cheetah. But that's just me.
He's with her.
Well, for me, it's good enough if it's able to run RimWorld than Minecraft. I'm gonna be happy.
That's fair.
Yeah, my PC. And World of Warcraft occasionally.
It's the problem's enough with the figureheads. It's the ones below them that you don't know their names.
Oh man, yeah, I got oh my god. Anyways, I'll be
no. I just mean it doesn't matter where you are. It's like it's the next level that
like
you need
political ideologies. You have the left, which is equality of outcome, then you have the right, which is equality of opportunity. Then religion as an ideology is also anybody can take any one of those ideologies as a tool and use it for good, or like Jim Jones or something, use it for evil. But
so what did Jim Jones do that was so wrong?
Made him Kool-Aid drink.
Wait, James L.
He just provided refreshing beverages to the needy.
That's right. Well, to be fair, he did shoot
in a tropical
does that make him so bad?
setting.
He was making some
$7,000 IRS agents.
And this is why I will be going to hell.
So what mechanics have you stolen from other systems?
You got to bear with me. I live next to a racetrack.
I don't hear anything.
That's all right. I live next to a racist.
And at night, they know there are no police officers for hundreds of miles, so they just use it as a freaking speedway. But yeah, let's keep it on games. It's been a great night, and it's my fault. I couldn't resist a potato joke.
So in Ireland, I mean, nobody.
So what mechanics have you stolen from other games to use in yours?
All of them.
No.
Come to the library.
I don't know if I stole anything, but I've definitely take the weeks.
enter the chamber of sadness.
Like
Let's do the clockwise
issue with
thing,
me.
so everybody can
issue-
talk.
Yeah.
Let's do the clockwise thing.
Okay.
Well, okay, you can go first, Armstrong, I guess, because you're bigger
So-
than all of us, and you'll just
Okay.
tell us.
Yeah, so the issue with me and mechanics is this, that generally, for me, like I'm a DM, which is more of a narrative driven than mechanic driven. If my players want to do something extremely cool, yeah, and they're going to explain it in detail what they are actually doing. Let's, for example, say that my player decides to run up the wall, jump on the lamp post, and then, from the top of that, jump on the back of the enemy and skewer him with 2 daggers. And he has only 1 attack. Yeah? And he's going to set with his 2 attacks. If he explained this, how he is doing. I'm going to just decide, okay, you run this, you roll d20, yeah? And, you roll 1 d20 for, let's say acrobatics, and you roll 1 d20 for your attacks. Yeah, let's say that his acrobatics succeeded, he rolled 20 on the acrobatics. Even with, with his, meager skills of, I don't know, warrior who doesn't have too much of a dexterity. Yeah? His entire action up to the point of the attack succeeded. Yeah? And then if he, let's say, completely failed on the attack, his attack still will do some damage, in my opinion, because he already did all of those actions. And the impact of him falling on the enemy, yeah, even if his daggers didn't connect properly, yeah, it's still going to deal damage. So I'm going to actually allow that, most of that to go through. But for example, instead of doing a dagger damage, he's going to do unarmed damage in that situation. I'm just thinking that mechanics are cool for some stuff, yeah, like for example, traps. Yeah, that may be cool, yeah. But generally, you can really, like, for example, if you have traps, you can have a tank who can really tank traps if you don't have anyone to to detect them. Yeah, like for example, if a player group walk into the long corridor, yeah, I actually came across this a couple of times. Actually, sometimes it was my idea when I was playing. We don't have a cleric to detect the traps, yeah, or whoever detects traps in your group, rogue, cleric, whatever. The tank basically just take his shield, take a whatever speed potion, ask for protection from the mage, and just run through the corridor, activating every single trap.
Right, Indiana Jones.
Yeah, basically, just deactivating the entire corridor for the entire group, so everyone can go through. It just, for me, it's more about the coolness of the story than about the mechanics themselves. Yeah, so like mechanics, yes, some of them are cool. But generally, if you can come up with something crazy, and I think it's going to be cool at the end of the day, yes. I have players who killed a dragon queen in 1 attack. Because he actually figured out, she was actually giving a speech in a human form. He figured out that she's a dragon queen. He has a small explosive device about this size. And when she started speaking, he actually jumped on the stage, sneak up to her, and stuff this explosive device in her mouth. Kaboom! No head anymore. Dragon Queen dead in 1 attack. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Generally mechanics, yes, okay. I would steal them from every single system, but if my players, can want to go around them, yeah, and they're gonna do it in the cool way, carry on. Okay, who's next?
Wesley, do you dungeon master or you just play?
No, I've never DM'd before. Always, yeah, I guess. Well, I've only, I said, played a handful of times with D&D back in the day. But yeah, I guess mixing rules though. I think I bought upscaled versions of the Gasland templates. You can play at 143 scale. You can kind of mix that around with other games, or just to get the movement or something out of it. Different things like that. But Savage World, I think I mentioned that earlier. It's kind of like a Dungeons and Dragons, but I guess more simpler, version of it. Or if you're trying to make a story or something like that, or
okay, sounds cool.
Yeah. I don't really have a lot to add to that.
I have 2 texts that I strongly recommend. They're wargaming texts, but I think that they would have a massive bearing on people's understanding of different scenarios and running campaigns and the difference between different technology levels. The first one is 1 Hour War Games by Neil Thomas. You can get this really cheaply on Amazon. It has war games rules for every period in history. Very broad, very simple, designed to be played with a small number of figures on a small surface area. But what's genius about this book is that there are 30 odd different scenarios from, let's see, flank attacks, melees, double delaying actions, fortified defense, advanced guards, twin objectives, bottlenecks, and you get mapped and so on, advising how to set up the battlefield. And it's that ability to choose a random above ground encounter and get a lot of historical background on those encounters that might be handy. The other one, which is a good companion volume, is Tony Barth's Ancient Wargaming, which also has notes on how to run a Conan-inspired campaign, funnily enough, but more from a wargaming perspective than a RPG one. And the reason why I recommend those texts is just there's a lot in there that you might actually get something out of, like that's relevant to what you're doing, which are, essentially very small scale conflicts, right?
So it is from wargaming perspective. You are talking about skirmish size games, or are you talking about army size games?
Well, it depends on how. I mean, some of them, like it kind of depends on how you choose to represent the conflict yourself. But if you have a more skirmish-oriented requirement, there is Donald Featherston's Skirmish Wargaming, which is a classic text, classic English wargaming text, and more recently, John Lambshead's 1 Hour Skirmish Wargames, which use no dice, but a pack of cards to resolve conflict.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I have no problem with the amount of miniatures I have around me. To build the entire army's worth of minis.
Well, you're definitely among friends here when it comes to miniatures.
Yeah. I have, if anyone play Warhammer, I have a Dominion box that is open. It is full of standing upright sprues that I didn't build yet.
Oh, jeez.
And then about 60 liters boxes full of miniatures that are actually built.
Yeah, I keep finding stuff in here that I haven't quite gotten to yet.
Have either of you guys, have any of you guys, heard of armies of the Iborian Age?
No.
It's really old. I mean, probably going on 40 plus years. I'm gonna have to break that out. It's basically a Conan war game.
Cool.
It's like about a 40-page book made back in the 70s or 80s. Larger. I believe it's larger mass combat. Like basically just a war game. Your traditional old school war game with miniatures. But
it has woolly mammoths. I'm looking up part of it right now. That's always cool. I mean, I'm looking at some of these things, and they're all. I mean, as everyone brings up these old games, I'm like, oh, cool. So I mean, it's just the part. But
thanks, because I wasn't even sure if I got the name right, but I've never played it. I've had it for.
We lost Shadow.
He's had it that long.
he's had it that many. Yeah. He'll be back.
I hope so.
I accidentally kicked myself out of my own show. Imagine that, Boomer.
I'm glad
I have my own Boomer remover. Okay, but is it the one you're looking at, Omen? Is it like a brownish, orangish cover?
Oh, it's old. It says Royal Armies of the Hyborian Age and Warhammer's Guide to the Age of Conan. This is on Board Game Geek for this. So like,
Yeah,
wow.
I don't think it had any affiliation with Games Workshop, but it's pretty old. It's pretty thin. I'll see if I can maybe find a way to make some photocopies of it if anybody's interested later on down the road, provided it won't like fall apart if I look at it wrong.
I mean,
I had an ex-girlfriend that felt that way about she was going to fall apart if I looked at it wrong.
I think that they have that box set.
you just need a bigger
Emotional damage.
No, it's
Oh,
I'm looking at this. It looks, that reminds me of the old stuff that I, as a kid, I used to get it was the because I always wanted to do the Cold War, and the problem is that the ranges you have to use like a parking lot. It's like I'm going to use it. You have to use an MLRS, so your ranges are like 40 kilometers. So you're like, okay.
Well, in 1 hour skirmish war games, like the range is pretty much the board for rifles, unless it's like marked out as primitive or a carbine or something. It's pretty much the play area.
I know. I always hated that about some games. Obviously, in certain kinds of, situations, you're not going to be accurate after a certain range. But those bullets are, most of these weapons would keep on going. I have things in my collection that, literally have a range of almost a mile, but on the tabletop, 24 inches. Like, what? Come on, I got a scope.
I have things in my collection that are the best. A lot of people are saying that the board range should be the range of a typical firearm. Everybody's saying it.
Well, for firearms,
wait, is that toilet bowl cleaner?
Yes, I think it is.
I want one.
People keep sending me Trump memorabilia because I made the mistake of saying I liked him once, and like now I have a house full of weird Trump shit.
That's right. Actually, the one video I do have, I think on mine. Well, I think there's a couple with my son, but one of them is his mother taking a piñata of Trump and just putting out because she hated Trump. Boy, she was just like, and I mean, it made her feel a lot better.
I don't feel super strongly about the issue, and like I kind of feel like people who worship him are a bit crazy, and people who think he's the Antichrist are a bit crazy. But I quite happily have him hanging around my paint studio. He inspires me to think big.
Well,
no, it's huge. It's huge.
Huge.
But the whole thing of the ranges, I think that if you look at it, the average soldier can shoot out to about 100 meters during combat, but then your snipers can go out to about 1,000, and that's what always gets me about it is, in 100 meters, if you're doing what in a 1 in 72 feet is, you start going way out there, and you're like, well, wait a minute, he should be shooting across the board. And that was the one problem that I hated about BattleTech, because it was the 1980s. That's the U.S. military has weapons that would wipe the board with all of the BattleTech mechs because they get outranged by multiples.
I remember figuring out that like in Warhammer, one figure wasn't actually representative of one soldier, and it was like discovering Santa wasn't real. I'm like, oh, so it's like an abstract. Whereas now, I'm like, yeah, abstract this, abstract that, whatever, just give me the broad feel. But at the time, as a kid, I was like, what do you mean? Like, why wouldn't 20 guys stand in a block like that? That's a cool formation.
Well, what was the? What was BattleTech? Is like, oh, it has a long range. It can shoot 15 hexes. I'm like, each hex is 30 meters. That's 450 meters. I was like, you understand the U.S. military can shoot from 3,000 meters away with their tanks. I said, they'll never get hit.
Yeah. Well, even a longbow is like, what, 200 meters? Like,
well,
on a good day.
Isn't that what we call the suspense of disbelief? Yeah,
Well,
basically, when we play the war games, yeah, we cannot really categorize the ranges in them, because if you think how big of a table you have in your kitchen, yeah, or in your living room or wherever, yeah, the ranges would be ridiculous. Like you said, 40 kilometers range, yeah, definitely you cannot play that game anymore, yeah.
Well, here's what I would have done: is I would have made each hex 300 meters.
Yeah, that works.
And at that point, all of a sudden, you're firing 4.5 kilometers. I'm sorry, you're trying to talk Shadow because you're.
So that's why I was a bigger fan of Epic Space Marines. It was 6mm miniatures, and everything was firing and moving like 10 and 20 and 50 centimeters, and things like that. It made a lot.
You weren't.
It was a bit more sense.
You weren't
don't get me started with
firing.
Epic. It was my very first war game.
That's why I got
It
into
was
skirmish
great.
gaming, because it kind of made it smaller. I think the Warhammer can get kind of out of hand when you got like a 6-foot table and all that. Whenever you do it in that smaller size, though, I've seen those other guys recommend it on YouTube. They say smaller is better when you're doing that big a scale.
Yep. Yeah, that's actually coming back, especially in the Warhammer community. Gaming Geek Scenics, I think they've been doing a lot of videos on it, and shrinking, with 3D printers, etc. Shrinking everything down to a smaller scale.
Yeah.
You don't have to go full 6mm or 3mm, which some crazy guy mentioned last week.
So Armstrong, which one is that?
This is for Age of Sigmar. This is one of the commanders, and you can look at that. Yeah, he's just sitting on basically the size of your hand. Yeah. Yeah. So when you think about how many minis you put on the table and whatever, what big of a table you would need for a proper ranges? Yeah. That would be just crazy.
To be honest, I like big minis. That's great whenever I'm playing like dungeons, but I remember as a little kid, this was in Germany, and they had where all the kids were playing. They put sand probably about 1 foot or 2 foot deep. Okay, we're talking. This is a huge playground. We're talking probably 200 feet by 200 feet. Even then, I used to dig dungeons out as we would use. Like I go through and we dig a dungeon out and then build a room, and it was only maybe a couple inches into the sand. But we're talking rooms that got like 20 feet by 20 feet by the time you were done, and and that's just like, oh, okay, I'll just dig this, and and that was cool for that aspect. But I agree with you on some of this. This is why I kind of like the abstract of theater of the mind instead of trying to put mini equals whatever. I'm like, I
got a comment on the using of sand at a playground or something like that. I've never heard that before, but oh my God, that's genius. Here we are, like me, I've got plastic walls and floors that would choke a mule, or a whale, I should say now, and I'm like, God, I should just build a sandbox with a lid so the cats don't use it for, their latrine, and just do something like that. But of course, the wife would kill me.
Well, you got a backyard. You could always build a small volleyball court. And from there, you can.
I think if you do that, you got to give them an extra coat of varnish for me, because that makes me nervous for some reason. You put so much love into your painting. You put so much love into your painting, and I'm like, oh, those sand tables, like you take a little bit with you every time, like the real beach,
I'm always a little bit defensive about all of that, because people are, going like, oh, I put so much love into the painting and so on. And I do, yeah. But for me, at the end of the day, they are just toys.
Right.
They are my models, they are my miniatures, yeah. But if for example, my nephew, yeah, and when I was still living in Poland, my nephew, was living with me for a better part of the year, mostly, yeah. When my nephew took my 40K army and basically broke off almost every single arm of my Chaos Space Marines, yeah, it never bothered me, because at the end of the day,
not if he's like 4, but if he's like 38
at the end of the day,
or
we
something
have
like that, then it's like you've got a behavioral issue there.
No. I'm talking about kids. Yeah, hey, guys, my phone may die in a few seconds, so I'm gonna be switching phones around.
Okay, but I mean, it's like we complicate everything. I said, the great thing about putting in sand is when you're done, you just go. like this. And the
Like
other
a
part
Zen
is,
garden.
oh yeah, well, I mean, you only have to do like an inch. Well, I mean, what is this? That's about an inch and a half. That's not very, but I mean, that's enough to go all the way to the top of the miniature. And we're just like, oh, okay. But yeah, I
You
don't.
could have a little tiny rake and like just,
Japanese rock
The
garden.
giant Zen garden of pastry.
But you know, I love doing stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, I love miniatures. I love looking at all this stuff. But as I get older, I just realize, I mean, to be fair, that's why I got all those Conan boxes. I wanted all those miniatures. I'm going, man, I have to go paint those. And I'm thinking I already have enough junk in my house. If I start painting them, then I have to do all this other things. So at some point, if I win the lottery or you know, inherit a lot of money, then I'll build a house that I can actually put everything.
It's funny you bring up the lottery. I was like, we're talking about the lottery. What would I've done if I would have bought, you know, won that 1.3 that turned out to be 499 million after everything was said and done.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I would not move out of the place I'm living at. I live in an apartment. It's a shithole, but it's my shithole apartment. The rent's cheap, but what I do with the money is I maybe get like an abandoned store.
That's cool. I love it.
Oh yeah, that's
I don't know if you ever played Counter Blast. That's what
I don't know.
Yeah. Guys, I'm switching phones. Shadow, if you can send a link into the chat in about, I don't know, 30 seconds or so.
Sure.
Yeah.
Then again, if I won that much money, I'd probably open up a cigar shop.
Well, here's what you can do, Connell, is you can build 3 stories. So you can do the role playing on one. On the second floor, you can do the smoking, and on the third floor is where you can live.
Yeah.
I this is what I said is because looks nice. This is what I said.
Wow,
if I win that amount of money, I said my son's getting a full size excavator.
Yeah.
And so that way, if I die, he says, "What do you give me anything?" I said, "You got an excavator. You go work."
Can we give Wesley a minute here?
Yeah, that's
Go
awesome.
back to that, Wesley. That was incredible.
Which one? The Western one?
Yeah.
Is that Old West or what is that?
Yeah, it's for the Dead Man's Hand.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess I could use it for Shadows of Brimstone too.
Oh hell yeah! Where do you live? I'm coming to visit.
Oh, Texas.
Oh, dude, we're gonna be neighbors then. We'll be neighbors then. I'll just like move to your town.
Scenario 1: right after you eat the peanuts out of my shit.
Don't look back. That's a pretty cool horror game.
Well, you know, the other thing, Connell, is I know someone that was doing this for cars. Is he wanted to buy a warehouse at that point? And then he was going to put up the top part where he could look down as his apartment. So
yeah, I thought about that. I mean,
here's the real question: are you going to stay in Illinois if you win the lottery?
yeah, because that's where my daughter is.
Well, if you have that kind of money, you can take her wherever you want.
If I had $500 million, I would secede from the rest of the country and start my own banana republic. No question.
I hear this. If I had that much money, and I'm gonna kick myself in the ass for saying this, I would run for president the next term. Under the pretenses, it can't be any worse.
Hey! Have you all seen the Cthulhu for 2024?
What is the Department of Strippers going to do for the US, Connell? Like, honestly.
See, I'm envious of all the stuff he has there too.
I know. Let's just take a moment to just appreciate this. Oh my goodness!
Hey, Shadow, can you bring that up so he's the only one so we can see it in big screen?
Yeah, how do I do that?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop out anyway because I got to start dinner with the missus. But I'll catch you guys very soon. It was very nice talking to you all. That's a beautiful collection.
Absolutely, James.
Enjoy the kangaroo.
Take care, James.
Had a lot of fun.
Love you, man. See you soon.
Bye.
Warcraft.
Enjoy the kangaroo.
How do
I think you heard me.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know. Hey, Connell, can you cook kangaroo?
Yeah, you can cook kangaroo.
No, I mean, have you ever cooked kangaroo? Is what I'm really saying.
I've had kangaroo. No, I've never cooked it, but I've ate it.
All right, I'm just curious because I know that you're a chef, so. Uh-oh.
It's an MDF kit from Australia. Like, looks like the Millennium Falcon. Pretty sweet kit. There's a Superman DC multiverse.
I know you're making comments about earlier, but I love that shit because it made me money. I made a bet with somebody that the Falcon shows up in next was a Star Trek First Contact.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah. It's in there for like half a second, but in the main fight they have with the Borg cube, if you pause at the right scene, you can see it fly around the cube.
No, the point is that, and this is what I was really trying to say, is it's just like Firefly. Not having the best ship also makes it more interesting because, and that's what I was trying to say with the Millennium Falcon. It can be one of the fastest ships, but if it breaks down and stuff, that adds so much depth to your game. Is what I'm trying to say. Instead of it being the brand new shiny, because this is what I always do whenever I get it. Ooh, can I do the super stealth spaceship that's top of the line? That always sounds cool. It's not nearly as much fun in reality as those as the Firefly style ship.
Oh yeah,
and that's the problem that I have as a recovering min-max player, as of saying what makes the most fun, and then as a GM, I usually have a better handle of it because I know that they're not going to have as much fun if everything's optimized. That's why if I ever do another Conan, which I've been trying to get my friends together to do, is I'm going to say, okay, you're limited to 12 in stats and 3 in skills. You can go up later, but that way you don't get all the automatic hits and things just become very easy. And that's what I don't want to do. As I said, because really it's the challenge that keeps the players coming back. Otherwise, it's like, And I think that's the problem that I have with it's just like whenever they talk about 5e not going up to those high levels. They're not as interesting as at the lower levels where you can have more challenges.
That's true. I just once again also really just depends on how. I'm not saying there's bad. Well, I will say there's bad DMs out there, but it just really depends on how much work the DM's willing to put into the game.
Yeah, because I've run mostly high level games lately, and I can always come up with a challenge. I always use the Superman analogy. They've been writing Superman stories for 80 years or so, and people still come back because someone makes it interesting. But for some people, there is that sense of there's more work to be done, and it's harder. For me, no. But I've been doing this for 40 years. Other people, they're going to have their limit and their personal preference. But it's. I can have fun at just about any situation when it comes to gaming. Welcome back, Armstrong.
Well, I think certain systems work better at higher levels. At some point, every system breaks down, and so the question is what power level are you going to start? I'll be honest, I don't like superheroes at all.
Right.
And I would much rather the characters have to be forced, and this is why I don't like easily accessible magic, where they're forced to think through and really do things tactically, like Armstrong was talking about, of, he comes behind and he puts I guess he's just frozen, where he puts the thing in the mouth. I said, well, that's kind of cool. I don't think I would have killed her, but I like that idea better. Whereas with high level, I'm just not as much of a fan because it just seems like the battles take longer and the threat level. You still have to up the threat level high enough, but it just takes longer to get the combats and everything going.
It does.
It does.
Wesley, how many millions of dollars have you spent on that?
Oh, probably too much.
There's no such thing. It's just that's an amazing collection.
No, Wesley.
About superheroes, I'm like, I got the little superhero shelf.
No,
MCP, Marvel Crisis.
Are you single and do you have children?
Yeah, I got a little boy, and I've been collecting for a while. So I guess over time, I do air conditioner work, so I make okay money. And
I was
you
just
did.
teasing you. I said, well, that is, if you had said no, I said, well, that's how you can afford it. But no, you proved me wrong.
AC work in Texas. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
How old's your son? How old's your son?
He's 5.
Oh, okay. You know what? You're on the right track, man. Just let him see the stuff. You know what I did with my son when he wanted to, touch it, etc. Just one piece at a time. Check it out. We don't want to break it. But get him. Familiar with it.
He
Acquainted.
wants to touch it, take the buildings apart, and pretend there's a tornado sucking everything up. And
You're gonna have a great little gamer on your hands real soon.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
Which part of Texas are you in?
Fort Worth.
Oh, okay. So you're about 2 hours south, 2 hours north of me.
Okay. Were you in Houston or?
No, I'm in Temple on 35.
I really want to go to Houston because I heard they have this huge ass cigar shop there, like a Walmart-sized cigar shop, and I've never seen that many cigars.
Wow, I don't know. It's. I know that Robert Barnes is coming, so he's gonna make sure there are probably good cigars in the area.
Yeah, my father-in-law likes smoking cigars. He's a big cigar guy.
But what I found with my son is while he liked Legos, he'd want me to assemble them, and then all he wanted to do is push them off the table as hard as he could so they go flying. Like, all right,
that's what mine does. He's obsessed with Minecraft, and I've got him a bunch of Minecraft Legos, and I'll build it, and he likes to tear it apart and do.
Well, what I did, I got it when he was like 1 year old. Is I got the Mega Blocks, and I bought 3 of the big things.
Sorry, I'll wait till you're done. But that made me.
For which part? No,
the Mega Blocks. But I'll wait for you to be done.
No. Well, but I got one when he was 1. He still has played with them as of like a year ago. So that was probably the best investment I've ever made for toys for.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair.
That's a good idea. Christmas idea. We'll keep that.
And he'd block him. Yeah, it's like okay, fine.
And you know what? I learned the hard way. As long as you keep those instruction books, for like certain kits and stuff like that, really for everything. A kid's gonna do what a kid's gonna do. Don't get mad if you build something and you come back and it's destroyed.
Oh yeah, I got some of them that you can build them in 3 different ways. So if he does that, we'll just build it in the second way or third way, or try to.
No. Well, what I was mad at is I would put in all the work and he'd sit there. He's like, "Oh, Daddy, you go do it." I'm like, "Well, I don't care if you do it." And then as soon as I would get done, he'd like he, and then he'd throw it as hard as he could. I'm like, "Hey, you can build it yourself. Do whatever you want. I don't care what if he did it, but I'm like, I just spent 2 hours building this thing for you. The first thing you do is you make sure." And he would keep dropping it until it's completely destroyed. I'm like, I don't care if he did it. I cared if I had made it.
And I got to tell you, man, Legos are the tool for genius. They are the gateway to accelerated intelligence. You guys have all met my son. That kid is the way he is because he would do the building. I would, let him make him whatever you want to call it. No, you build it. Learn how to use the instructions. There's no words. It's simple. When it looks the way it does, if you have a problem, I'll come help you. And that was like the only toy he played with for the first 8, 9, 10 years of his life. Now he's too big and too old and mature for that. But we've got a room full of Legos that I don't know what to do with. But
well, okay. So here's the problem that I have with my son: is what's the most dangerous thing I can give my child? It's a screwdriver. I have come in and found so many things. Oh, there we actually got to do that. He won't play D&D, but he will fix my dryer and he will fix my dishwasher.
Okay, you know what you do then?
I let him keep doing that.
Wait for grandchildren.
Oh, I know that.
So,
but
sometimes
I found
it's a generation. Sometimes
but I found that hilarious with the whole thing of like, well, son, you won't play video games, but you'll fix my dishwasher. I said, all right, here you go. I've taken naps and woken up, and he'll watch 20 videos on how to fix a dishwasher.
Yeah, I do that too. I was running my own little appliance / HCD for a little while.
Oh, cool. Well, if he can make some money off of it, then more power to him.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I have a lovely little daughter. that knows more about makeup than any 11-year-old daughter should know, in my opinion. She's like, can't wear that one. That will break up my skin. Da, da, da. I'm like, you're 11 years old. How do you? Okay, whatever. She's like, it's YouTube, Dad. I know. I'm like, okay.
So Connell, how many guns do you have to keep the boys away in a couple of years?
I technically have 3 kids. Two of them came from a prior marriage, and Maggie, my daughter Maggie, is mine biologically. They're all mine, but
Sure.
what I'm saying. The oldest son is 21. Yeah, 21. And he's Aspergian, so that is a rare treat. To put it nicely.
Okay.
Corbin being 15, he thinks he knows everything, and I told him to move out twice because at that age, if you move out fast, you can move out while you still know everything and have a great life.
My son tried doing that one time. He says because we homeschool. I said, well, if you don't want to do your lessons, I said then there's obviously we're holding you back. I said pack your bags and you can go out into the world because obviously we can't hold you back. We're holding you back. You have to. He's like, no, Daddy, I'll do my lessons. I'm like, oh, okay. Actually, Shadow, I'm surprised you don't homeschool your son.
K through 8th grade, he was going to a grade school. It was a dual immersion, speaking English and Spanish half and half during the day. Good grades, etc. Then COVID hit, and once he got back into school, he still doing good. Then this summer he told me he wants to do JROTC for his first year of high school because he wants to go in the Air Force. Blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, it's not going to matter what school you go to. He's got the right mindset. He's got his own projects and stuff. He actually fell asleep a little while ago and didn't even tell me. He's all grown up now. I don't need to be tucked in and all that cute stuff. That I still miss. But he's a good kid. I don't know where it came from because I'm a freaking gamer weirdo. Long-haired hippie. Whatever. I've heard it all before. He just great kid, and loves all the same stuff I do. I couldn't be prouder. Literally couldn't be prouder. That's
awesome.
why I'm always happy to meet guys like ourselves who have kids and are going through the thing, or maybe they're a little bit older, a little bit younger. It's we.
How old your
we
son?
want this. My son's 14.
14.
So Connell, do your kids play at all? I think you mentioned your daughter, right?
I can get my daughter to put up with me every so often. The other two, the Laszlo, he likes the concept of D&D. He just doesn't. His brain can't wrap around it. And Corbin's like me at that age. There's 3 things on his mind. Ooh, look at that girl. Ooh, what's for dinner? And I'm too busy for either one of them because I'm doing a sport. Like I said before, I didn't get into this hobby until I was like 24, about 24. And so it's weird for me because, like I said, I was a jock. I wasn't a jock in high school because I didn't do any school sports. But when I was over in Ireland, I played rugby. I was doing boxing forever, and I was just too damn busy. The moment I blew out my knee, then I broke my hands. Like, I need to find something else to do. And I was going to a community college, and I saw these guys all sitting on this area joking around, and I'm like, what the hell are they doing? Because they sound like they're having fun. Next thing I know, I'm rolling dice and doing everything else they're doing. So
Wesley, how did you get into this?
I guess like in my teen years, I was exposed a little bit to D&D, and I had one friend who was big into Magic cards, so I kind of would play Magic with him a little bit, and then kind of got out of it, I guess, for a little while. Then I guess in my early 20s, I was going to the comic book store, still buying comics, and I'd see the Space Marine stuff and 40K stuff, and I finally decided to kind of mess with a little bit. I think there was a game out, Dawn of War, on the PC too, that kind of helped my interest with it, I guess. And I just got Blood Angels and started jumping around with jump packs and assaulting people and consolidating and assaulting again if I could, and all that fun stuff with the Death Company and the Black Rage and all that stuff. And then I guess after the big war game stuff, I kind of noticed some other games. I think I remember Shadows of Brimstone first came out. I saw that, and kind of reminded me of the D&D because it had that little bit of aspect. I saw some people playing it, and I was like, that'd be cool to get into. And I think I waited about 5 years, though, before I finally got into it, which was kind of good because they did a revamped version of it or something, which had better models. So I guess I could see
it did. I wish I would have got that, but I still have an unopened copy of the original with the resin miniatures, which suck.
That's what I hear.
Resin suck. But it's a Shadows of Brimstone is a fun, like, dungeon crawl board game, if you guys don't know, where you're cowboys or samurai or whatever going into these caves and mines and other worlds, basically fighting Cthulhu, H.P. Lovecraft type monsters, as well as vampires, werewolves,
mutant cowboys,
you name it, everything that can.
Yeah,
it's so much fun, and it's everything's either some dice and cards for your encounters and for like what's the next map floor you're going to run into.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot. The cards and
and lots of playability, lots of replayability, lots of intuitive, simplified rules. There is leveling up, but you don't have to role play. It's just you can, I suppose, but
yeah, you can make up your own character. But if you want to just grab a pre-made cowboy character, you're quick and good to go.
And there's lots of cool magic items, lots of cool equipment, all kinds of bad things that can happen to you because it's supposed to be a horror board game. So more bad things are supposed to happen than good things. But like he was saying, after a while, whoa, he made the mistake of doing what I did. He pushed the wrong button. He'll be back. But it was good for getting my son into it because we played Shadows before we played D&D, and I'm like, you know what? After a certain point, you're ready. He was like 10 years old. We started playing D&D, just all the time. And whoops, I thought I brought him in. And the only bad thing about Shadows is setting up, right?
Mute. Audio.
You're muted.
Yeah.
You're still muted.
I have faith in you. You'll figure it out.
I'm hoping that my son's willing to play Monster Apocalypse when that comes in.
Oh, I always wanted to try that game because he was my guy was a big Godzilla fan, etc. But we skipped over that one for whatever reason. You're still muted, Wesley.
Yep.
Yeah, we can't hear a word you're saying.
But no, I went in the Kickstarter all the way, and then when they were talking about the whole problem with Mythic on the with the Darkest Dungeon, I was like, please don't let this hit. But that's supposed to be out, I guess, by the end of the year. So hopefully my son was willing to play that. He won't play anything else, but maybe I can get him to play Monster Apocalypse.
When I run a campaign for my daughter, like say Maggie, when I run a campaign for Maggie, I kind of make it.
Go out and come back in. Try that.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I got saw it at the bottom. It had a symbol at the top. And I thought I hit it, and it went away. I thought, okay. Then I looked at the bottom left, and I could see a different symbol, and I was like, okay, that's the one.
Real quick, because the last thing I said to you was the worst thing about Shadows is setting up, right?
Oh yeah. The chips and the dice and the gold and all that.
All the millions of different little parts.
But then the darkness cards.
But cleaning up is like a breeze. It takes me an hour and a half to set up for a game and 30 minutes to pack it away at the end of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure.
So
what are you saying?
On the packing part.
So what I was saying is, if I'm like, hypothetically, Maggie wants to play, and she brings over some of her school friends, and like, will you run for us? Because I'll run for anybody, paid or not paid. I just like to run. And I prefer to be paid. I mean, if you're going to do something, might as well get paid for it, right?
Especially if you enjoy it.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, what are you guys into? I'll ask them books, movies, what are they into? And if I know I can strike gold if any of them say Harry Potter, because I can run a Harry Potter campaign on 5e. It's not hard.
I think 5e really caters towards the Harry Potter style players.
Yeah. And I mean, if you want crunch, go to Pathfinder earlier editions. If you want straightforward, streamlined gaming, it's 5e right now. I mean, if you take out all the politics bullshit that is going on with the company, and all the old timers saying, "Well, that's not D&D," and just run it as is. It's not a bad system. Max is not wrong. If they would have took D&D off the title and says this is for called it Nerds and Dice or Dice and Nerds or whatever, and so like that, it would not get as much flack as it's getting right now.
Max complaining about it, doesn't bother me because there's always changes for stuff. My issue comes down after playing numerous systems is it's not really optimized for what I want to do, and I'm kind of tired of level-based systems. But it's like I said, like you were talking about earlier about the rules that you change. I said I can do it, but if it requires too much work for me, then I'd rather do something else. But I understand why they made game decisions that they did, and I don't fault them for that. It's just not the kind of game I want to play.
Right. No one system is going to be perfect for everybody.
Oh yeah.
Right. When that happens, there's going to be an actual bigger problem. We've all become clones.
And so, if you want to play second edition, go for it. Play second edition. If you want to play 3X, play 3X. If you want to play 5th edition or Warhammer, whatever.
Warhammer, yeah, I preferred 3rd edition, and then I think 7th edition I try to come back, but I think in that point they're like you can mix armies and take whatever you wanted. I was like, wow, this is way different from what I remember. But then they kind of reined it back in 8, and I was like, okay, now it's back to what I remember. But it's still kind of too much going on, I think, now.
Just play games with your friends that they want to play and you're comfortable with. I mean, that's really the whole idea of it.
I think my issue with Warhammer was if you look at the 3rd edition for Warhammer Fantasy Battle, it included all the rules. And then the newer ones are if you want to get those rules, you have to buy that book. And I think that's part of the issue.
A book too,
well, the issue that I had with it is that part of the reason I got into 40K and Warhammer Fantasy Battle was it was one of the few systems out there at the time, and we're talking the 1980s, that actually had rules for mass combat, for or at least the ones that I could find, for the types of games I wanted to run. Like, okay, I want to do a space game, or I want to do a fantasy game, because there was whatever D&D had, what was it, Battle System or whatever it was called.
Yeah, it was. We were talking about that the other day.
And it was okay. But I felt that 40K had some other not 40K, but Fantasy Battle had it. But the problem that I had is once they, as they're trying to sell more and more miniatures, now I have to buy every book. And I said, well, you went from one book I could buy to use for any system to now I have to buy your core book plus all the little individual books to get this. And that's where they kind of lost me. I've tried getting back into it, and no, it's just not.
Same
it's
for
just not the game.
Necromunda and Warcry. You have to buy for each faction. It's annoying. It's like sometimes I might try that, but I don't want to have to invest that much into it.
Well, they're expensive books. It's not like they're fairly cheap. That was part of the problem I had with that one. Is I wanted a good fantasy game for Fantasy Battle, so I could run bigger stuff, and I think. And we'll see what happens with the new Dragonlance, and we'll have to listen to Connell talk. Connell, you gonna get the new Dragonlance when it comes out?
I might. I've got a few people itching, asking if I'm going to run at my table, at the pay table. And if I run at the pay table, I don't have to buy anything. The club will buy the books and the supplies. So, I mean, there's no reason for me not to run it.
Okay.
And that's an expansion for D&D?
Yeah. But I think it's supposed to have the stuff for mass battles, and that's what I was going to ask: is if you're going to do it, to see and how you feel about it when you run it.
Yeah, I'll if I end up running it, I'll let you know. I do know I'm doing. Am I running? No, I will be playing Spelljammer.
Okay. I thought you had a group of people that really wanted to play Spelljammer, so I thought that you were going to be DMing that.
No, I actually, one of the other guys is like, I want to run a Space Jammer. I'm like, okay, this means I don't have to be the forever DM. I'll okay.
Yeah, Spelljammer back in the day was admittedly fun. It's just, you got to be in the mood for sailing ships in space, galleons and that sort of thing. It's kind of, it's kind of silly, But if you can get into it,
different rules from different systems depends on how it works out. I might gut fifth edition's Spelljammer, especially how to do a space combat, and use Starfinder.
Okay.
I might, make a hybrid.
Just don't tell your boss. Or
I don't think his boss really cares if they're paying.
Well, now that I'm kind of back in his good graces now that I picked up the second game on Tuesday because I'm running an all-female Pathfinder campaign.
As much as all of us old guys talk about, I'm glad to have women in the games because whenever I played, there was like one.
Yeah, I've had a pretty even mix in the past. Lately, though, as women get older, they're either really, really into it and have been since the beginning, or they will absolutely never touch it with a 10-foot battle lance.
These women are right. These women I'm dealing with are not fanatics, but they know Pathfinder. I mean, fuck, they know it.
That's
and
cool. That's cool. In order to make baby gamers, it takes two.
YouTube channels where like they cook food and do like a D&D thing. I can't remember what they called that.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. There's also a girl named Jeannie D who's real into D&D. She
yeah.
to me. Yeah, I don't know if you heard of her.
Oh yeah. We got to hear that all last week. Which, to be honest, I think sometimes people are too outraged for stuff. And I said, look, I really don't care. All I have to say is the game's not for me. I'm not going to knock it for being bad or anything. I think that's the problem is people want to get so polarized, and they're polarizing with people on Twitter. And I'm going, Twitter isn't real world. Twitter is
it sells, just as sex sells and violence sells, dissension and arguments sell.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that's bots too, because that one guy was Elon Musk gonna buy it, then he found out a lot of it's just bots. So it's how much of that is just fake, something that just pops up with it.
I was like, Elon's gonna buy D&D. Wait, what?
No, I think he meant Twitter.
Yeah,
Twitter. I know. I call it all, but I'm like, wait, what?
Well, and most people don't get involved with it. And, the problem is everyone went online, and then you find all these people. Most people I've dealt with are, oddly enough, my age, even when I switch systems. But the younger people, even when they do play, I haven't had too many problems. I'm like, okay, fine. But it's mountains over molehills, like you said, for a lot of stuff. I said, I don't have to like certain systems, but if people are having fun, I look at it this way, which is the really toxic people are going to drop out of the hobby when it's no longer fashionable. And the ones who aren't toxic are going to stay around for another 20 years. So I'm like, okay, I can deal with that. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's kind of how I do it. And I understand, it's clicks for everything, and everyone gets outraged. But I actually like this, where we're trying to talk about something constructive and like, what do you do and how do you like this? And
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Max's chill stream, but I if he gets too soapboxy, especially in the first half, I will just turn it off and come back later. I mean, I've
it's all about not clicks but clicking. If we click, if people enjoy just hanging out with us like tonight, and other nights, that's a win.
Well,
there's been so much isolation and just crap. Being able to just hang out with just being able to hang out with some good people who all like the same stuff and don't have to agree on everything, because Otherwise we'd be hanging out with clones of ourselves.
Well, that'd be a
That's
fist
pretty
fight that turns
boring.
into a knife fight.
We're all
Well,
part of the Borg. We all think the same.
Well, but like you said, turn into a knife fight. You're fighting with yourself, because I'll do that sometimes. And there are times that I've get into massive arguments saying, like, I'm not even invested. Why the hell am I defending something? And we're talking about stuff for work, right? And I'm like, because, as an engineer, we'll argue stuff. I'll take a side. And I'm like, why? I don't really care. It doesn't even impact on what I do for the most part. But I'll say, okay, I'll pick this one side. And mostly it's because someone needs to play devil's advocate for one or the other.
Gets me in trouble a lot, because I will play devil's advocate, even if I agree with you. I'm like, but
see, I actually like people playing devil's advocate, because one is you refine your argument is one, so you can present something else. The other part is people think differently. Also, it's just like we were like the Discord where I saw people talking about thirsty sword lesbians. Well, they're like, well, it's a bad game, or they only did this. I said, maybe it's a good game because 6,000 people back that thing, and I don't know. It's not my kind of game, and because it's not my kind of game, but that doesn't mean that I would say, for me, whether people like D&D or not, it allows more people to get into the hobby, so then I can try peeling off a few of them to play the games I want. Like, if I can get 1 in 10 to play Conan, that's worth it to me, because that's more than I would have normally. And not everyone, unfortunately, wants to try different systems. Like, I love buying all these books. One is because it keeps my mind active.
Yeah,
but I like this.
That's why I do it.
And I like reading sometimes different systems. And I said, well, I'll steal from this system. I'll steal from that system. I'll steal from this system. And I do agree with Armstrong sometimes with the narrative. I don't like rolling dice that much as a player or as a DM. You tell me the story and we'll play like pick your own adventure. And I don't want you to have to fight the orcs or the goblins when you're 5th level. You meet 5 orcs. What do? I'm going to do this. Okay, they're dead. Let's move on, because you're just slowing down the story. I'm not.
Yep.
That's the way I like looking at certain parts. But there are other things I go from going back and reading the old D&D with some of the stuff. I said I didn't appreciate it at the time when I was playing it. Now I go back and realize just how brilliant some of it was. And that doesn't mean but I also have the confidence to say I'll change things. And that's like 5e.
If someone makes an improvement, you'd be kind of, pig-headed to not see it, or maybe you don't see it. But, we've all, I think, matured since our younger days enough to be able to, empathize with the other guys and realize, if we're wrong, it's not that hard to say I was wrong. If it really is hard for you to say you're wrong, then your wrongness is more than just that situation. It's something deeper, and while this is therapeutic, I don't want to be anybody's therapist.
The other part is I've dealt with enough, even younger players, when I can actually get them to admit, this is overpowered. We're going to change this. And like, yeah, you're right. It is overpowered. Okay. I don't think
there's a really easy way to, to prove it. Just give the exact same thing to the bad guys.
Well, I was referring to things like Goodberry, where things go down, they come back up, or what are some of the other abuses?
Yeah, see, I found a way around Goodberry. I allow my players to have Goodberry. I actually thought I commented about this earlier this week, and I've tried it, and the players seem to like it. In the combat, especially in the 5e, was it 5e I did it? Yes. After your second round of combat, you need to give me a con save. And at first, they're like, why? I'm like, because, with fighting in real life, you're act like you have a gas tank in you. And if you're doing a sport or whatever, the gas tank is going to empty out faster and faster. And so I want you to do a con save after 4 rounds, or 2 rounds, whatever the case may be. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, then one of them would cut hit points, and they take a good berry. And the good berry was fine, but the moment they, failed a con save, I said, take off 2 hit points. And they're like, but nothing hit me. I'm like, you're physically hurting yourself to keep going. and it works.
Well, and what I've been looking at for 5e, like I said, is I haven't really run it. I've offered the players, the group that I want to play with, look, I'll play DCC, I'll play First Edition, I'll play 5e. I said, but I'm going to change up 5e some. But it's like if you go to 0 hit points, I'm going to start. You get a fatigue level if you come back up, and every time you go down to 0, because you can come back up with 1 and then go back down. You know how it does. You get added a fatigue point every time. And I said, okay, that's what's going on there. And I know that they do the 3 cons, the 3 saves. And the problem that I have with 5e is I want that desperation. I don't want you to necessarily be knocked unconscious all the time, but it seems like either they come back very quickly or they're all dead. And I don't like I don't like a binary aspect. Run. That's, fly, Frodo, fly. Anyway, that's
right. No, I get what you're going.
And I do that. The other part is I wanted to do it is if you get hit while you're at 0 hit points, I'm going to start doing like they did in Alien. Now I'm going to start taking criticals. So 0 will knock you down. If you get up above 1, then you take a fatigue level. But I'll let you still fight at 0. But as you go through, I'm going to still keep on giving you. But now you can start. I'm going to pull it from a different system. Now you're going to start rolling critical hits. You might lose a hand. You might lose an arm. But that's where hit points were coming in. Is to me, hit points represent fatigue. They don't represent health. And I think that's part of the problem that we've had in certain cases when we look at it is, to me, that's just like boxers, is they hit each other. Yeah, you're doing it. But usually it's like 1 or 2 good punches in a row that take the fighter down. But you're wearing them down over round after round after round. And that's why I look at hit points. And just like if the fighter goes down, now if someone jumps on him, now you can severely injure him. And that's the point of why I wanted to do with this is, okay, but those were just things I was looking at. But I don't want to get mad at everyone for doing stuff. And, just like I know last week Max was doing stuff about Jenny D. Well, I was doing this, yeah, but I would rather
drama about any of that. I didn't. I just seen that couple of her videos, not a whole lot.
I have nothing.
Some other things.
I don't have anything. What
interest he has on YouTube is he's yelly. He will argue things. He will fight and tell you you're wrong. And if you like that personality, there's 101 personalities just like that on radio. Rush Limbaugh, Alex Jones, and I'm sure the Democrats got a few of their own.
Keith Olbermann. Oh yeah.
So if you're into that, but we're talking about your hobby, you're gonna, he's gold. It's easy to find things to bitch about.
Well, I would rather hear things like that, which he's done sometimes, like when he did his thing of you can play D&D for just about any setting. Those are things I would like to hear more of that are more of the positive aspects, and I don't mind some ranting. There's times I know I can get onto it when people get me going.
We all can.
But at a certain point, just like you're talking with Shadow, last night when they were talking, I'm like, look, I've heard the same thing over and over again. Let's go. I'd rather go listen to Shadow and Shauner talk about stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
but he means well, but sometimes he gets carried away. I think with different things, and we're all very opinionated when it comes to this hobby.
Well,
and I think it all comes from the desire to get more people into it, and I like to focus more on that. The more people that we get to game with, the better the whole group of people become.
Like I said, is I don't mind ranting if there are times to really get into it, but that's fine. But like he gets mad about they and them. I'll be honest, I've been using they and them since the 1980s. And what it really comes down to is if I say the contractor is doing this, it's because I'm referring to the contractor as a group and I'm going to say they rather than an individual. And there are times to do it. I just think that, plus I grew up I grew up a few years in Germany. They've been using that for decades, since the 1800s for some of it. I said, that's fine. But I do get mad whenever they do it with Joan of Arc. We're going to use they, them. No, Joan of Arc was literally burned because she was wearing men's clothing. Gender matters. Sex matters in this case. And to try wiping that away is stupid because you're changing the whole reason that she died.
Sex, race, gender, all that's secondary to who the person is as an individual. Then when they get focused on that, that's just a kind of victim ideology. I get to blame you and all that.
Well, and no one cared, because all I remember as a kid, and I assume that Shadow has something similar. I was just happy to have anyone play. Yep. And I had plenty of bad players, which they're all like, well, you can just kick them out. Well, that was great nowadays where you have dozens of them. When it was with me, we had 4 to 5 maximum.
Yep.
And if I
they were friends from before we ever started playing. And, like Max, gives me a hard time sometimes because of my horror stories of people I played with. But you know what? Those horror stories, taught me. A lot of the horror stories I have from bad gamers are when I was a paid DM back in the 80s and I was 14 to 16. I learned real fast through, dungeon mastering for, 40 different people in the course of a week and learning how to deal with all these different situations really, really quick. But I've also had really bad situations from longtime friends. We've been friends for decades, for not even because we started playing D&D together, but we were friends. Then we started playing D&D together, and we've been through the thick and the thin, the ugly and the good times, divorces and deaths and funerals and marriages and, everything. We've been through it all. If my friends happen to be crappy at gaming, that doesn't matter as much as the fact that the loyalty I'm going to have to my friends that have been friends longer than, I can remember. We've been through so much. I'm not just going to, maybe you shouldn't be at the table because you suck. No, just, dude.
Well, and part of it comes down to is there are times you can I can deal with you in a certain aspect and say, look, we can't get along with gaming because we're going to be throwing blows. And the fact that Connell actually had to get into a fight, man, I haven't had to deal with that since I was 14.
The guy was, if I'm running a table, I have to be protective of my players, especially my long-term players. And if I get some ass bag that wants to be a dig to one of them,
that's just the core. It wouldn't even matter if you were just, on a bus and you saw somebody acting like that. You'd kind of, as a decent person, kind of have to say something. Hey, the guy can't help it. He's in a wheelchair or whatever. That's the way they act. That's that's you can't help it or whatever. It's like Bruce was saying. It's really hard to give somebody a hard time about a facet of a person that's unchangeable. You can't change it no matter how hard that person tries. They can't change what you're annoyed with. So the problem's really you. The kid you were talking about, there's nothing. He would love to change the way, his annoying quality is, but he can't. So how can you give him a hard time for it? The person with the problem is the guy who can't empathize and feel for the other guy who would love to switch places with you, asshole, even, but can't.
Well, I read this thing one time about humans when they criticize stuff. In a way, it's like in our makeup to criticize things because it's like a way to keep us safe. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? So we're constantly criticizing, the things around us. But yeah, on stuff like that, though, we should try to push more to lean into that creative side and encouragement kind of thing.
Even as a DM, the first thing I do after every game is I want to have a after action. I don't care if it's 5 or 10 minutes after the game. Did you enjoy it? What could I do differently? And I do the same thing with any DM I play with. I'll have discussions. But sometimes I'm like, look, I'm not going to have fun if I do that. I'm going to keep it. But there are other times I went, you know what? This is where I felt weak. And what amazes me, and people forget about this, is players are very forgiving of you being somewhat of a bad DM. Is they want to play
as long as it's not out of spite, malice, or something like that, favoritism. If you just have a bad night, like last weekend, Bruce wasn't feeling it. We quit the game early. It's better to quit the game early, and be upfront like, hey, I'm just not feeling it, guys. I stayed up too late, or problem with the wife, or any whatever. It don't matter. It's better to just be honest, open, upfront with your players and your DMs to make this even better.
I mean, well, the first thing is you're playing with a group, and then I know that Connell's working with different people every week, I assume.
Sometimes. I mean, there's always somebody new, but I got like 4 players that are constant.
So at that point, you can start tailoring the game to how those players want to play. And you're saying, okay, well, what can I do with that? And that's one of the reasons I like the after action reports. But, like I had one, I was trying to play Scum and Villainy, which I liked. And I have a friend that's an archaeologist, and he wants to really dig down. And I'm like, it's just a ghost of a figure. That's all I said. It's a ghost of a figure. They're just acting out whatever they were programmed previously. That's, it's kind of that thing. He did not. He tried interacting with them all the time. No. They're just apparitions they're going through the motions. They are not real. They're, it's like watching a hologram where you watch someone walk through a wall or something. I said, that's what I'm trying. I swear it took him like an hour to understand that.
You sure I'm not Patrick Swayze and this is Ghost? I mean,
yeah. Well. I mean, it's like watching. If you've ever seen the old things, video games, where you come over and they'll show you something that happened in the past, where they'll like walk from one area to another, and you'll hear some voices. It's that kind of thing. And he's like, no. Well, can I interact with them? No. And I was just trying to move them forward. Just trying to move them forward through the story. And he wanted to interact. And in retrospect, I probably should have been done something with them, but that wasn't, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, have them do.
Try to think of a nice way. It's like we've got to move the story forward, and these interactions really ain't getting us there. So I don't know, some better way to word it than that.
Well, I don't know any better word to say than they're apparitions. They don't react to whatever you say.
Yeah.
And I swear,
the apparitions ran that way. Go this way.
well, and that's on me. But as a DM, there were other times I said, I don't like this about the game. It made it too easy or something like that. Let's go change these rules. And normally players, if they understand why you're doing it, don't feel like you're trying to nerf them. And I do it after the game. I said, look, this is, you cast a mend spell on the door. And they're like, well, you can only do it on such a big area. Yeah, but if they're doing it on every bullet hole, does that work or not? There's certain things I said, all right. And then there was another one where they're doing something with chilling it. And I said, well, I don't like you spamming cantrips every minute or so. And I said, okay, yeah. I understand it works, but it gets awfully boring when you're just doing this. So I'm like, okay.
That's why I hit the fast forward button. What are you planning on doing? I'm doing this. How are you doing? Well, I have a cantrip that lets me do this. I'm like, so the end result is what? He's like, okay. 3 minutes later, it goes the way you wanted it to go.
Well, this was something that they did for minutes and minutes and minutes. Like, we'll just keep on constantly casting it. I'm like, but again, that's what works with one player. The problem that I have with it almost always comes down to players. We had one player, we were doing an effective session 0, and we actually get all the party together, and then he decides to wander off and do something else. And all I could think was, of course we're getting frustrated with this, but hey, dude, you're being a dick. We need to get along with the story. Meet up and let's go forward. That's, this is a session 0, and from now on, I'm going to do this. So we're all going to be characters together. We're all going to be this, and I'm going to do a Conan thing, which is you suddenly wake up in the hull of a ship and you're this, or you're all doing this. You're on a caravan. I will start you at the beginning, and that's where your story starts, and then you figure out why you're together. Go ahead, sorry, Connor.
It's funny because we were talking about that, about players waste their time, waste the DM's time, or the DM. It's kind of, that kind of works both ways. Yeah. Because the DM's just in a weird fucking mood, because I do get into my weird fucking moods. I'm like, all right, sorry. Let's get back to it. But that always reminds me of the story of There was a the year before Frank Sinatra died, right? He was at some music award. I can't remember which one, but it was global or one of the music awards. And he was in the middle of a speech, and he just kept going and kept going and kept going. And the people in the back is like, the producer's like, we got to cut to a commercial. So they cut off the last like 3 or 4 minutes of a speech. Frank fucking Sinatra, you don't do shit like that. Then Frank Sinatra died. The next year, Billy Joe's, giving a concert up there, and he just stops, dead stops, and they're like, "We don't know what to do." He stops playing for like 4 minutes. He's like, you couldn't at least give him the last 4 more minutes, but let me keep doing this. So whenever I have to say about wasting time, I always use that as a example.
Well, I think it's important for two things. And, whether people realize or not is you're being a dick if you're going on too long because you're making things too long for other people as well. Is you also need to understand that if a person's going, let them talk at a certain point. But if you're doing these acceptance speeches and they tell you have 60 seconds or a minute, you should be practicing that beforehand to know what your time limit is. And I understand Frank Sinatra. That sounds nice, but there's no reason for you going on for 4 or 5 minutes. And the other part is, and I hate saying this, why in the world can't you block it off for a certain amount of time and then, I don't care if it's a 10 or 15 minute delay. You can always put in the commercial before he gives his speech. And then if you want to hear the whole speech, that's fine. But yeah, for someone who didn't start the fire. All right, James. But yeah, that's the other thing is people also don't pick up cues. Look around all your players, and I mean both the DM and as a player, and look around and see if they're bored. If other people, and I understand people say, well, we don't allow tablets and all. I said, well, that depends on the players. If you're going to say, well, I'm going to keep your character sheets. Well, normally I'll send it off, but I have a tablet. I'll actually mark on my tablet on my character sheet that way. You're like, well, I want physical. Well, that sounds nice, but I have everything on my iPad here that works out. It depends on the group, but if everyone is just zoning out doing something, then you need to read that either the thing needs to move on or something. People need to be engaged. And for myself, this is why I can't play online that much, is I'm online and now I'm be watching stuff on my TV, and if I'm not doing anything, I'm bored and I'm going to be doing something else, and I can't get into the game.
I think with that, the bigger the group that you're playing with, the more downtime. And personally, I think the optimal group is between 4 and 5. And mind you, I've run games of 21 people before. Actually, it was 22, 11 and 11. I'll tell that story some other time. But even if you're rapid firing, okay, everybody gets a minute. Here's your turn. Here's your turn. Here's your turn. Here's your turn. That at that pace can actually be draining by having to, I've got 4 minutes until I got to come up with something to say. But if you're like waiting 20 minutes for your turn and your time in the sun, that can also be draining because you're just sitting there. You can't do anything, but you're waiting 20 minutes. There should be a happy medium. Some things that are okay, that you, as long as you can, prove that you can do 2 things at once. And because I've seen players that are doing something else, but they end up being better players than the people who are just sitting there waiting for their turn. For whatever reason, if you can find something to do with your hands or whatever it takes to keep you, because if you're like just sitting there with your hands folded at the table waiting for your turn, and the whole time you're kind of, internally fuming about that, you can't do something else while you're there, then it's just self-defeating of what the DM's trying to accomplish. You've got to find a happy medium. Not every game could be, a critical role and perfect, scripted and just comes up like, the best thing ever. There's going to be games that suck for periods of time and maybe even whole games. you've got to find that happy medium of everything.
Here's the one thing that bothers me about some players. While it's not your turn, you should be figuring out what you're doing. So when it comes to you, especially while you're waiting, you should tell me exactly what you're going to do unless there's something major that changes. I hate players that kind of zone out until it's their turn, and then they'll say, "Well, what am I going to do?" I don't care if you're the magic user. You should be flipping through all your spell books, figuring what you're going to be doing. So when it comes to you, you can tell me within 5 seconds, "I'm going to do this." Now maybe we have to move stuff, and that will take a little bit of time, but that's part of the problem that I have with a lot of some players is they literally do not think on other people's turns. And that's part of it, and that's also coming down to bad players is going. I really don't care. In fact, I'll tell you this much: is as I've gotten older, and I know the GM James has been talking about this. You know what? If I have a rules lawyer, here's what you're going to do. You're going to look up the rules for me. So I'm like, okay, what does this do? So all of a sudden, that rules lawyer is more engaged in trying to make sure that the players are doing everything right, which is kind of, but I'm like, no, you're going to look up this rule for me. Hey, when we're going to move on and do other stuff while you look that up. And okay, that's a good idea. And the other person, while they're doing this, is I want you to do, whoever's going to do the mapping. I used to like doing the mapping whenever I played. We play with a group of 8. I would do the map, just because it gave me something to do with my hands.
You know what? We need to bring back the mapper. We really do, especially for Theater of the Mind guys. That gives somebody else something else to do when they've got that downtime. Make that map look really good. Okay, maybe make a couple of copies. The first one's a rough draft. Later on, fix it up. Get your, do it in pencil. And second time around, do it in pen. Make it look good. You make it look good enough. I may give you a bonus because I want a copy of that in case I want to run it again later on, something like that. Because a lot of times I'm making up dungeons on the, on the fly. It's like okay, it's like hey, that looks freaking great. Can I photocopy this real quick? Or can you make me another copy? Or can I keep this copy? And put it in my book, and we'll just assume you have this copy. Draw some little monster pictures on it for me too. Or if there are players who are really good at drawing or something like that, hey, when you're not, when you've got a couple of minutes here and there, can you draw me up some pictures? You give them other little things they can do that are part of the game. Whoops. To alleviate, what some people may call, or chalk up as boredom, because sometimes there are times when one player is stealing the spotlight, or just in the spotlight for a while, but it's germane to the situation. What they're doing is what should be happening. If it was a movie, that one character's making a speech or doing some interactions, or the party gets separated, etc. Okay, well, I got to run these 2 characters and these 2 characters separately because the trap door, 2 of them fell in, and now they're on the next level of the dungeon, and you can't open the door, you're separated or whatever. Or that one jerky player playing the thief wants to go run off and do his own thing, sneaking, Sometimes, you kind of got to let him do it and either learn from the lesson or shine because of, taking the initiative. So if you can find people to map, to draw, or something else, at the same time, I'm going to let them. But if they're reading a comic book, which I used to have a guy who would bring a stack of comic books to the game, and he'd be reading them, and, what do I need to do?
Well, yeah.
You need to put the damn comic books down and pay attention. But, it was a long time ago, and
I could probably still play and read a comic book just because how fucking well, I have a bad case of adult ADD versus a few other things. So I could be doing 3 things at once, still be concentrating on all 3 of them.
I'm okay with that. But the point I have is when I ask you what are you going to do in your turn? Like,
right.
For a perfect example for me is I generally know within about 5 seconds what I'm going to do. And I do it. Okay, and then if you're going to do it for 10 players or whatever, if you have 4 other players, even and you try being nice, especially they don't know the rules as much. I'm like, okay, I've already decided what I'm going to do on player number one. Until I hear something different, I can go into zone out and do other stuff. And that's the problem that I have with online. It makes it much harder because I'm not getting the visuals, so I'm not reading their personalities. I'm not looking at the board. I'm not looking at the DM.
Yeah.
That's the problem that I have with doing stuff online. Is I like to look at everything, and then I'll still look down, but I'll look up and down, as I'm doing things. But that's why I don't like doing online, and that's just a personal thing because otherwise I'll be fiddling with things all the time, especially if I'm in front of my computer. I'm fiddling with stuff, and I said, okay, let me fiddle with something, and I'll do okay. And that's the other part that I look at for, when I was younger, a lot of us would draw out dungeons, not dungeons per se, but we draw out our castle. I want to build this castle, and you're doing that while everyone else is getting ready for their fight.
Right.
But I'm still in the game because this has to do with my character. But I've already made my decision. So when it's my turn, I said, oh, okay, I'm going to attack from this angle over here, and I'm going to do this. I think that there's a lot of that aspect. And I agree with you. I don't mind if someone does it. But if they suddenly zone out and they're not actively involved in the game in any way, and the problem that I have all too often is, when I come to you like, what are we doing? Where is everybody? I'm like, okay, you just missed your turn. Next. because you're being discourteous to everyone else. You're wasting their time because you weren't paying attention. I think there's that aspect. The other part is, and I know that Demon James and I had talked about this, is as I get older, I want the characters to start making the world up for me. Why in the world am I doing all this work? You do the majority of the work, and I will modify as I desire.
Hey, you made it back, Armstrong. Just in time for us to almost probably say goodnight. We've been at this 7 hours.
Yeah.
I see Wesley is fading there. Don't feel bad either, you guys. This is their first time hanging out with us, and don't feel intimidated or uncomfortable. We're all friends here. Even though like Wesley, I'm just meeting you face to face for the first time, even though you can't see my face because I'm walking through my house, and whenever I go from upstairs to downstairs, this is what I do. I turn it off in case my wife pops in or something. What are you doing? It's Saturday night. This is what we do. But you guys, you guys are always going to be welcome here. I'm probably going to have to, upgrade this free subscription so I can get 10 of you guys in at once. You just all have to be, patient and we'll have to do the taking turns thing a little bit more, or raise your hand or something goofy to let other people know that you want to interject at some point or another. But, as always, this has been a great chat session, whatever you want to call it. I'm kind of bummed that a couple of people that were in the chat couldn't come and join us, but we're going to do this more. When one of the things is, when you have a free subscription to StreamYard, you get 20 hours a month, and I just used up my 20th hour over my 20th hour. But the cool thing is, if you're in the middle of a stream at your 20th hour, they're not going to cut you off. They'll just, whatever, you found a way to get some free hours or whatever. But Connell does the same thing on Tuesday nights, and it is Tuesday nights, right, Connell?
Yes, Tuesday nights. It might not be every Tuesday night, but it'll be more than
right. Because this is just a crap ton of fun. I've only been doing this for a couple of months now, and just getting to hang out with cool people all like the hobby, whichever exact version it is, it doesn't matter. We got 40K guys here, we got role playing guys here, we've got historical guys here, and my friend Nathan, he's here more for talking UFOs and cool stuff like that, and just science fiction in general. I'm trying to help him get back into the hobby, because he had so much fun.
I love I love science fiction. I love to hear about all that stuff. And here's and whenever we go, because it's like 4 a.m. here, so it doesn't bother me when we go. Is have any of you used cataclysmic events? And what I mean, I assume you have, Shadow. I was asking like Connell, or when I say cataclysmic, is basically things that we wipe the whole world.
That's funny you brought that up because we talked about that on Gatekeepers, and yes, I have.
Okay. Because I went up to the northwest where they have the Scablands, and you look at like what caused that with 2,000 feet of water rushing through there, and I said, boy, I would love to do that of a before the end of the Pleistocene of you have all this stuff, the Atlantis aspect for it, and then near the end of the campaign, whether players survive or not, is basically, and the current suspicion looks like a meteor may have hit. I said, boy, you do that, and all of a sudden it changes the whole world. Sea level changes 400 feet. It wipes everything out. There's nothing left of cities. And you say, okay, that ends this one. We can come back to it, or it just ends there. But I was just curious.
Yeah. I said this on Wednesday. I like using volcanoes because I can do a slow burn on the lava, and then why did the volcano go off? Was it because of divine retribution, or was it just that time? So,
but yeah, I mean, but I've gotten big into listening to what happened to the end of the Ice Age, and that is by the sounds of it, that is some really cool stuff. And the question is just how bad was it? I said, man, that would just be so great in bringing into these games, because you talk about, you come over, you have meteor strikes that hit. It basically catches forest on fires. It causes massive meltdowns of these glaciers. And then a couple of weeks later, the floods come from all the melting of the glaciers. And then that just wipes everything out. So it's like, the player's like, everything's fine. You think it's fine. Just wait. Because it takes days for that water to work its way all the way through. And I said, well, that would be kind of cool. And
you should check out the Gatekeepers, or was it Table Breakers that we did that on?
It was Gatekeepers.
Okay. Was that the Wednesday one? Last Wednesday?
Yeah, this is the past Wednesday one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a way to figure out to put the links to all these things we've talked about tonight. I'll probably do it in Discord or something.
I mean, part of the problem that I have is that I try talking to my son every night, so that's usually somewhere between, and then I try going swimming. So at a certain point, I'm like, okay, and I get way too political about stuff too. So I'm like, all right, you can only catch up with other things.
Every once in a while, it's cool, and that's my son's favorite thing right now. To talk about stuff, because I know some stuff when it comes to modern events, but he's the history buff in the family, and he'll talk your ear off, and he knows what the hell he's talking about. But like his Jim Fritz, always reminds me, this is our sanctuary from all that crap, However, occasionally, like with Max and other people, something's going to come up, and we just, we want to talk about it. Don't ever feel like you can't, just, see if everybody's cool with, it, and maybe we'll talk about it for a couple minutes, get it off our chest, vent, whatever, because, there's going to come a time, weeks from now, something's going to happen to somebody, and they just need, a sympathetic ear to vent to. And we'll be those guys.
I'll just be. I don't find it that much fun. I know when you got into Dolly Pop and about the abortion thing, I would rather just focus to be fair on this, for Steve Jackson Games, focus on from the economic standpoint of what you're doing, because you may alienate half of your audience. And
right.
Well, from a business standpoint, you're saying, hey, look. You can do one thing, but don't put in your games for this, because it's not. We come as an escapism. It's just like sports. I watch this to get away from the real world. I live in a fantasy world where I know I can change things without risking my neck and dying or something of that sort. If my character dies, I create a new one. If I die, I have children. I have a child I have to take care of and all this other stuff. I don't want to have to stick my neck out for all these things. Yes, you can stand up a little bit, but I said that's the reason we play these games. And I'd rather deal with, just like whenever people talk about race. Well, talk about species. Well, the idea was it was human race, just like there's a Neanderthal race and there's a Denisovans race. The idea was that it represented humans, not these other groups, which is why I said I don't mind that we did race, but people have conflated everything in the world, and I'm going, stop it. Just stop it. If you're an elf, you're an elf. If you're a dwarf, you're a dwarf. And you can play out different aspects of these things and say that they're bad. And that's how, every good story you can relate to modern day some way as an allegory. But you don't have to literally make it a 1-for-1, which is what I hate.
And we can always pose these questions. Sorry, go ahead, Armstrong.
If I can just interject in here, yeah. I have this old saying, it sounds better in Polish than in English, but basically you cannot satisfy everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. No matter what you're going to do, if you're going to run a business, if you're going to, like when we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons, for example, when they decided that all of a sudden, calling orc and org is a racism. Yeah.
There was one person on Kotaku who was trying to go for clicks. That's what gets me. And they freaked out over it.
Basically, if you try to satisfy everyone, you're going to make a bigger groups dissatisfied and quite substantially. So, in my opinion, if something isn't broken, don't fix it.
Well, and if it's a fantasy, you can do whatever the hell you want. And to be fair, I think they did it after watching. I don't know if I enjoyed the movie. Was the movie called Bright? I don't know if any of you watched that.
It was quite fun. Yeah, I liked it.
So Bright was basically Will Smith, and it was. I enjoyed it. It was a cop movie with some magic. It was like Shadowrun, except more modern day. I said, this is cool. I enjoyed it. And yeah, you can do allegories, but you don't have to make everything completely a 1-for-1. And I think someone watched it and said, I'm going to write this article. And then watched he's like, oh my God, people said this. And instead, to me, it'd be so much easier if you just said, it's a fantasy game. Don't take the real world into your fantasy for representation. That's what I would have said.
Or if you're going to do it, do it at a table where everybody's okay with it.
Yes.
And what I wanted to say earlier is if you guys have something you want to say, but you're not sure how it's going to go over, type it up in the chat. Type it in the chat, and where it's a little safer. I hate to be like that, but it's a little safer, and then we can all look at it and go, okay, let's give it 5 minutes or 10 minutes, or let's see where that goes. Before we do something we might regret, or say something we might regret later, because the other night something happened that still is bothering me, but I'm not going to bring it up here. And I'm just, sometimes it's better to just, compose your words, use the chat section, and see if, it works out better that way, and if you look at your own words and go, oh yeah, crap, I see it now. Like that joke with the skeleton and the mop. I'm looking at it, like, what? Oh, geez. Okay.
I'll be honest, I still don't
Al
get that.
Pacino used to go around telling that joke. I didn't get it at first either. Then I was like, oh, yeah.
He needs the mop. The skeleton needs the mop because he's going to drink the beer. Where's the beer going to go?
All right. Yeah. Okay.
It's you feel dumb when you hear when it clicks. You're like, oh my God.
Well, you know what that reminds me of is what was the what they were doing the original Pirates of the Caribbean where they started drinking, and then you see it in the moonlight, and all of a sudden anyway, I was but I said, but that's always kind of cool stuff. I mean, I enjoy looking at that. It's just like when you were talking about horror, and I think Connell had a really good job on that, is putting that dichotomy where everyone is super friendly. You're like, something isn't right here, even though it looks, and I agree with that. I mean, I love all of the stuff in there, and I think that was part of the reason I love science fiction. Is if you don't like a world, you just fly somewhere else, and all of a sudden it's like, boom, it's different. Oh, okay, I can go from here to here. D&D doesn't quite have that because there's a you can be attacked by Kraken. Well, the idea is
I have to disagree.
What's that? Oh, okay.
I have to disagree because you actually can travel to different planets in D&D using a ships which do travel in between different planes. Yeah. So, for example, you can travel to Forgotten Realms. You can travel to South Coast. Yeah, you can just go from different. Basically, when you actually read about deities in Dungeons and Dragons, you have different deities for different realms. Yeah, but when you travel to different realm by those means of the ships that travel into inter-realm space, and you are, for example, a cleric or a paladin, you're going to get power from a deities which are equivalent of the deity you believe in that realm. So the changing of the setting, for Dungeons and Dragons players is very very possible as long as the GM actually allows travel to different planes of existence and to different planets.
Well, see, I don't like Spelljammer, so that gets rid of that one. But then the other one is that usually I had the original Manual of the Planes, and I loved the Manual of the Planes. But by the time that players were dropping between planes, they were already at that high level. That's at the point where you are doing they have gate. What gate is what a 15th, 16th level priest and the 17th level wizard. That's what I'm referring to.
Not necessarily if you're just going to set up your world, but actually they are a point at which players. Let's for example say that there is a company set up which travel between two different realms. Yeah, commercial. So the players can actually pay their due or work on the ship as cleaning stuff, cooking stuff, whatever. Yeah, you can throw if you feel like your players don't find themselves right in the setting, don't feel the setting, you can very easily switch them to a different setting, by just this travel. And this travel can be as well, connected with, fighting the void dragons and stuff like that. So,
and I'm not saying that they didn't have that. I didn't like Spelljammer for number one, and I like the lower fantasy world, which is why I liked Conan. And so that cut off some of the stuff in there, with the exception of, I guess it was, if you look at Queen of the Demon Web Pits, at the where you're going to fight Lolth at the end. But you had to go way down deep. And that was the problem I think I had with Spelljammer, was Mind Flayers went from being very rare to suddenly being fairly common in the world. And I was like, no, the setting just didn't gel with me. I don't disagree with you if you want to play that game of multidimensional interplanar worlds. I'm just not that way as much.
I'm just saying, but if you want to, if you felt your players being uncomfortable in the given world just doesn't suit the play style, you don't have to have them travel to, you don't have to figure out just change the entire world for them. Well, you can by just sending them to a different one.
Well, what I do is I just suddenly change the tone of it if the players aren't feeling it. And I know that one of my friends, he always wanted, which you have to be fair to your players. One of my friends, he's like, I want to do this with all the undead. And I said, that's not going to work with us. I said, I'm just telling you right now, we're going to avoid. He's like, you're going to fight devils. I said, I'm telling you right now, looking at all the players, we're just going to avoid it. At which point, you're either going to force us to get into a railroad, or it's not going to be the game you want. And that's part of. But I do like, part of to me to spell. You're dead to me, peasant level crafting. No, I'm just no. But I think that's the thing with whenever you play a space game, the expectation is that you will leave a world, and like, okay, I'm going to go from here to a different one. And to be fair, it's just like D&D is if you suddenly go on a pirate ship, the expectation is you're going to go to different lands, and I'm going to see different cultures or something. I mean, there's something of that. It's just in for in a space game, I'm suddenly going to a place that's nice and safe, and now I'm going to go to some place that has like giant water monsters. Okay, if we get tired of giant water monsters, we pick up in our ship and we go somewhere else, and and I think that's where some of it comes from. Is whereas D&D, everything's a bit more interconnected, unless, like you said, you're doing plane traveling.
Well, you can always introduce a spaceship to the Dungeons and Dragons, which I did in quite a few campaigns.
I think just about any game should have some ability to move on. If you're not if the players and the GM are not, feeling or enjoying what's going on, you can find a way to move on to something that everybody else is a little more, comfortable with or having more fun with, or, a new movie came out and suddenly everybody wants to, kind of experience that little aspect for a little while. Bring it in, we're already playing fantasy, whether we're playing fiction or actual fantasy. It's our fantasies. Let's make the most of them, because these memories are going to stick with us long after that particular group or game is over. We talk about games from a year ago, a decade ago. I'm talking about stuff that happened 40 years ago, because it sticks with you. These games, while it's not reality, it sticks with us for whatever reason. We make it a part of ourselves, and we carry it with us, and then we get a chance, like tonight, to share all these experiences with each other, and hope they help each other out. We've all learned things from each other tonight. We've all had a lot of fun, even though Wesley's been super quiet. I absolutely am absolutely blown away with what you brought to this show tonight, and I really hope all you guys will come back. I know it's going to be hard, when there's only room for 6 of us, but we've had a whole bunch of people come through, through this stream tonight, since 7:00 this evening. Shauner had to leave, my son had to leave, James had to leave. I think he's still hanging out in the chat, or went to bed, or he's doing something. But if you think for just a moment about how cool these people are, every one of you guys, Armstrong, I'm so glad I finally got to have a conversation with you, even though you were having your technical difficulties, and we've been friends for quite a while now. This is just such a fun way to spend the evening. I know our
morning, not evening.
Our better halves.
Are you still morning right now? I'm not sure.
It's 4:15 here.
It is 10:15 right now.
Okay.
In the morning.
But we've all had a good time tonight. We're going to do this again. You guys are always welcome. Peasant Level Crafting, a great guy, makes great terrain, and a friend of another friend. I wish Peasant would have come in earlier. But Peasant, you're always welcome to come back. James and Shauner and all these guys. But if you think for just a second how cool some of these guys are, I'm not throwing myself into that category because I'm just an old fart with a tablet. We don't always get to meet people like this in our daily lives out there. I've lived in my area for 11 years. I haven't met a single gamer, but online I've met. I can't even count how many people I've met that I would love to meet in person. But for now, this is the best we're going to get. But one of these days we keep talking. We're going to have a convention. I don't know how we're going to get Armstrong into the States, but we'll figure out a way. Maybe we'll throw the hat around and take a collection plate to get him to come visit us at a convention or something, and we'll just take the place over and have one gigantic stupid game with 30 people at the table and 2 DMs or something, But every one of these guys, every one of you guys is just are just amazing people. I just want you guys to know that. With I've had a lot of friends in my life. I'm sure you guys have too. But this is this wonderful interwebs with all its ugliness out there. It's got this silver lining of you guys. Every one of you guys is giving me memories and ideas and things that I'm going to treasure forever. I really can't thank you guys enough for being out there and hanging out with me. I'm a couple of months ago nobody knew me on the internet. They knew me and my son, but they didn't know me. They didn't know who I was, and they saw me, doing silly shit with my son, making things out of garbage, taking bottle caps and putting something goofy together. We've proved a lot of people wrong that this is more than just a silly game. It's a wonderful way to spend the time, and we could have been playing a game tonight. Think about that, but instead we had just as much fun, just as much laugh, just as much provocative thought by just sitting around shooting the shit. We started talking about alien worlds, and believe it or not, even though the conversation has gone from other things, it still really didn't change far from the beginning.
So, Shadow, I was going to ask you a question here, and I know that you're trying to wrap up. Is maybe next time when you throw something out, is have everyone start bringing in input and actually creating like a type of world, or if it's science fiction or a city or something like that, and flesh that out while you have everyone chiming in on what to do. And
the only issue I was having was while Shauner and Rick and the other Sean Cherry, they run more or less sandboxes. I know a lot of other people kind of don't, and I was trying to think of how to work it for both sides at the same time, because sometimes even though you say it's a sandbox, it's not. Sometimes when it's a railroad, it's more sandboxy than you realize. And I was trying to be able to make it fluctuate between both camps of styles of play. But we ended up still talking about different worlds, and those alien worlds are our own lives, so to speak. We all live in different locations. We all have different perspectives, and all those things are, in a way, alien to me. Looking at things from Connell's point of view, or Armstrong, or Wesley, or you, Omen. They're completely different, and they might as well be alien worlds. But here we are exploring them. Just doing it together, and looking at each other's lives, and for me, wanting to go to those alien worlds, that being you guys, seeing how each one of you looks at everything, the world, the game, the hobby, whatever you want to call it. We've all, for me, I've learned a lot. I learn a lot every time I do this. I learn a little bit more, and I learn things I didn't expect to learn. And then, at the end of it all, I laughed my ass off and had a great time. And that's the best.
I mean, I've enjoyed listening to all this. I've enjoyed listening to you guys when you bring stuff up. I know a lot of it gets focused on 5e, and I kind of like doing the intellectual aspect of where it's less tied to a game system and more of an idea. And so that's why I do like to hear this. And that's why I probably buy all these different books for all these different systems. As I said, I think many of them, I like seeing different systems and how they work. And I can say, I like this or I don't like this. And but some of them are great ideas. Like I said, I like the 2D20 system a lot. I do. I don't think that Mutant Chronicles would work with it. I would still want to try John Carter for the same reason that you did when you did your
Someone knows
review.
Mutant Chronicles here.
What's that?
Yes, someone knows Mutant Chronicles.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't heard that name in years. I watched the movie. I was playing the tabletop game when it was out, and I was playing the card game in the Mutant Chronicles, universe.
Well, see.
Oh my god.
And well, I mean, you talk about. Well, see, they had these sales, and so I got the sale for like $40 for all of these books.
I'm a huge Mutant Chronicles fan. I'm one of the oldest Mutant Chronicles fans still out there playing since Siege of the Citadel. Man, my son loves it. It's a great alien world. A whole new.
I think that's one I would enjoy. That's kind of dystopian because it's kind of a black and white, good versus evil.
Yeah. I started Mutant Chronicles from playing the card game, and I remember
Doom
when
Trooper! Oh my God,
I bought five booster packs at the beginning because I didn't know that you have to buy the starter pack. So I just bought 5 booster packs, and in the 5th booster pack that I open, I get Algeroth, one of the 5 apostles.
Such a fun game, man. Such a fun game.
So that was beginning of my addiction to all of those games.
So if you've been that far back, which version of Mutant Chronicles have you liked the best? 1, 2, or 3?
I only played, I think it was in the first one.
Okay.
Because then everyone switched to Warhammer, and the Mutant Chronicles stopped producing. So, like all of the minis, like we only have couple. I think that I still have some of my Bauhaus forces. I still have some of my Imperial forces, and I still have some of my mutants, yeah? But like I would love to get the Imperial, I would love to get the Cybertronics forces. Yeah, I'm looking at the newer ones, Oh, Brotherhood, I was always against Brotherhood because one of my best friends, from the gamers, was playing Brotherhood, so I was playing everything but Brotherhood. And although I love it, just as a background faction, I love the Brotherhood, yeah. But I would go with Maiev, yeah, as my leader first. Then I would go with any of the popes.
Talking about sci-fi, that's kind of what I would like to have. But I think a lot of it comes down to until you get a good GM that knows how to run it. If I'm going to go through it the first, I'm like Conan, I feel pretty comfortable. It's D&D low fantasy. Okay, I can do that. But Mutant Chronicles, man, it's much better to have someone that really knows the lore and digs down into it and loves what's there. And it feels crunchier than Conan. And I just went, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to look at the first 2 because I really like the first 2 versions better.
So, I like the fact how depleted the world is. That they are using steam-powered spaceships.
So, I know, right?
So
it's awesome.
So I mean, we talked about this before, but if I think it's like $6 that you can get all of the PDFs off of Modiphius's website right now for Mutant Chronicles.
Oh, that's not good.
What did you do, Connell?
I'm playing Grand Theft Auto, and fire's coming out of my engine.
Oh my God, cheater!
You know what? I Vice City was still my favorite of all the Grand Theft Autos because it made fun of the 1980s so much.
Oh, Vice City.
Yes.
Why? Why?
Especially
number 1, number 2, yes. Number 3, maybe. Farther, not really.
for what's not ready?
GTA. Number 1, 2, and maybe 3. Yeah.
Well, for me,
Grand Theft Auto 5, I think it. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5. I've been playing it for the last few years. It's my. I want to run an evil campaign, but no one will play evil campaign with me, so I do Grand Theft Auto because I'm a dick.
Well, I'll tell you this much, Connell. If you ever want to do an evil campaign, well, I'm not over in that area anymore. But if it was ever an evil campaign, just make it into a. I don't want to do a 5e evil campaign. I'd rather do a Shadowrun or something else where like morality doesn't bother me. It's the problem is like everyone's talking about is you kind of become cartoonish, which I'm okay with. But I just the problem I had with everyone that I ever played with that was doing evil is they wanted to backstab the party instead of trying to play together as a group that's doing evil.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's when lawful evil characters come in.
The problem was that they want to do PvP, and I'm like, that's not what this game's designed.
Yeah, that's true. The people tend to try to backstab each other. But like for me, probably the best character ever to play would be lawful evil character. Yeah, because he will follow the letter of the law, but interpret it in the way to screw to just go by his own interest. So a typical typical villain that actually fits in, like, Inquisitor or someone like that. Oh, that would be lovely evil character.
The problem in some cases is it works great as a single individual. Doesn't work so well when you put it into a big group. But I don't know. You guys have run some awesome ones.
I kind of ran with the few times I ran an evil campaign. It's funny. I kind of had the max experience where the players got along better in evil campaign than they did playing heroes, and it's like, okay. And I actually had to kick a guy out of the table last week who was playing a paladin that would come down on anybody who broke any one of his any one of his vices in front of, not even in front of him. It's like,
the player clearly doesn't know what the hell he's doing. A paladin wouldn't last a week trying to pull that crap on a regular daily basis instead of just trying to impose his will on the select group of player characters. Paladins lead by example, not by,
oh yeah, I mean,
threatening people. They better, they're not the Inquisition. They're paladins. They lead by example.
Yes, Inquisitor. There we go, Inquisitor.
Yeah, well, see, and that's where Dark Heresy would probably work out really well. But see, what gets me about paladins is what makes paladins interesting is the hard moral choices they have to make. That are the damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's what makes paladins interesting. If you're just going to play black and white, it's boring. Well, and, that's the problem of, do I rescue? I have, like, the king is sending me off to do a mission where I have to kill off the dragon, but then we have the farmers that need the help with the goblins. What do I do? Because there's no real right or wrong position there, but you can only do one. And that to me is where the hard moral choices come in, and that's what I want from a paladin. I don't want him to go, "Oh, you're doing this. It's this." I'm like, "No, you've made it. If you didn't do black and white, then we might as well just send you to hell where you fight all of the the paladin in hell."
Right, because there's no real challenge. They're being given a free ride right to where they need to go.
There's a few times I've played a paladin. I always did St. Cuthbert as a paladin, which the way it was described to me and the way the DM ran it was basically, if it was evil, don't ask questions, go wipe it off the board.
And as
too simplistic in my opinion, yeah.
As a young kid, that's what I used to do. Oh, all orcs are evil. All this is evil. And then I kind of, as I get older, I like having I don't want to say moral ambiguity, but I want to say is the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I want the characters to make those hard choices. The problem I have with evil characters a lot of times is there is nothing motivating them besides either power or money. Whereas with good characters, generally, that's generally the two things that are motivating evil characters. But with good characters is do I have a moral obligation? And then again, the players have to be the ones. Do I have a moral obligation to do this? And if I do, then I want to also give them the hard moral choices. With evil, you don't have to make those hard moral choices.
That's why I was actually talking about Inquisitor. When you think about Inquisitor, he is by his own admission doing everything he tried to better the world in his own mind, but his way of working is evil, so the best example in the modern cinema would be the final movie for the Firefly series. What was the name? The guy who was chasing them all over the star system. He by his own admission was saying he knows that he is going to hell for what he's done, but he is doing this for the betterment of the society. So that's why I think that Inquisitors are actually the best characters you can play as a evil character, because they would usually know that they are but by their own admission would be evil, but they would do something because of the commitment that they put in. They don't do something because of the money or power. They would do something to safeguard what they believe in. So they actually have a very strong belief system that leads them to the evil actions.
And I've started taking some different views towards evil, and I tend to do this. Is my view of evil starts coming down to is you're going to inflict pain even when it hurts yourself. I'm going to take a Jordan Peterson aspect towards that. And at that point, it's, with you're doing vengeance, and you're like, well, I'm going to get this one person. That's fine, but you understand you're losing your humanity, which is why I always like Vampire from that aspect. You lose your humanity as you're going over for this. Or talk about Babylon 5 again. If you look at Lando Mollari in Babylon 5, what was going on with him? He was doing what he thought was right, and he just kept digging himself further and further down. Even when he tried redeeming himself, he was completely damned by the end of the movie. He was. If you look at the end,
I still like Lando, as one of the best characters in Babylon 5. Yeah.
No. The guy with the weird fan hair.
Yep. He's my favorite character. He and Jakar are my two favorite characters. But he has damned himself by the end, where he, because remember at the beginning where he says, "I know Jakar's going to kill me," and he looks at him and he says, "That's why I can't be friends with him." And then when you look at the very end, what does he say? Jakar, he wants Jakar to kill him because he has become so corrupted.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm referring to. That's what I like is those multiple layers. And to be fair, D&D is kind of a black and white game in many cases, though we can modify it. I think.
To build a good villain or to build a good evil character, you should actually always start this character from a point of good. Yeah. So, for example, World of Warcraft, Arthas. Yeah, he starts as a good, as a paladin of the light, going to the Northrend, getting corrupted, by the power. But even when he's getting corrupted, he still thinks, that he's doing everything good. Yeah. So, a good written villain or good written character would have a good intentions, but like we say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, and I love those things. I also don't mind characters that know that they're thoroughly evil and they accept it, but they have a code. I don't break my code, and I think that's where it gets very interesting. That's why I like lawful evil characters a lot more.
Yeah,
I keep my word. I will let you go, but and it's not that they try to. I heard where they try twisting. I said that to me isn't what they're doing. They're not trying to twist these things. I said that I would let you go. You are free to go, but I will kill you next time. You're like, oh, okay, well, thanks.
Yeah. Well, because this character actually you can work with when you have a character that is lawful evil, and they, like you said, they keep their word. Yeah, even if they are unequivocally evil, if they keep their word, if they say something, and like if you make the contract with them, and for example they say, oh, you're gonna kill those and those, yeah, I will pay you and I will let you go alive. Yeah. This character, in my opinion, is well designed because that if you're going to try to deal with him in the future, whatever he said is going to be the word, which he follows through. And, if you have character which constantly backstabs someone, this character gets, very comical very quickly and very boring very quickly. Yeah, like you said, the personal code of the character is very important as well.
The problem I have with chaotic evil is that they tend to do all the backstabbing, and the problem is, it's like, why would you ever be in power? Because no one would want to follow you. That's the problem I have with it is whether we like it or not and people don't, in D&D, charisma is the dump stat, whereas in reality, in the real world, charisma is the superpower.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, especially looking around in the modern world today, anybody who has power other than George Soros, and Klaus Schwab, they have some sort of charisma,
You're saying that Jordan Peterson thing. There's like the yin yang. It has chaos and you have order. Creativity tends to be on the chaotic side, where order and running things like kind of standard is on the right side. So I can see how that could be boring, where the evil side could be more fun because you get to be a little more creative.
Well, a perfect example I think of it is if you look at D&D for the Manual of Planes, look at the lawful neutral, where everything was static, completely 100, which again comes to Babylon 5 between the Shadow and the Vorlons. You need change to adapt, and that's even when you look at Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. When you look at lawful versus chaotic, you need the balance between them, because otherwise, and then the same thing happens in Werewolf. Things calcify and don't get better under lawful, but you can't have so much chaos that you can't build anything. You need to be able to recycle the things that don't work. So you have both law and chaos, where the chaos will tear things down that are not working, and the law allows you to build up on those foundations to get to a higher point. And I think that's the problem all too often when I see and chaotic works fine for certain aspects with certain monsters where they hate everything, but that's one of the reasons I hated the Drow. Of its chaotic evil, but they have this super organized society. I said, well, first off, people who are chaotic are not neat and clean and all this other stuff that requires that. That's a lawful aspect. And, but the same thing is that they may be completely inflexible and they can't pivot like someone else. Whereas, when you get someone that's truly chaotic, they don't care what damage they cause. They're just going to go, oh yeah, we'll do whatever. But D&D has moved away from that whole alignment aspect. And I think
the problem with the Drow, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but their goddess is chaotic. She is the god of chaos. Where, they should be the Drow. At least the women Drow should be lawful evil, straight out. The men, whatever, but the women priestess should be lawful evil.
Yeah. I mean, I think
that was just bad writing.
Well, that was the problem that they had with it, and they were, because in the old D&D, lawful good was the most good, and chaotic evil was the most evil, and that's what they wanted to do. And whereas when we start looking at it, and this is why I like the Palladium alignments, which are probably the best alignments. Oh, what does this person do? And you can go, oh, okay, where do they fit in here? And I said, all right, I like that alignment. Are you principled? Are you scrupulous? Are you this? Are you that? Are you I said, okay, I can respect that. And I think that's where Palladium really shines in that aspect. I'm not a huge fan of the D20 system, but from an alignment system, boy, that tells you everything. If you put your characters this code, okay, what am I going to be? It's just like, for dwarves. To me, dwarves, the whole point, the whole advantage of being a dwarf is because you are lawful, you are shoulder to shoulder. You're used to working with that, but then they're stubborn. They don't try thinking other ways. They hold grudges for thousands of years. And you're like, why? And then, elves kind of like, well, I'll do whatever I feel like. But that's the point of the dwarf. The dwarf is fantastic in the military. They are all trained. They're all thinking in the same thing, but they're not as innovative and this is why I think that whenever you start talking about humans, that's what's humans are supposed to take the best and worst aspects of all of the different races. And that's what makes them unique. And which makes them, I was listening to some stuff about Tolkien, you burn bright, but you burn short. And that's what humans used to be. And nowadays it's kind of, I'm just going to be this. And this is where setting matters so much. But the problem is that everyone wants to just mix everything in. And I'm going to be this, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be that. And you're like, why are you even together? Is part of it. And I think that's the problem that I have with modern D&D. It's not that I don't mind that you have 50 races, but odds are you probably in your world should only allow 5 to 10 of player characters in any world. And as you come in,
I have even at the game shop, I have a limited list of what races I allow. And so far, I haven't got any grief on it. If somebody, it's like, I really want to play something, if you give me a good enough reason, or I will say yes. But you have to come to me with a good enough reasons. Like, I want to play blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why? Da, da, da. And if the answer is, well, I've always wanted to, I'm sorry, but, maybe next time around.
Well, a perfect example what race I hate is the Warforged. It's not I don't like the idea of the Warforged. It's that there are no negatives associated with being a Warforged. Okay, you don't have to sleep. You don't have to breathe. You don't have to eat. You don't have to drink. Okay, you have removed just about everything I can do for most traps except direct damage. And you've removed some of the things like, the water-filled dungeon as it's rising up. What do the players do? I want to have that that aspect. And once you start removing some of these things, okay, you get a gas trap. Warforged walks through that. You're like, those are the things I want, is so the players can feel that they're they're overcoming traps based on what they're thinking, rather than just their character just saying, "Oh, I'm just going to do this." Now, I understand once you get to higher level, you start getting spells. Well, part of that is that these are relatively trivial at this point. I'll just cast this spell, and then okay, that's fine. But those mid tiers, that water breathing is a critical spell. That's a third level spell that you could use for fireball, and only works for so long. And those are things that I want players to do. Is that I don't want players taking races that negate my ability to challenge them.
That's fair.
That's the problem that I have with some of it. It's the same reason that if everyone can fly, that's okay. But if you're going to have one character that flies, then that immediately negates a lot of things of, well, you need to go up here. You know what? I'm just going to fly up the top of the wall and throw down a rope.
When we were talking about Warforged.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Armstrong.
Yeah. I was just thinking about Warforged. I really never read too much into this race. Like I said, I find them, very very cool just as a concept. Yeah. But what I would do with the Warforged would be this: that they cannot actually heal naturally. I wouldn't allow them heal naturally. They have to be repaired.
I agree with you on that.
So what I would do with Warforged, I would just I would allow player to play Warforged, yeah, with all of these things that screw me up as a game master. But every time he go through the combat, he have to be repaired, and it cannot be like if he want to recover like 1d6 hit points. Okay, field repairs by your teammate. Yeah, roll the dice. But if you went down, you need to pay a smith quite substantial amount of money to actually fix your armor, to fix your internal. You have to go to the mechanist to do your mechanics, because you are technically a war engine that was put to life by magic. Yeah, so you would have to spend so much money on fixing that guy. Yeah, that basically you would, every time the Warforged would go into combat or would go into dangerous situation, the player would have to think, oh, do the team actually have enough money for my maintenance?
I would change it that you can't get healed until you go back to town, and it takes a long rest. Not a long rest. It takes a week to repair you. I mean, yeah. but see, I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you on these things. My point is that they haven't built in the negatives. Where
I know what the negatives would be for me. To me, it sounds like you're running like a ascension robot, right? Right?
Yeah.
I would show the character who's playing the Warforged all of the things they're missing out by not being alive. The love and the romance and having a family, watching all your quote unquote friends, player character, party members growing old and moving on after, things like that. Show all of the emotional things that they're never going to be able to experience. All the really good things in life. Cool, you made this kill monster as a character. Cool. But you know what the real rewards are? They're not treasure, they're not power, they're not, all those things. They're family and love and things like that. And just make them just fucking break down, just like, oh my God, I made the wrong character. This sucks. All my friends are growing old and dying, and I'm just here to do one thing, and that's just stomp shit.
See, I've ran Warforges before, and I've always did the Robin Williams approach.
Listening. Go
on. There was a movie,
Bicentennial Man, right?
Yes. Where
that would go exact. That would just be making them even better and showing them that they made the perfect character, and then suddenly everybody would want to do the same fucking thing.
Okay, yeah.
If he did it, okay, now we're all just going to make Warforges who can eventually just become real boys. There's no tragedy in that story, and that's what that story's based on.
Have you ever read what Warforges is of the Eberron system?
No.
Okay, I think that might be the hang up with you. They have 80% of the same mechanics like regular living creatures do. They do have emotions. They understand their data after he gets the chip.
Mm-hmm. But do they make babies?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Do they?
There was.
Okay, that's just absolutely insane, and I would never allow it. They're immortal, perfect beings. Then
they're not immortal. They can die. See,
I think the point is that they don't age. Yes, they can be damaged and destroyed, but they don't age. If I remember.
I mean,
correctly.
you can make the same argument about elves. Compared to
no,
humans, they might as well be immortal.
elves have a huge tragedy. They have a huge tragedy.
Well, I actually have to. Actually, for I don't know why, but you actually convinced me because, like you said, elves are pretty much ageless as well. Yeah, the same as the robots.
Right, but they have there's a tragicness to them. They are going. The tragicness is the fact that they are going to outlive these other people that they befriend. They're going to make these friendships with the dwarves and the humans and the hobbits or whatever, and they're going to watch them die, and know they can never see them again, and they're going to watch everything else around them do the same thing. The trees and their forests are going to die eventually, but they're going to keep going on and on and on, and the curse of immortality will be eventually a curse.
Like we were talking about Warforged, they still have feelings. Like you said, they are like data after receiving the chip. So you can, like, if you play them well, you can pretty much treat them as a children at the beginning of the campaign. They can learn how to experience feelings by the middle of the campaign. Yeah, and go through all of that tragedy that you say about the elves by the end of the campaign when they are still in the perfect physical condition. Yeah, it just like I can see both sides of that. Yeah, but I'm still thinking that repairs, as a mechanical downgrade to the character, should be there.
And I feel the same way about elves, and there were a lot of them where, going back to first edition, they were limited to what levels they could have and what classes they could be, and they've removed all that. And I think that's a problem with whether it's a dwarf or an elf. Is there should be positives and negatives to it. Yes, elves live for a long time, but I would also I'm going to take some stuff from like Changeling, which is if you stay too long in the real world, you begin to age and you begin to lose strength. You must go back every few years to the Fae, and you can disappear out of it. So if you want a long-term campaign, it's like you understand your elf can only be in the real world for a couple years. After that, they become either fully mortal or they have to disappear into the Fae for a certain number of years, which limits it from a long-term standpoint. And say you understand that aspect, and I think that's the problem that I have with some of the stuff. Is just like when I heard Tolkien, and I know that they tried basing it off of. There's some metaphysical things that they talk about, which is great, but from a D&D standpoint, unless you're doing multi-generational, which I would love to do at some point, but I'll be honest, after usually about 7 to 10 sessions, hey, I want to create a new character, let's do something different.
Wow. Yeah. How many sessions?
Oh, it depends on how long we can get. Well, usually we play about twice a week, so we try doing about once every 2 weeks. We tried getting it over, and then COVID hit. It's when they say that you have a certain number of sessions, it's hard sometimes to get into those really long games. But if you're saying, okay, we're going to do a campaign, and I like to try moving the story along. I like trying to do one story per session. That's what sometimes gets into things. But most characters will only get up to 7th or 10th level. But the reason is why aren't the elves all 20th level when they're old? And I would rather start doing stuff like, he's talking about some of that. The magic comes from the environments that affect them. But I don't disagree with it. So I like the story aspect, but I really wish that D&D had put in more negatives for playing different races. Humans are limited to 70 years. Just about every other race, with the exception of if you play non-human, like half-orcs and a few others, they all live into the hundreds of years. So why aren't they dominating the world? And part of the domination could be elves are dying. Elves don't have children. Like you're talking about there. They've had their time, or they can have very few children. Dwarves dwarves are dying out. When you start making these races, as they're dying off. Very similar to what they did with Warhammer. Then you start going, oh, okay, what is going on here? And then the big fear with any elf is dying. If you live thousands of years, you're like, holy crap, why am I doing this stuff? It's very different when you're like, I'm only going to live for 20 years, die, do something fantastic. And else, like, I can outlive all these animals. Why am I doing that? Do I really want to fight this one thing when I can literally outlive them? I think there's some of those stories that they're missing from that. And, like a tree, a tree looks over like, okay, you live 40 years, just don't cut me down, or 70 years. I live 10,000 years. Like, all right, what do they look at?
3.5 actually gave all these races pluses and cons.
Yeah,
especially when you're doing the ability scores. It's like dwarf, you get a +2 to con, something to strength, but you get a -2 to charisma, because dwarfs are not charismatic, supposedly.
Yeah.
And I always enjoyed that. Pathfinder kind of went down that route too. Then when 5e, realistically, stats don't matter in 5e. The only time they really matter is if you're on multi-class or you're trying to really be a spellcaster, or but for the most part, they don't really matter, in my opinion. They're not what they used to be.
Yeah.
So and you're right. I mean, I get where you're going with that. I just, like I said, I got started with 3.5, where stats mattered. Pathfinder stats mattered. Not so much in 5e.
Well, and like Max goes off, you can't have gnome paladins. Well, part of that was part of being the advantage of being a human, is you had some of this variety, and I think that's where some of this comes down to with whatever race it is. Anyone can be anything, and I liked Star Frontiers, where I didn't feel that there was that much. I mean, yeah, Rusk were super fast and they had great reflexes, but they drowned easily.
Right.
And I love the Dralicites. Well, what was, some of the things with the Dralicites, they can't see color. Then they, Dralicites were always my favorite for races, but it's not because I said that they were superior to any other race. I just kind of liked their outlook. They were happy. They enjoyed jokes. They did, but those are things that I wish that they had put in to the mechanics of it into D&D was, let's say for an elf can't see red. If you did that, or dwarves only see in black and white, you start changing up some of this stuff and you go, is this what I really want?
Right.
And I think that's the problem that I have with it is as players, and again, I come from a min-maxing standpoint. That's not entirely true for everyone. But from a min-maxing standpoint, you really want to give pluses and negatives and not make anyone look bad. Like I get kind of frustrated that they have the human, then the human variant. And what gets me is all the other races have, you're a dwarf, and then you can select hill dwarf or mountain dwarf, or you're an elf, you can select wood elf or high elf, or and I went, why don't humans just have the human and the human variant and have that as a default, which is you get +2 to 2 stats, and you get +1 to every other stat, and you get an extra language, and you get an extra skill, and you get an extra feat. To me, that's what they should have done. And because night vision really kills a lot of the adventure aspect. Now I understand, can you read things? Yes, that's, I understand that aspect, but if you're going down in the dungeon in the first place until you clear it out, it's like, oh great, we have a human, we have to turn the lantern on. Come on, you got to balance stuff out, and that's why I have the frustration with some of 5e. It's not that good players can't do this stuff. It's that if you're trying to do it as a DM, I either feel very heavy-handed, and I say, okay, I'm going to ban certain races. That's fine. And to be fair, once you get up to higher levels, you get magic items to see in the dark and everything else. But I'm still from the old 1st and 2nd edition. I kind of like when you go into a dungeon, it's scary. when you go in there, it's let's creep around, let's look around, and people forget under basic, they did 1 point of damage for whatever health the dragon is, and yeah, they could breathe 3 times a day maximum, but a dragon had 37 hit points. That was basically a TPK for any party under 5th to 7th level. That's almost a TPK. And you're like, we better think about this. We better get first attack so we can knock its hit points down, and then maybe the mage can survive one breath of fire. But by also having those lower hit points, battles were not very long either. So I think that there's some of that aspect. But for me, I really want, and again, that's why I like Conan. You coming in and saying, okay, this is important. Yes, sorcery is very powerful in Conan. In some cases, the spells in Conan are far more powerful than those in D&D, oddly enough. But they only happen once every 600 years. They're really a plot point. But I like those rituals and things, and I think in some cases that's where D&D has missed on doing some of that. But again, I just want some kind of balance, and
well, the balance can be made in fifth edition, and you've already kind of talked about where you don't want to.
I don't want to be heavy-handed about it for something that's not in the book. Yeah,
right. And that falls down onto the party. It's like, listen, as a DM, I want to run it with no feats and this, and that. You're either going to get players that are like, cool, we can do it this way, or you're going to get players I'm like, nah, this is not the game for me. But you got that and everything else, though, too.
Well, that's true. I mean, for all of this is why I really do enjoy. But I think part of it is I don't want it to be as heavy-handed as they had in Vampire or Werewolf. We're automatically going to put in these negative aspects into this. Yeah, I understand there's some weaknesses, but there's a difference if you're going to be, I want to make humans advantageous without trying to make them feel less than human. I mean, this is what amazes me. We have some of the best eyesight in the world. Even, with the exception of raptors, our eyesight is better than just about every other animal. We see color, which is better than many animals.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of,
some of us see color.
Oh, okay. Well, you're right, but I'm saying on average, then the other point is that if you look at our success, we have a high stamina, which people don't believe, but that's because we live here. But I've seen it where they show some human beings literally running down antelope. Yeah, it took them 8 hours, but the antelope couldn't rest. The antelope literally died of heat exhaustion, and that's amazing when you think about what a human being can do, and the fact that we can eat just about everything. So everyone puts everything on our brain, but we have a lot of physical attributes that make us very good. We're also one of the few animals that can throw. And I mean, we can throw very accurately. We
are pursuit predators who are very good at throwing rocks.
What's that?
We are pursuit predators which are very good at throwing rocks.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, but that's not reflected in most of the games. They look as humans, oh, you're just average. Well, compared to a human, but if you make humans better and worse in certain areas, you're like, okay, cool. What trade-offs do I want to have? And then that's the only thing that I missed from the first through third edition is there were positives and negatives to everything.
Yeah,
now
get that.
Go ahead. I wish fifth edition had put those in, and we'll see what happens with sixth edition. But now that they made it where it's like, oh, you can just get any stat, and we're going to give you +2, and I went, wait a minute, now you're taking away some things that make things unique. I would have rather halflings had, just like they had kobolds, and they're like, well, we don't want to give kobolds negatives or orcs negatives. Well, you understand there were black humans. Why would an orc be a human? Stop trying to equate that, and that's where
right.
I think that.
It was just trying to be divisive for the sake of it.
It was clickbait, ignoring the fact that there's, and no one's really complained, that there are numerous black characters throughout the editions, wherever you are, and that race didn't matter, culture mattered, but race didn't matter. You could be whatever you wanted. Like, oh, okay, I think that's part of the problem with it is, we're talking even in second edition, you saw black dwarves. I said, okay, fine. I don't really care, but they didn't want to do that. And so WotC is going to probably shoot itself in the foot by trying to be so accommodating. It's not just vanilla; it's losing almost all aspect until it's the point of
Their focus is only on that, and it makes it kind of shallow because your skin, all that stuff is shallow when you think about it. It's like if you go deeper into the person, you actually see something something with more substance, I guess, than surface level crap like your skin or your gender or whatever.
The new Lord of the Rings.
Well said, Leslie. Well said.
The new Lord of the Rings TV show is going to come out. I know a lot of people that don't want anything to do with it, but at the same time, I know a few people that are like, I want to watch it, but it has a black dwarf or a black halfling. If the actor can act it correctly, I don't give a shit what it looks like, the color of
What's
the
the difference, really? Yeah, it's
And-
character. It's a character. So the entire black halfling, black dwarf. Yeah, like okay, maybe I was a little bit jaded when I saw the black elves in The Witcher. Yeah, because I just didn't understand how the dark elves did get out from the Underdark. Yeah, just looking at D&D, but of course Witcher is a different universe. Yeah, and
Right.
Witcher was written by a Polish writer who was writing about European, generally in the European general setting. Yeah, of course fantasy, European general setting. So when they were trying to make Siri Asian, I started laughing. Yeah, I was like, oh, everyone's gonna love that.
Well, we'll see. You see, part of me is I stick true to some of the stuff, but I think this comes back to Shadow talking about Conan. I didn't care if Arnold Schwarzenegger looked like Conan, and I've watched the movie a lot, and there's a lot of different levels if you actually look at some of the stuff in there that relates to like the sword and what his father says. And I said, okay, and I know what he read. He said that was it Milius or whoever said, well, what I did is I read Call and Conan, and I kind of mixed the two up. He said, and I said, all right, fine, that's artistic license. But just like Shadow said, Conan had blue eyes and black hair, and when he didn't see that in the movie, what he wants to see is whatever's in the book realized on the movie. And when you don't, you're like it's not the same thing. And just like when they do with Galadriel is said fair. This is what comes down to it. Now, but I was also mentioning on the Discord is Tarek. I grew up with Tarek, which is a black character. And what's interesting is no one is willing to make a movie of Tarek. And I thought that was a good book as a kid. It has different things. One of the parts I remember is his mentor is getting cut. And his mentor takes, as the blood's running down his back, he takes it and he starts cupping his hands and just doing this back and forth. And part of what, that was part of the training that Tarek had taught. And Tarek was taught, okay, what his master was telling him is you have to have patience. Don't, and he kills his mentor that way. Cuts off his head. And I said, well, but I'm not seeing that anywhere that these people are picking it up. And I went, that's a book that I grew up as a kid that has a black main character. It's going through all this, and they're just like, no, we're not going to touch that one. But what we can do is we're going to find Lord of the Rings, and then we're going to change it all up. So people who grew up loving Lord of the Rings as it's written and wants to see it as faithful as possible. And I understand nothing's going to be 100%. They want to see it as faithful as possible, and they're just ruining that aspect. And now you're kind of like, it's not my world. It's a reimagining, but it's not the world that I want to watch.
Yeah, it's bombing huge on Amazon. It's a total nightmare for them. They spent a lot of money on that.
Has it started airing yet?
Returns. It's crazy.
Has it started airing yet?
Yeah, I think they had the first episode.
All right. Well, the funny thing about anything Tolkien, the family has final say. So Christopher Tolkien, I think is like the only who's ever in control of Tolkien media has final say. If there's a movie
they
that
had a
comes
guy
out,
who was real studied in it, and they were like, he's the go-to guy. And they found out whenever he left the project, they're like, well, then it's doomed then, because if that guy left, that means they're not following Tolkien stuff. So
but the Tolkien family still had to sign off on it. It's part of all the contracts they've ever done for movies or otherwise. they get final say if it gets released or not.
So I'm gonna bring this up a little point. By my understanding, was it Christopher Tolkien, Tolkien's son? So J.R.R. Tolkien's son, was very, very defensive of the property. But the grandson is more of looking at the money aspect, and that's kind of regretful because you're going to, it's the same reason like for Batgirl, you're going to water down or destroy it, and you have to make sure things are perfect. And it's not that there aren't good stories out there. I think the problem all too often comes down to is that they're more worried about the optics rather than the story. Again, if you keep religiously to the story, but we don't want toxic masculinity, and we need to have more women, and we need to have. I'm going, not only
write that story. All that tells me is they focus on one ideology. They're just trying to push their ideology. And that's it. That's all they're focused on. They don't want to tell a good story or any of that. Well, it's like, here's our ideology. Focus on politics all the time.
Well, and I think part of the problem is, and this is where it's comics or anything else, is, and I was, if you listen to Ethan Van Sciver, when they decided to make him the artist for Green Lantern, which I never cared for Green Lantern, he went back to what's that?
That movie sucks so bad.
No. I mean, but they made him the artist for the comics. He went back to where it became from the very beginning because he said, we have diehard fans for Green Lantern. I need to understand them. And you can make changes, but you still want to keep the core character or what makes this rabid fan base. And if it's just going to be casual people, they'll watch it. And if it's not memorable, they won't. And I think that's part of the problem of whenever you're starting to go through this is many of the writers nowadays have rejected the writers of old. They don't go back and read all the stories. They don't go back, whether you like Shakespeare or not. If you want to tell a story, study Shakespeare because it's the 3-act play. If you're going to be a master of your craft, you need to go all the way back to understand and how to do it. And only by knowing the rules can you subvert them and still keep a good story. And I think that's the problem.
It's funny if these people who insist on changing old stories would just write their own story, they would find out that nobody wants to see any of that. That's why they don't. Why isn't there a completely SJW movie from the scratch, from the ground up? They start just telling their story with brand new characters, brand new plots, brand new everything, but from their point of view, because nobody would watch it.
They're trying
to appeal to two different opposing groups.
See, there's the problem with that. Go for it, sorry.
Yeah, there is SJW TV series on Netflix. The first thing that the protagonists say is, so you're going to mansplain this to me. You straight away love the protagonist. It was something about fairies. I watched that. Generally the character who's supposed to be the bitch of the group is the most reliable, relatable character in the entire TV series. The main character is actually completely evil, and dumb as a brick. But generally, like if you just look at the side characters, the side characters are much better written than the main character, because main character is supposed to be the beacon of virtues, yes, of the modern third wave, virtues, and basically she is a basic B. Yeah. She is using all of the slogan words. It was something fairies. She's like a fire fairy. It is on Netflix. Yeah,
No, I was going to say, go look at He-Man and what they did, and they made who? And I'll be honest, I was not a big He-Man fan, but they made Tila an unlikable bitch, and I went, wait a minute. There's that one. The other one is, and no one wants to really admit this, women like masculine men, men like masculine men, and when you effeminize them, you turn off both groups, whether they like it or not.
Whether they want to admit it or not.
Yeah, well,
I am going to be the oddity here. I actually like the He-Man show, because the title of the show wasn't He-Man. It was the Masters of the Universe. So they weren't trying to pull any. They weren't lying when it was not the He-Man show.
Yeah.
Second of all, I just liked it. I didn't mind it. I'm not woke. I'm not fucking liberal. I didn't mind it.
Okay.
Are we talking about the first He-Man or the new stuff?
I grew up watching the old one.
Okay.
The old one drove me crazy.
Yes.
And there was a one in the early 2000s that was amazing.
I heard that the one in 2000 was amazing, but I'm also referring to the people who grew up both in that 2001 and the one from the 1980s. Now, the one in the 1980s wasn't my thing. For the
Yeah,
most
the one in
part.
the 1980s was basically. I jokingly call it. It was pretty damn gay. I mean, there was just no way around it. It was pretty damn
Yeah,
gay.
it was.
And so the newest one came out.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the one in the early 2000s, the one on Netflix, and it came out, and all the characters were, in my opinion, were good. I mean,
Okay.
you had Fist go up and say, I really want to fist him, and I'm like, you had to be an adult to get that joke. It was
awesome.
It was.
It was the thing is, that He-Man was actually designed strictly to sell toys. The entire Master of the Universe.
Originally, it was a
designed
Conan
strictly
deal,
to sell
actually,
toys.
and then something about the Conan property.
Yeah. It was too
violent,
bloody.
So they had to make He-Man and try to make it a little more lighthearted because they intended to sell it to kids.
Yeah, because I thought that Conan was going to be like a PG movie, and when it came out as R with all the blood and sex, they're like, we have to rework this. And to be honest, I liked the toys. I liked Beastman. I liked a lot of the toys, but no, I don't know. If you liked it, that's fine. I'm just saying that when I look at a lot of this stuff, is you going, wait a minute, the characters that you want to respect the original property, and that's the problem that I have with it is. I'll be honest. I liked Tila from the original series. I thought that she was a compassionate, and it doesn't mean that she can't fight. But the new one, it was like, well, you didn't tell me this. It's not like you were an understanding human being or things like that. And again, like you said, if you like it, that's fine. But it's not as compelling as if you could have told it in other ways.
They would have made the original He-Man cartoon the way the 80s one. It would have got torn up worse than this past one did, because if they went by originally was, you're just making cartoon for gay kids.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm just saying that, like you said, but look at the one that they did in the early 2000s, which I haven't seen. And you said
it's
that
fucking
was
amazing.
And see, why didn't they do something like that for this one? Is my question, and that's the problem that I have with it.
A lot of this one actually kind of feels like the old one.
Okay.
It's like each to their own. It's like I love the Ghostbuster movies, except for the woman one. Not because it's women playing those characters. It's just it was a shitty fucking movie.
Well, yeah, that's my point. It's, even if I don't necessarily like the characters, if you can do a good story, and that's my point. Is most of these people haven't studied on how to write a good story. Of the 3 acts, the typical 3 acts, like Star Wars is a perfect 3 acts. New Hope, and then you have the negative thing for your hero, which is The Empire Strikes Back, and then he comes back to win at the end. That's a classic 3-act story.
Yeah,
and that's the problem that I have with a lot of it is, like I heard I Am Starfire or something. A lot of people seem to, I want the power without really earning it, without having the setbacks, without having the negatives, without, and part of it is, especially I'm going to mention Master of the Universe.
Hero's journey.
Yeah, you have to go through the hero's journey. I want the full hero's journey, and it's not that you can't have a female character do it, but I
just things like your struggle in your own life is what gives you meaning. If you didn't have that struggle to get up to go to work every day, and that thing, it would get boring, and you got to have something that challenge you all the time. So, like even with a character that you're watching, it's like, they're just everything's given to them. Like, well, that's kind of boring.
You see, what I'm seeing, with the modern products, from the people who are always trying to change the old stuff, is this that they are actually writing a power fantasy for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a story which is told, about a struggle, about a fight, about getting to the point. It's not this what we actually like in Dungeons and Dragons as well, that when our character starts from level 1 and they're getting stronger and stronger, and then, for example, you can have a character which figure out how to become God, which happens in one of my campaigns. Yeah, those guys are gods from the beginning because they are gods on social media, so they don't know how to write proper story. Yeah, because they think that whatever they say, whatever they do is infallible.
And see, I
Yeah, and
like
if you
having.
disagree
So
with
that's
it,
how they write the
and all
characters.
that.
Well, and having fallible characters makes them interesting. It also puts them in situations that we could all go. This again, that's why I like Babylon 5. You looked at Melendo Malari's like, that's a bad idea. And you could see where he's going in there. Or the same thing of whatever character it is. You know, if you have a character that's, well, he can be seduced by women, or he has a gambling problem. I'll tell you a one I really love, which was the TV show British version called Cracker with Robbie Coltrane.
Okay.
If you ever watch it, he is an alcoholic. He gambles. He's overweight, but he is a master of watching psychological. Again, watch the English version, not the American version. American version is terrible. But it's Cracker because he goes over and he deeply psychoanalyzes those guys, and you go, but the character is fascinating to watch with his faults. You want to watch it because you don't know what's going to go wrong and what is he going to do? But he's one of these people that is really good at one area, and then he has major failings in others. And that's the same thing if you
like
look
a
at
painting with a lot of this extra contrast, otherwise it's just
Well,
makes it more interesting.
Well, let's take the classics, which they have. Hercules. Hercules was a good hero that did all this, but he went into berserk rages and killed his family. And then you have, almost all the heroes have what's a tragic flaw. And I said that makes those characters interesting and fallible. And what can you do? And that's the problem I think all too often is I don't want it as heavy-handed as they did in World of Darkness for like the vampires, because sometimes it just got annoying. But I want to have a tragic flaw for some of these characters, and that makes them interesting. It's not that you're perfect all the time. And the other part is, if you have these major flaws, is overcoming them. Whether people like it or not, is I don't really care if you're in a wheelchair, but boy, you want to talk about a perfect example. If anyone watched, I forgot what the movie is with Audrey Hepburn, where she plays a blind woman.
Oh, fuck. Helen Keller? No.
No. She plays a blind woman, and what happens is that her husband's supposed to be around there, and she gets this doll that has heroin in it. And the people try befriending, and at one point she has to try outwitting them while she's blind because they're going to come and kill her to get the heroin out of the doll. And she doesn't realize that's what they're looking for. It's from the 1960s, I believe.
I might have seen that.
But
another good example of a character like we're talking about recently even was House.
Yes.
The TV show. The character was incredibly flawed, but at the same time, he was the smartest man in the room wherever he went. I know it's supposed to be Sherlock Holmes as a doctor, blah blah blah, whatever, but
Wilson.
The whole story was, look how it ended. For example, you never saw that coming.
Yeah, he was addicted to pain pills too, or something. He had that crutch,
right?
But that makes them interesting characters, and then that's what I think that they're lacking is like you said, it's a power fantasy. Well, power fantasies are fine as when I was young, but I'll be honest, they got bored. It's the same reason if I play God mode on a video game.
Exactly.
It's great if I'm going to do it. If I'm just going to wander around and I want to find all the secret hidden spaces, that would be fine. But it's very different whenever you play. It's like, no, I want to play a more challenging game. I want to do this. But I just reading there from James L. But that's what I love about these characters that are there, and they last for years. But most of the modern characters just kind of disappear after a few years. I liked Jakar. Jakar was a man that was completely embittered and angry, and yet at the end of Babylon, and I like using Babylon 5 because they went through that whole arc, and you don't have to be superhero all the time, and I think that's part of the problem that it comes down to. It is, this is where if you look at Dark Sun, the characters slowly move up, and then they can become Dragon Kings, or what was that other weird one? I forgot what it's called. With the it's like it becomes a giant butterfly. But if you've ever read Dark Sun in the books, I said,
I have. I just can't remember it either. It's mega late.
Yeah, but I said that's kind of cool. It gives you this ability to get up there, but it means something. It also says it's hard to achieve. It's there's a reason we respect people that do the hard things, and if I'm going to go over and say, you know what, I'm going to be fully muscular and everything else, and I'm not going to work out. If that was true of me, and then I'm telling my son, well, you got to improve yourself, he's just going to look at you like, Dad, you have it too easy. But if anyone that's read David Goggins, and you go, that man, I completely respect for what he did. No matter the mental focus to do what he does, to run 24 hours with broken bones in your feet, and you're just like, holy crap. And you say, that's effectively a superhuman ability, and yet here's a human being that did it. But when you look at his life, it was crap in a lot of it. He had a lot of negative setbacks, and you're like, wow. And that's what what I want to say. Our heroes of old were aspirational. They wanted to be something that you aspire to. And even if you look at chivalry, as much as D&D talked about chivalry and Bushido, if you actually look at the real history, a lot of them were not that way. But the idea was that that's something aspirational. Same thing for your paladin. It's something to aspire to, not that you're always going to meet it. And I think that's the problem that we have is these newer characters are not aspirational. You're kind of like, oh, or I can never be that. And that's the problem I have with a lot of superheroes too, is you can never be
the original X-Men during the let's say from Hellfire to right after the Phoenix, those characters, despite their powers, they all had inherent flaws and weaknesses and problems, not to mention the whole mutant, prejudice and things like that and fears and all that. That's what made that story good. That's why it was one of the best superhero stories of all time, because of all the crap. That's what made you come back to see if they were going to make it through this crap. You knew the Avengers and the Justice League and things like that. They were going to come out, smelling like a rose every single time, during the Silver Age at least. You knew, the writers had to come up with bigger and badder and crazier crap for them to fight, and they were still going to just walk through it, like tissue paper. And the X-Men, everybody was against them, even the good guys.
And speaking of the X-Men, there's a perfect example if you want to say, I'm going to do undertones of racism, which is what you can do, but you don't have to make it a 1-for-1. And that's what, but that has that has the undertones of doing what you want, and that's good writing. And I think that's the problem with a lot of them is they want to make it blatant and overt. And anyone that's watched movies, and I don't care which one, but I'll use the Blues Brothers. Every time I watch the Blues Brothers, I see something new that I find funny in there. There's always a new joke. I can watch it. I can watch it 20 times, and I remember telling my friend one time, "Hey, did you see there's a pig behind John Candy?" He's like, "Oh, I didn't see that." And you're like, "Oh, okay." There's little jokes in there, and that's what makes great literature. Great literature is you can read it multiple times and get different meanings every time. You can enjoy it at the, at this level, and then you watch it again. You enjoy it at this level, and to be fair, speaking of Jordan Peterson, when he talked about the Bible, you were bringing up stuff that I had never even thought of in the Bible from a psychological standpoint. And I go, okay, now I understand. There's a reason that stories last 4,000 years. But the stuff they're writing now barely lasts 10 or 5. They're so forgettable, right. No one wants to watch it.
And the good thing about good literature, it's what really changes is the reader. You come at it from a completely different perspective. I've read Tolkien 20 times, the basic 4 books. And every time, it's like I think I don't remember this because I couldn't perceive it at that point in my life. I couldn't understand what he was talking about. And not just Tolkien. Any good story, if you go back through it and read it again at different phases of your life, you're going to be aware of new things because you're ready for those new things. Your brain and your your life experiences have allowed you to get to the point where you can, you know, absorb all these other things that were going on.
Experiences.
Well,
The first time you read The Hobbit, you know, you were probably very, very young, and you're taking it, you know, a lot of it at face value, and then you realize, you know, how ugly it was at the end, you know, and how sad it was. You know, he went through all this, and what The Hobbit brought home with him that was the most valuable wasn't on his pony. You know, it was up here. You know, it was all the things he went through, how much he changed as a person. That, you know, just, you know,
and you know,
make you cry at the end of it. You know, you should be almost in tears when you realize what really the story was about.
I mean, Tolkien did that. You know, I remember reading. I've only read the Lord of the Rings twice, but I'll be honest, I got tired of when it was Frodo. I just skipped over to the second half of most of the books.
Fucking Sam, Jesus! I would have strangled his ass halfway through.
Are you kidding? Sam was like the biggest hero in the whole
As
story.
soon as he starts singing about those fucking elephants, I would have stabbed him in the fucking throat.
Well, see,
He was the biggest hero in the story. He absolutely was.
I actually like the fact that he put little songs in there.
Mhm.
You know, but again, I'll be honest, you can skip over those really quickly. Because it doesn't really.
Speaking real quick of those songs, when you watch The Hobbit, the cartoon The Hobbit, and they put those songs in there to music, they were kind of incredible. And then when you find out that the name of the guy who did the music was named Glenn Yarborough, can you think of a better name for a bard? Think about it. Think about that name, Glenn Yarborough. Oh my God. I want to make that as a character, you know? I want to make a real bard.
All those characters, I think I'd probably hang out with Merry and Pippins. I mean...
Well, because you're a troublemaker. You're a troublemaker.
You know, and as a kid, to be honest, Aragorn was the one I'd want to hang out with, because I didn't really care about this. I agree with you as far as, and some of it brings in levity. But you start looking at, especially when you start going back through some of the deeper lore. Like, I really enjoyed reading the last part of Return of the King, where he had the appendices, and he told about all the things. And you suddenly find out that, you know, unlike The Hobbit, where they made the dwarves seem like they were buffoons, when you actually read, like, what, you know, Orin, you know, what was it, you know, what was
Gimli
it?
and Legolas?
No, Thorin Oakenshield. You know, where did he get that name from? He got that name because his shield had been destroyed, and he picked up, what was it, a piece of oak, and he used that to shield himself. And you look at the tragedy that went on with Moria, where they went in and killed everything. And then that comes back down to, you know, it trickles down for a lot of these things. And you go, you know, the man created whole languages, which was completely new. And now I understand it's become very tired. That's the problem I have with all too often is, whether it's Shakespeare stuff, you've heard so much of people like, well, he's not a very good writer. And you're like, no. What he did was he created something that had never been done before. He created his own mythology. He created all of these aspects. And to be fair on this, I enjoyed his because he also translated a lot of stuff from Old English, like the Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. He had all that background to draw from, so then he could bring that in. And then, you know, I'll create my own worlds. I'll create this. And so these are things that we take for granted nowadays. But just think of the sheer effort that took of labor of love for that. And now we're just like, oh, well, so-and-so does this. I said, you know, I have to appreciate it. It's just like all these people that did the World of Greyhawk. And honestly, I didn't mind Forgotten Realms when they did the first edition. When I went to the second edition, it just bugged the hell out of me as they were trying to explain why there were firearms. But I you know, when you look at the World of Greyhawk and all the stuff that they did, I'm like, that's a lot of work. You know, 10% of this is this, you know, and you're like, okay, well, what are my odds of finding an elf? What are my odds of finding a dwarf? You know, that adventure aspect, and look at how big the world is. Each hex is 30 miles. I mean, I forgot how many hexes you go across, but I mean, it's a poster size, you know, 2 maps. Those are things that I just have to admit, and I don't mind taking other people's worlds, and I'm going to change them up to however I want. I think that was the problem that I had with all of the books, is I liked reading the world, but I didn't like reading the literature that went with it. I'm like, I'll do my own imagination based off of what you've given me here. And then to have a player go, well, that's not true, and blah, blah, blah. And then we have Drizzt. I said, he's not in my world. Get rid of him. He's like, blah, blah, blah. I was like, no. I don't mind, stuff for Eberron. I just wish that there was more, when we talk about the whole thing, part of the reason I love Star Wars is when I was a little kid, I was like, ooh, when I'm middle aged, when I'm I want to say a teenager, I want to go out and fight in starships. And now I'm almost 50 years old, and I look back and I said, I remember when I was that age and how I just wanted to leave home and how I don't want to be here, and like I want to do something adventurous. And so I get to see it from both ends. I got to see it when I was a 4-year-old, and now I get to see it when I'm in my 30s and 40s. I said, but that's timeless. That whole thing of I want to escape, I want to have adventure at that age, and I also see the point of his uncle. No, stay here and work on the water, condensing farm. This is the best thing for you, Luke. No, and I think that's, like I said, you don't have to like everything, but you can see those story threads all the way through. And then my mother had read so many different stories that when she saw, she actually said, "Oh, Leia's his sister and Darth Vader is his father." She said that years before the Empire Strikes Back came out. But remember, Empire Strikes Back, he could barely move the lightsaber, and by the end, by the end of the movie, he's fighting. He can block some things, but Darth Vader's just overwhelming him. And then by the end of the third movie, he's ready to replace Vader. But that's a classic storyline, and the son replacing the father. And I just wish that with these SJWs, whether I agree with them or not, go back and learn your literature, because stories, we've been telling stories for thousands of years. We have an archetype for this. Follow it, and you'll actually find out that you can get more people to your side. Maybe that's where we go. Anyway, that's my little rant.
The left ideology isn't like completely flawed. It's okay to help people and equality of outcome. It's just whenever you lock onto that ideology and say, okay, this ideology and nothing else, that's what leads to communism, because you flatten everything, trying to make it equal.
Isms.
I don't think that is a communism. I think that I understand where you're going for. I'm not thinking that it is a communism. I'm thinking that this is actually a pure exemplified racism.
In many cases, I believe it is, where you believe that people aren't good enough. Here's the other thing that bothers me on that is all these stories were to inspire you to become a better person, to say, if you strive and you work hard, you can get ahead. And if you notice nowadays, well, you can't get ahead because of this or that. And I said, at no point, no matter where you start, if you don't improve yourself, you never move ahead. I mean, it's like me.
Part of it is also that the powers that be, the last thing they want is a society of better people, because they aren't.
They can control you if they divide you.
Right, and like the famous meme, if we all stand up, their game falls over. If we all become the best that we could be, they're done. They're done trying to improve themselves. They believe themselves perfect.
I think it's social media that kind of locks us all together and makes us more aware of that. So, but we'll see in November. I think there's going to be a shift in the.
Well, okay. Assuming if the world goes to hell, at no point does working out make you a worse person. It can only improve you.
Or improving your mind or skill. Anything like that. Improvement is betterment. Betterment is the path to greatness. And the last thing anybody wants is to be surrounded by greatness. Highlighting their their lack of greatness.
Well, I'll give you a perfect example. So I went over to Iraq in 2012. Afghanistan in 2012, and I come back, and all these people are whining and complaining. And I said, look, and I'll be honest, we lived actually pretty well, considering that I lived in a tent. I said I lived in a tent. I had an 8x8 area. I had a bunk bed and a locker. That was it. I had to carry 200 pounds and drag that around with me under 4 duffel bags. Not that I'm the strongest person. I'm sure Connell would crush me if he wanted to, but I, that's what I had to drag with me. And, and I'm just a civilian here for this. I'm throwing stuff up, and then I come back home, and all I could hear from people was, "Oh, you expect me not to have a Netflix account? Oh, you expect me not to do this?" And it was all the excuses of why they weren't bettering themselves. And I said, if you look at it and it's hard. I mean, to be fair, I buy tons of books. Do I need these? No, I enjoy them, but that's an enjoyment. But at the end of the day, the only things that matter to me are generally would be food, health, and my family, and to be fair, my friends. But that's it. I can carry the rest of stuff in my head. I can create things. I can play a game with coins. I could, okay, we'll just flip 8 coins instead of heads or tails. And if you get so many, this is what oh, look, I got a dice pool now based off of coins. But reading never hurts you. Doing more math, working out. I'm not perfect, but I try doing 100 kettlebell swings a day, and I try going swimming. That's my basic routine. But none of that's going to make me better. And I think that's part of the problem is that people go in there and, I could do other stuff. I could be trying to make more money, but I'm older now. I'm like, okay, I'm willing to accept this. But boy, when you're young, stop using everything as a crutch or an excuse of why you can't get ahead. Well, you expect me
I think when you're born and you're a kid, you kind of get everything given to you, so you can kind of probably relate to why you think, oh, well, everything should just be given to you. You shouldn't have to, And then as you get older, you realize, oh, well, no, you got to work for everything if you want something.
Well, and all of us, well, I think all of us, I don't know about, great, I forgot his name. Anyway, I think almost all of us have children. So, whether you like it or not, children force you to be a better person.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, you look back, you're like, holy crap. But not only do you have to be a better person for yourself, you have to be a better person for your child. And I think that's part of the problem that we have is, and I'll be honest, I was the same way, was if you're allowed to stay in infancy, you don't have to improve yourself. You don't think about it. And the longer you put it off, the harder it is. And for men, I do think that it's in some ways it's easier, but for women, things are given very easily, and then it isn't until they're
at the beginning of time.
Well, at the beginning they are, but boy, if you're a single woman, what is the most unhappy demographic? It is middle-aged women without family or children. They're not married, they don't have children, they're professionals. And many of them
are really lonely after 45 out here, and if you don't have any kids, that's kind of sad for a woman.
I mean, historically, women were kind of treated like cattle. Historically, in the very beginning,
I think men and women struggled together through life. I don't think men could have made it without women and being.
I agree. That wasn't the case.
I know that there's like a constant thing where like men versus women, it's a group thing. You get in a group think, oh, this group versus that group. But really, if everybody was more into individualism and taking responsibility for their actions, because women, do things too. They where men pick on each other, they do it physically. Women do it. They do it like psychologically. They pick on each other, but they do it to other men too, or whatever the other sex.
Well, I mean, I look at my grandmothers, both of them, and they are far stronger than all of these women that are saying I'm empowered and everything else. I'm like, my grandmother, one of them, and I literally saw this from her, where she had a stroke, and she had ulcers and everything else, and she had like multiple strokes, oddly enough. And she's like, I gotta go to work. Like, what are you doing? She's like, I gotta go work. I gotta take care of people. And all these people are whining about other stuff. I'm like, holy crap! That was my grandmother did that. My uncle almost died. They sent her home with my uncle, and they said, your child's going to die. And she said, no. And she gave him an enema to keep him hydrated. That's the only reason he survived. There's a lot of things that come into it. And you look at the skills that women had. Women will really appreciate whether people like it or not. I mean, I can go back even to the 1600s where I had family. And my whatever grandmother way back there, I looked at her. She's still married at 36 with a couple of kids because men needed women. I mean, whether people like it or not, there was a strong alliance, especially out in the frontier world, And now you look at these women, they talk about, oh, strong, empowered women. Well, you forgot about Ripley in movies. You forgot about Katharine Hepburn. You forgot about all of these others that were fairly classic. But like even my grandmother did stuff for my grandfather, besides having kids. But she acted as a spy effectively because my grandfather was a counterintelligence person. But she would learn languages, and then she would talk to the help, and the help would tell her things. She wrote his reports, and my grandmother has far better English, even though I am much better educated than she is. Her English was impeccable, for correcting things. Then, as she got older, she started doing the accounting books for my grandfather. I'm like, it's not that these women weren't accomplished; it's that people aren't giving them credit for how important they are to their family. And even kind of when you start looking at high end, people forget about this the dowry. Here's the thing.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and people don't realize this because this happened in Zulus and Norse. What happens if they tried where the wife would either go back with the family or they would get effectively a divorce? Guess what happened? All of the stuff had to be split, and she got that dowry back. So it actively, people forget about that. And the whole, it's very different. And I have to mention, because Afghanistan, which is a little bit different, I used to look at the people that would come in, and while they were not in the front, boy, the women were in the background doing all sorts of stuff. And I don't think that people are giving them credit. They look at it as a binary, yes or no, whereas instead of, it's a family unit. And the family unit is what matters. And these women, if you look at the hell they go through, and I don't mean that necessarily everyone was abusive. That's not what I mean. But, how many wars, how many children died of diseases. These women were tough and strong mentally. I mean, my great-grandmother had, 17 children, and only half of them made it to adulthood. These are mentally tough women, and they were physically. My grandmother used to beat up kids for their sugar, but she was a big Polynesian woman. But even my mother was laughing because at one point she had the stroke. She was picking up a 12-inch cast iron skillet full of food in one hand, and that's what she would do. And she still cooks. It was like, oh. And I don't think that the problem is that they look at status and not at what these women had to go through and how strong they were mentally. And I think that's the problem with a lot of modern day.
I was raised by my grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
I was raised in County Cork, Ireland. My grandpa was full-blooded Irish, and my grandma was full-blooded Romanian, Rom. So that's a whole different network there. And my grandma was a very sweet but hard lady.
But okay, and look, you still respect her to this day.
Oh yeah, she put the fear of God in me. Of course, I respect the lady.
But put the fear of God. But exactly. But you respected her. I remember listening to one guy. He said he got beaten 6 times for mouthing off to his grandmother. His grandmother beat him. His grandfather beat him. His mother beat him. His uncle beat him. His father beat him. He said, man, I said, after that, I learned it's better to mouth off to my grandfather or my father, but never mouth off to my grandmother. And there was that certain respect. And I said, yeah, it's, and I don't think it's as unusual as people think it is. I'm not saying it wasn't bad. Just like I said,
there's history, like, the Salem witch trials, and women have had a crappy end of the stick, but I mean, men don't have there's, like, if you look at suicide rates, men commit more suicide. They're, higher prison statistics. They die more. So I'd say both genders have, shitty things, but to group up and say, okay, well, all men must pay for all the sins of all men and all that kind of stuff. That's when they take it too far. It's you're out of the realm of individualism. You're in the group think now.
But how many men were killed in the Salem witch trials? It was like 4 or 5.
Yeah. I'm sure.
I mean, one of them was pressed. They just kept putting stones. He said more weight. And I found out why he did that is because if he confessed or he didn't confess, they could take all of his property. And by not saying anything, his family did it. And see, we can go into a lot of this, but, doesn't matter what group you're in. And this is something I know we don't do. But if you look at, like, the Middle Ages and stuff, if you were an outsider and something bad happened, you were getting blamed. It didn't matter what it was. I remember watching, even if anyone's watched River Monsters with Jeremy, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I've seen some of those episodes.
Well, do you remember the one where he was down in Africa trying to catch something, and something bad happened, and they were almost forced to evacuate because they came in from the outside, and something bad happened. That village was going to view him as the person that did it. And I said, that's the way things were done. It's just like, not that we do it now, but it used to be if you had scars or you were missing an ear or part of a nose, that's what they did to criminals. And so a lot of them had to carry like pieces of paper saying, no, I got this because like, let's say a horse bit off my ear. You're like, oh, okay. It's not because you did something terrible. Because they cut off body parts, whether we talk about Sharia law, but they used to do that in the Middle Ages in Europe too. I think that sometimes this is why I was trying to mention it. We all live in this romanticized fantasy world, which is what I kind of like. And I understand people want grittier stuff, but we live in this romanticized fantasy world of whenever they talk about Oriental adventures or D&D, I'm like, they're all romanticized stereotypes that were not that true even back then. But that's what I want to live in. I want to live in the high adventure, high, good versus evil. That's why I talk about pulp. I liked the pulp stuff because it was in there. Oh, well, we had the evil emperor, Ming, and you went in there with your laser gun, and of course he's cartoonishly evil because it makes it easy. Hey, I love that music. I don't care what anyone says.
Hey guys, yeah. I gotta hit it, but when I pop out, you guys can hang out here as long as you want. I just want to say thanks. This is just about a 9-hour stream for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Shadow, and we're 2 hours ahead of you. So.
Yeah, don't even sweat it. Don't even sweat it, Wesley. It was really, really, really neat getting to meet you and Armstrong.
Yeah, nice getting to meet all y'all and actually talk to you.
Yeah, once you finally started to open up, yeah. I thought you were gonna fade before me, but you're always welcome, Armstrong. You know it too. Omen too. Wow, man. Yeah, you've got a lot of incredible things to say. You ought to have a show like this. That way we can come to your show. Hint. I'm not even joking. I'm sure Connell agrees with me. Pick a topic and we'll all come over and hang out with you. Just pick the night.
The problem is that I couldn't do it often enough to make it worth it. It's one thing when I pop in because I don't feel obligated. So that's why I don't.
That's going to be the morning for you.
That's the cool thing about it is you can do it whenever you want. And trust me, you'll get a crap ton of people looking forward to the next show. I know. I know I would. All of you guys, man. If you want to make a show and just give us all a shout out, we'll come hang out with you. Anytime. Anytime we can. It was really fun, man. I wish I could stay up. I actually have to force myself to go to sleep because I got to do stuff in the morning.
Yeah,
so do I.
Still haven't watched it. But we'll get to it, Donald. Don't worry about it. But anytime you want to chat or something like that, you can look me up on Facebook, same as it says here, Shadow and Sun, or whatever. Just know that I use Facebook to mostly be political and stuff that I shouldn't do, but I do it anyways, just to see what I can get away with. But
that explains a few things.
You can get away with something on Facebook. That's new.
And that's why I got off Facebook, because I had noticed that it was not making me a better person. Whereas talking to you guys does, because we can share ideas, and it's not necessarily I'm not attacking you, and you're wrong. And like, no, we're talking about games. It's opinion. Yeah. We're talking about fantasy, and even if we do a little bit about the women in the Middle Ages and stuff, it's still, I want to say that I respect my grandparents a lot, and I respect my grandmother, and I think most men do as well.
All right, guys. Like I said, don't feel obligated to jump out. You guys can keep hanging out together and get to know each other. You know, 'cause I feel like, you know, I've got a whole bunch of new family, and you know, I hope you guys feel the same way about each other. And yeah, I got to force myself to go to bed. Just under 9 hours for this, plus what was it, like 7-8 hours last night, and it's still going on about 48 hours with 2 hours of sleep. So I'm not gonna be up for a few more minutes.
Okay.
And I'm doing a show with Connell at 2:00 avocado time, and another show with my son at 8:00 tomorrow night. So
Yeah, tomorrow we'll be talking about The Labyrinth, the David Bowie movie.
Oh, I love The Labyrinth, even though it's somewhat silly, but yeah. All right. You all have a good night, because I didn't get to bed too. I should have gone to bed probably around 4 hours ago. So.
Tomorrow when you're going to be talking, I'm probably at work.
My hours will be way off.
and Armstrong, and we've got to talk again real soon about some things, you know, because somebody's birthday's coming up. Wesley, I definitely want to see more of you. And Omen, I see you all the time in other things, but you know, it was really, really cool getting to hang out with you guys tonight. I'm not going to play favorites or anything like that because
I will.
You know, my little guy, he's asleep, so he won't hear it. But thanks
he
for
is your
everything,
favorite.
guys.
He is your favorite, and he should be.
Oh yeah.
I tell my daughter that she's my favorite daughter, and she fires back and says, "Daddy, I'm your only daughter." I'm like, "That you know of."
All right, with that, I'm clicking out. I'm going to end the broadcast. But if those of you want to still hang out and get to know each other, let me know how it goes. Hopefully, you guys won't want to strangle each other, and I will see you guys real soon. Bye.
You don't think the same way I do?
You mean Connell hasn't choked me yet?
How dare you?
He's got those big meaty hands, and you know, and he's taking boxing.
Golden Gloves. At one point I was a Golden Gloves boxer at one point, but that was decades ago. Hey, Shadow, make sure you hit in broadcast before you bounce out.
Good night. Bye, guys.